The amphitheater was cold and quiet as a corpse, despite the dozens of pale-faced crew members that filled it. There were 50 people in attendance, all manning different computers that controlled the functions of this ship. Their uniforms were color-coded to show what team they were a part of. Blue techies stared up in horror at the hologram that had appeared in the amphitheater, but the red weapons team had their eyes glued on their individual screens, sweating profusely as they no doubt tried to think of ways to combat this new threat. The purple life support members all looked to him though. Their captain, Henry Stoll, who stood just beneath the giant red hologram in the center of the amphitheater. Henry took a shaky breath, as craned his head to look up at the enemy ship. A Dragon-class frigate had been sent after Thema Broken Bar. He ran a hand through his dark hair, white-winged at the temples as he tried to plan their escape. The Sparrow was a good ship, one of Terna's best. In fact, a Broken Bar, but there was no winning this fight. The only option was to flee, and yet, even if they did do a far jump to escape, the Dragon would simply pull them right out of warp with its Talon beams. Escape didn't seem a viable option either. A head-on battle would prove impossible as well, even with the Sparrow's superior maneuverability. The hologram displayed here did not accurately depict what was drifting toward them. There were only 5 Dragon-class ships in the Final Kind's navy, and each one was roughly the size of a moon. There were thousands upon thousands of weapons mounted on the scaled hull, each one capable of turning the Sparrow to slag. The aliens didn't refer to it as a dragon, of course. They called it Zephala or some such a Broken Bar, but dragon was a far more fitting title. It was massive, the dark hull looking like a scaly hide, the thrusters looking almost like a thick spiked tail. But what really tied it all together was the planet-scorching plasma cannon affixed to the front. It looked like it had been set in a wide-open maw, ready to breathe flame on any ship that dared to oppose it. Henry did not think that the Dragon would use its plasma scorcher on their Little Bird-class cruiser, not when they had smaller tools that could get the job done easily enough. A strange sense of pride filled him, knowing that they had become such a problem that the aliens would send such a behemoth after this little frigate. Henry turned to address his crew, adjusting the color to his white twin-tailed captain's coat before clasping his hands behind his back. "Look at this!" he yelled, his voice modulator enhancing the volume of his words. They had to send a dragon after a Sparrow. "Now what does that tell you?" he asked, gesturing to the crowd. "They're scared of us. We've been turning their ships to slag for over 6 months now since we lost Earth. That is how good we are. Broken Bar. However, I have to say that this is a fight we cannot win." "I will not lie to you about that," Henry said, his face hardening. "I'm sure that everyone present already understands that we cannot escape, and we don't stand a chance in hell in a straight-up fight. No matter how you look at it, this is the end of the road, but as I see it, we have a unique opportunity to deprive the Final Kind of one of its most powerful assets." Henry grinned. Before Earth was taken, the Sparrow had been equipped with a rather unique weapon, an antimatter bomb. "As you know, we were going to use it to wipe out one of their core worlds, but that ship has sailed. Now however, we can still complete the testing. We are all going to die no matter what we do, so how about we take the Dragon with us?" he asked, letting the question hang in the air for a moment. Henry feared that his men would reject the idea, or even worse, fall into a terrified panic. A Broken Bar, but the crewmen, bless them, all cheered their agreement, raising their fists toward the horrifying hologram. It was almost enough to bring a tear to his eye, if only Lord Ginn were still around to see that humanity had not given in to despair in his absence. When the cheering died down, Henry cleared his throat and began explaining his plan. "A long jump is impossible. The Dragon's talons will rip us right out of the jump and put us right where it wants us. However, with a short jump, we'll be able to put ourselves right up next to it. That is when we'll detonate the bomb. Let's initiate the jump now." "Aye aye sir," a blue crewman shouted, initiating short jump. That would be about 30 minutes, extraordinarily fast for a battle in space. Still though, the Dragon may begin firing at them during this waiting period. They need to survive for at least that long to make it. "Sir," another techie shouted, 50 bogies inbound. They were sending smaller ships then? Very well, this could be easier to deal with than the Dragon's weaponry. Henry looked back up to the hologram, his eyes widening in shock as it shifted from depicting the dragon to the approaching alien vessels. To his surprise, only mosquitoes seemed to be inbound, the broad bodies and long pointed tube at the end quickly closing the distance. Boarding ships a broken bar. They wanted to take the ship intact? No, a broken bar. Perhaps they knew about the bomb? Could they be trying to take that and reverse engineer it? How would they have found out? The intel could have leaked with the taking of Earth. If the aliens got their hands on this weapon, it would make them far more dangerous than they already were. Henry would not allow this to happen. These boarding crews needed to be dealt with. They could gun down at least half of those mosquitoes before impact, but the other half would reach the Sparrow for sure. They would need to pull out all the stops to buy time. Weapons teams, try and take out as many of those boarding craft as possible before they reach us, he ordered, turning to his second-in-command, a young woman wearing a white coat similar to his own. She stood right next to the intercom, her finger already hovering over the button, awaiting his command. Ensign, alert the 8th Arm and tell them that mosquitoes are inbound. We need them. Read your broken bar and tell Cryo to wake him up. Aye aye sir, the ensign replied, pressing the button. All 8th Arm personnel, final kind mosquitoes inbound. Prepare for combat immediately, she yelled. Cryo station. Unfreeze Hoplite 37. Hoplite's frosted eyes opened immediately as he felt his casket rise from the ground. It was time to fight again. Already he could feel the nanofreeze leaving his pores like sweat. It was a painful sensation, like having shattered glass poking out from every inch of his body. He ignored the agony as his casket opened, showing no visible reaction to the familiar pain. Hoplite emerged into the cryo station, scanning it for potential hostiles. It seemed that the space was empty, save for the two standard humans standing before him. Notably, all the other frosted glass caskets were empty of any occupants, meaning that the Sparrow was likely working with a full crew. The coffin-shaped cryo tube stretched wall to wall down this long narrow chamber, 1,000 of them in total. His golden eyes then shifted to the two cryo team humans, a man and a woman, wearing light blue jumpsuits. They both stared at him wide-eyed, craning their heads upward to look at him. The man, far larger than average, only just barely was eye level with Hoplite's abdominals, while the woman only came up to his hips. As the nanofreeze continued to seep out of his pores, he ordered, "Explain the situation." The two snapped to attention immediately. "Final kind boarding craft inbound sir," the woman shouted. Hoplite didn't waste any more time speaking with them, quickly turning on his heel and walking quickly out of the cryo chamber, completely naked as he went. He would have ran, but the cool blue nanofreeze made his movements stiff. Even with this horribly slow pace, he was capable of outpacing a standard human in a sprint. Klaxons blared as he maneuvered through the gunmetal gray halls of the Sparrow, beelining straight for the armory. Crew members scrambling through the halls all stopped to stare at him with awe as he passed, apparently forgetting the situation they were in. He paid the stares no mind, it was nothing he wasn't used to already. It wasn't long before he reached the armory, the large chamber bustling with activity. White lights illuminated rows upon rows of metal weapon lockers, filled with standard ballistic weaponry. Each one had a soldier in front of it. The door wide opened as the soldiers of the 8th Arm donned their gear. He took in everything in a single instant as he proceeded through the armory. Hoplite saw exo troops off to the left of the lockers, combat engineers working quickly to equip them for the fight ahead. The weapons they wielded were massive, larger than some men, chain guns attached beneath each arm. The exosuits they wore let them use such massive weaponry, but they were cumbersome, making those soldiers akin to a mobile weapons platform. Aside from them, black armored men clad in tungsteel alloy loaded ballistic weapons and threw on their helmets, cursing with every sentence as they went. Clouds of cigarette smoke wafted through the air above them as they prepared for battle, making up most of the people around the lockers. A holdover from an old Earth military branch, the Marines were Terna's most common infantry, but fulfilled dozens of roles. Versatile and proficient, if a tad unprofessional when there was no fighting to be done, as could be seen with this vehement smoking. The few conductors among them didn't seem interested in stopping this, merely ordering their choirs to arm themselves faster. Tall and imposing, the conductors never seemed to be without their gear, even out of combat. Their long dark coats hung over their own black tungsteel plate, the glowing red eyes of their skull-shaped masks seeming to take in everything at a glance. These troops were outfitted with a Logitech Go processor, much like himself, slowing time from their perspective and allowing them to order their quas efficiently in combat. They could make a squad of 4 unorganized troops as efficient as 100, given the right circumstances, especially if divers were included in their choir. Compared to the much larger soldiers around them, the short, thin women making up the majority of divers looked almost out of place, wearing only the most lightweight of gear to protect themselves. Attached to their backs, hips and calves were dozens of thrusters that would allow them to become airborne, equipped with short precision rifles that could punch clean through a Yugara skull with ease. It was too bad that Hoplite himself could not utilize the jet's diver's harder broken bar. He was far too heavy, even out of armor. Most standard human men couldn't use the jets, in fact, meaning that the majority of divers had to be women. All 4 of these types of soldiers complemented one another and made up for glaring weaknesses each had. The Sparrow was in good hands with this many soldiers on board. It was time for him to go gear up as well. The Sparrow had been outfitted with an armory specifically for him before Earth fell. The phalanx suit lay within. Everyone seemed to freeze as Hoplite passed them by, cigarettes falling out of mouths, and even the conductors took a pause in barking their orders to stare at him. When Hoplite reached the end of the armory, a tall thick metal door stood before him. He placed his eye against the retinal scanner, and after a second, the door opened. "Welcome, Hoplite 37. A digital voice greeted him. He ignored the voice and passed into his personal armory, hearing loud cheering behind him before the door sealed. A large tungsteel assembly ring stood before him, the various pieces of the phalanx suit arranged on stout steel tables surrounding it. He stepped into the assembly ring, and grabbed it, placing his feet on it as well before it rose from the ground. Dexterous mechanical limbs surrounding the assembler went to work, attaching the various pieces of armor to Hoplite's body. It only took a single minute before it was done, and he stepped out of the auto-assembler fully clad in the phalanx suit. He moved over to the mirror to inspect it, ensuring that nothing had gone wrong in the assembly process. The heavy dark suit seemed to drink in the surrounding light, the red trim outlining individual sections of his armor sticking out in the darkness. The knee plates, unlike the rest of the suit, were a solid red, seeming to almost glow compared to the rest of the dark iridium plates. His featureless helmet was smooth, with no visor whatsoever. Despite that, he was still able to see with the aid of dozens of small cameras set into the phalanx suit. They allowed him to see the world outside the suit, granting him 360-degree vision. Nothing could sneak up on him with it, even if they were cloaked. A series of small pads sat right next to his chin, each one acting as a button to enable different functionalities. Infrared, night vision, the works. 2 pairs of heavy-duty flashlights were also installed, on the front and back of his helmet. They were almost unnecessary, what with his motion tracker and the option for both thermal and night vision already installed. Yet, with a bump of his chin he could enable a seizure mode, setting the 2 lights to flash rapidly. It was useful for throwing off the aim of his enemies, though he could only ever use it if he was alone. It wouldn't be optimal to throw off the aim of his allies as well. After all, the phalanx suit was remarkably sleek, at least, compared to outdated models he'd worn in the past. He had heard soldiers calling this new version the average suit. It was certainly broad and almost blocky, but to his eyes it was smooth. Still, he could understand the comparison. This armor was built to take as much damage as possible, so it had been given the sturdiest construction possible. This durability was greatly amplified with a kinetic shield that would deflect projectiles and even absorb explosions. Even without the shield, the thick iridium plates would be capable of defending him against practically anything. To this day, nothing had managed to pierce or melt the plating. Fridge suit indeed. Satisfied with the quick check, Hoplite immediately moved toward the massive weapon locker, quickly flinging it open before equipping his weapons of war. Each weapon within had been specially crafted for a super soldier's oversized hands, most normal guns proving to be too small for a hoplite to utilize in the field effectively. It wasn't that Hoplite couldn't use standard 8th arm equipment, it usually just meant that he would have to tear off the trigger guard first. The weapons within his locker had been sized for extra-large personnel and had been crafted to still be compatible with standard munitions. Hoplite wasted no time in swiping up his silvery ballistic pistol, magnetizing it, and a few extra magazines to his thigh. The power of the Fortis Magnum was capable of punching right through kinetic shields and the most types of final kind battle plate with ease. Hoplite then grabbed his rifle, sleek, black, and semi-automatic with an auto-tracking dot sight. It may not have been as powerful as the Magnum, but its accuracy was second to none. To this day, Hoplite has never missed his mark with the Vicious rifle. He attached the Vicious to his backplate before he grabbed the last gun from the locker, keeping it clutched in his grip. A long-barreled black shotgun, its shells powerful enough to punch a hole through any alien that dared stand before it. It was a heavy thing and could double as a sturdy bludgeon, a perfect tool for close combat. There were no sights attached, it was unnecessary. Whatever you fired at would turn to mist even with a glancing hit. This one was large enough that it looked like it should be an attachment for an exosuit, but with the size of Hoplite's hands and his greater strength, he could wield it as easily as a twig. The Magnus shotgun was his personal favorite instrument of destruction, capable of clearing entire rooms with a single shot. He kept the Magnus in hand, taking the final item from the locker and tying it around his waist. A heavy-duty combat belt, equipped with ammo-filled tack pouches and the sheath for an arm-sized tungsteel combat knife. The Sectis knife would be necessary in close quarters, nothing could split flesh and metal quite like it. Once Hoplite was fully armed and ready, he emerged from the chamber, the Magnus in hand. The armory had emptied out considerably it seemed, with only a few soldiers left struggling to don their gear. The Sparrow shook almost as soon as the door slid shut behind him, and he readied himself, aiming his shotgun at the surrounding walls of the Sparrow, keeping his eyes peeled for the first breach. The mosquitoes hit. "They're drilling in, wherever you are, get ready," the ensign shouted over the intercom. "Keep them busy for as long as you can until we can jump." Jump? So they were running again. A broken bar. Earth may have been conquered, but surely there were other colonies out there still that they could go defend? Had humanity really lost? He began jogging toward the hallway, a group of Marines trying to follow behind him. Through his back cameras, he could see the soldiers huffing and puffing as Hoplite left them utterly in the dust. It wasn't that he didn't appreciate having help, it was just that Hoplite could not afford to slow down. It didn't take long before he found the first mosquito tube, passing into a wide hallway and spotting his first victims. Little armored creatures with elephant-like gray skin and huge bug-like eyes stared at him with terror, rat-like teeth chittering in an unintelligible babble. They didn't even come up to a normal human's knees, but Hoplite knew that these creatures were more dangerous than they seemed. The little golden glowing plasma rifles the creatures wielded could melt through a man at minimum charge. There were around 20 of them, groups moving apart from one another to begin combing the halls for victims. Hoplite had become familiar with every combat race that was a part of the Final Kind's military, and he had killed more of this species than any other. They were often called pugs by the troops, likely due to the shape of their faces, but the true name of their race was Lomai. The go-to cannon fodder of the Final Kind, pugs bred like rabbits and were too dumb to question their places but smart enough to fire a gun. Their armor was uniform, the same shade of red splashed haphazardly against hard plastic armor. Pugs were always meant to die, absorbing shots meant for the more useful members of the Final Kind's military, so they gave them completely ineffective armor. It may have almost been better to let pugs just go naked, for the hard plastic armor they wore was bulky and hard for them to move in. Hoplite had always theorized that pugs were only equipped with ineffective armor so that they would feel safer than they were. After all, it was better to have your cannon fodder feel like they'd be safe when doing a suicide charge. The pugs trained their guns on him, the coiled rifles charging up to max power. The plasma rifles, like all Final Kind weapons, were as sleek as they were deadly, the barrel looking like a steel honeycomb. Hoplite could see down the barrels to the tiny golden plasma reactors within, knowing that even a single max-charge shot would be capable of melting through standard-issue marine plate. He had once put a bullet right down the center of the barrel and hit that reactor with devastating results. The resulting explosion usually matched that of a standard-issue frag grenade, but Hoplite wouldn't be doing any trick shots unless he had ample opportunity. Hoplite fired the Magnus, the powerful shells splattering grey blood and entrails all across the hall. The slugs that didn't directly hit the pugs ricocheted down the hall, denting the metal and flying through alien bodies left and right. A few shots bounced off his energy shield, draining it only by a fraction before they recharged. After that single shot, only 3 pugs remained out of the 20 that had infested the hall, the trio of survivors screeching as they turned tail to flee down another hallway. They were immediately gunned down before they could turn the corner, automatic rifles turning them to great chunks of fleshy goo and sending sharp chunks of plastic flying. Hoplite darted down to the center of the hallway, hopping over bodies and pointing his gun down the mosquito tube. The black interior of the tube was only lit by a series of dark red light strips, and Hoplite could see that it had been emptied of all occupants. He immediately turned, running down the hall and rounding the corner where the pugs had been reduced to great chunks of viscera. The Marine squad at the opposite end of the hall that nearly opened fire on Hoplite as he sprinted toward them. Thankfully they held their fire once they realized what he was, not that the rounds would have had a chance of getting through his shield. They moved to greet him, but Hoplite rushed right past them, intent on finding more aliens to butcher before command put him back in cryo, and oh, he did find them. More pugs than he could count got blasted away by his shotgun or had their skulls caved in with firm kicks. Eventually, he found the other aliens he knew would be on the ship, the larger, more deadly variants. He engaged in a gunfight with a tentacled Swagley, the eldritch creature blasting him with rays of superheated plasma from the many tendril-mounted guns it held. It had a broad torso hidden beneath the many moving tendrils, its 4 insect-like legs skittering around to avoid gunfire. The armor it wore could stop small-caliber rounds easily, but larger guns could punch through the scaled alloy like it was paper. He ended it quickly enough with a well-placed shot from the vicious rifle, punching through its octopi-like skull and sending the pugs around it fleeing in terror. He shot them all dead before he began maneuvering through mosquito-pierced hallways, slaying final kind with the efficiency of a machine. Eventually, he came upon the vehicle bay, where hundreds of soldiers and aliens battled. Hoplite sniped more Swagley and pugs with the vicious rifle before turning his attention to the flyers. The large vehicle bay proved to be an ample combat theater for what the Marines merely called wasps. They were man-sized insectoid creatures with strong exoskeletons and 2 pairs of arms and legs. A broken bar. Their racial name was Duro, but Hoplite preferred to call them wasps as well. The buzzing of their massive translucent wings terrified the troops, but to Hoplite it was merely a nuisance. At some point, he found himself next to a mounted turret, set up no doubt by the freshly melted corpse next to it. Hoplite took to the turret and began gunning down the wasps, punching through their black striped yellow exoskeletons and sending them crashing to the ground dead. Bright green blood mixing in with the variety of colors now staining the floor. Every bullet Hoplite fired managed to find a home within a wasp's wretched body, punching through mandibled skulls or splitting open large abdomens with brutal efficiency. After the turret ran out, he ripped it free of its mount and threw it at a group of pugs that had pinned a Marine down with gunfire. The man had been trying to make himself as small as possible behind a little metal crate, one that was half his size. The hot plasma had reduced the crate to molten slag within seconds. If Hoplite had been any slower, then the next volley would have burnt that Marine to a crisp. The detached turret crushed one of the pugs, the sound of crunching plastic and a gurgling throat no doubt reaching its comrades' ears. Seeing that one of their own had been turned to mush, they scattered, running headlong into other pugs or into crossfire before being reduced to little more than peppered steak. The Marine hiding behind the melted crate then saw Hoplite standing far above him on the platform overlooking the vehicle bay, flashing Hoplite a thumbs up before he began unloading his rifle into the enemy lines. Hoplite then leapt from the platform, landing on top of a U-93 heavy ballistic tank and drawing his shotgun. There were still more aliens to kill. "Jump is a go," the ensign shouted. That didn't matter. The aliens were on the ship and they would still be here after the jump. He and the Marines continued fighting to reclaim the vehicle bay from the invaders, pushing the final kind ever backward as the eighth arm built momentum. Hoplite never noticed when the ship finished the light jump, nor even when it started. Right as they were mopping up the last of the aliens, the captain's voice came over the intercom. "It's been an honor serving with you all. We're taking out this Dragon class here and now with the antimatter bomb we've been carrying. Hopefully, that'll put a big enough dent in the final kind that they leave our remaining colonies alone. Good work everyone. See you on the other side." Hoplite froze in place then. Dragon class? Antimatter bomb? A broken bar? Was he going to broken bar? He was going to die? A strange cold sensation welled up within him, something he hadn't felt since his first days as a Hoplite recruit. A broken bar all the way back when he was just a child. Fear. That fear left him paralyzed for long enough that he didn't react to the armored jeep being chucked at his head by an ape-like Ugara. The corded strength of its four arms sending the vehicle speeding towards his head like a freight train. If Hoplite had braced for the attack, it certainly would have hurt, but he would still be in the fight. But he was not braced. It collided with his helmet and snapped his head back, sending him crashing into unconsciousness. It was dark. That was the first thing that came to mind as consciousness returned. Were his cameras disabled? Hoplite bumped his chin, seeing the display come up. Just darkness. The cameras themselves were functional. He felt up and down his body and came to realize that he was floating. 0 Gs, but he wasn't out in space. There would be stars if he was. This pure blackness meant two things: he was still in the vehicle bay, and the power had gone out. That would mean that life support and the gravity generator had also gone out. A broken bar. It was likely that all the crew was dead by now, including the final kind invaders. His suit could keep him alive for up to 12 hours without oxygen. A broken bar. So how much time had passed? He bumped his chin again, seeing the time display on his HUD. He had gotten out of cryo. A broken bar roughly 11.5 hours ago. He had around 30 minutes to get to an oxygen-rich environment or he'd suffocate. He activated the built-in flashlights installed on the front and back of his helmet, revealing that yes, he was still on board the Sparrow in the vehicle bay. Bodies of both man and alien surrounded Hoplite, bumping into each other on occasion before passing through floating liquid pools of multicolored blood. Hoplite activated the thrusters in his boots and back plate, and floated up to the exit and out of the vehicle bay, moving through dozens of floating corpses as he went. He drifted through the empty and dark halls of the Sparrow, passing over the bodies left behind. He didn't stop to try and identify any of them. There was no point, and a quick scan with his thermals confirmed what he already knew. Everything in the ship was cold and dead. He needed to get to an escape pod. Those would have their own power and life support system. He could use that to renew his oxygen supply and get off this ship if need be. Hoplite knew where the pods were broken bar, but he found himself growing anxious as he found several of them missing. Likely either final kind or fellow humans got to them and escaped after the bomb. A broken bar. Speaking of which, a broken bar, did it work? Captain Still had come on the intercom to say that he was going to suicide bomb a Dragon-class cruiser with an antimatter bomb. Hoplite didn't know too much about them, but he did know that they were extremely experimental and that the Sparrow had been outfitted with one for testing. A test that had never come to be after the final kind took Earth. Likely by now, the aliens were finished subjugating humanity to follow their draconian laws. It seemed as if the bomb's effect was more like that of an EMP, rather than a so-called antimatter bomb. After all, the ship was still here and the power was out. What else could that mean? His thoughts were cut off after he finally found a pod. The very last one at the end of the hall was pill-shaped and empty of any passengers. He floated inside and activated the life support system, shutting the sliding doors behind him. He waited there for an hour, just floating as his oxygen tank refilled itself. The phalanx suit could detect when he was in a non-breathable environment and sealed itself off accordingly, but when his environment had air, it would open its filters and suck the air into a hyper-compressed oxygen tank. After that tank was refilled, he shut off the life support and reopened the doors, his filters immediately sealing. He floated through the corridors until he finally came upon a bridge. The amphitheater was completely empty of bodies. They might have made it to the escape shuttles along with Captain Stl, but where would they escape to? There had to be somewhere they intended to land the pods. Either that or they had found another human ship and chose to escape to it, though that was unlikely. The ship was blacked out, with no hope of using the holodeck for anything. He could always just use the engineer ladders to take a peek outside. There should be one around the shuttle bay he just left. Engineers constantly had to use those ladders to keep from floating away. It wasn't like they would float off if they let go. They always carried cables with them to stay safe when performing maintenance. Hoplite wouldn't bother with safety cables. His boosters would let him get back to the ship even if he somehow lost his grip. He didn't have to search long for the access hatch that would lead him outside. It was encircled by a bright yellow line and read A engineer access. He keyed the button next to the hatch but got no response. Right, power was out across the Sparrow. He'd need to be more physical here. He slipped his fingers in the groove between the sliding doors and magnetized his boots to the ground. Hoplite strained, gritting his teeth as he forced the thick doors apart with his and the suit's enhanced strength. He only got it as far open as his arm span before he stepped through, the doors slamming shut behind him. They made no noise as they did so. The airlock was small, with only a single closed manhole in the center of the room. Considering the fact that the power was out, he would have to pry this one open as well. That proved to be no large feat. The previous door had been a challenge, but this would be as easy as peeling an orange. Soon he was scrambling down the maintenance shaft, kicking open the second hatch at the bottom, and climbing the ladder out into space. He climbed quickly, only briefly observing the surrounding stars before ascending. He could see half of a green moon far off to his left, a broken bar that must have meant that there was a planet nearby. Right? Soon, he had his answer after he reached the top of the Sparrow. He peered over the top of the ladder to see a gigantic eyeball staring back at him, floating in the black void of space. Image. The iris matched the many bloodshot veins stretching toward the center, all a deep shade of oceanics blue. Hoplite saw that parts of this entity's eyeball were a deep infected green, with patches of red and yellow on the upper half of the thing. The lower half seemed to be rotting the worst it seemed, with a blighted deep purple shade on the left, and dead reddish-brown on the right. The eyelids were both different shades as well, the top being a fiery red and the bottom an icy white, the lashes matching both. The sclera was the same shade of blue as the veins and iris, with the pupil being yet an even deeper shade of cobalt. Hoplite stared at the monstrosity, which stared back at him, not blinking. It seemed to fill the entirety of space for that instant, imposing and horrifically massive. His hands dented the gray metal ladder, his grip stronger for the terror flooding him. Hoplite's heart beat loudly in his ears, a cacophonous rhythm that threatened to drown out all thoughts. He waited for it to blink, waited for it to do something, but nothing ever came. After his fearful awe subsided, Hoplite eventually realized that this eyeball broken bar was a planet. How could that be? How could the geology of this world have come to be shaped in such a way? What were the odds of this being pure chance? Was this some kind of final kind art world? He had never known them to be artistic in anything but subjugation and a genocide. Hoplite shook his head. There was no way that this was a final kind world. If it was, he would have seen countless cruisers and defense platforms in the atmosphere. But aside from that broken bar there was nothing. Nothing except the dark husk of the Dragon-class cruiser. It drifted lifelessly, no lights shining from its sleek scaled bulk. It dwarfed the Sparrow 1,000-fold, being nearly the size of the green moon nearby. So the bomb had worked a broken bar. It had to have had the effect of an EMP. Then a broken bar built a broken bar. If it had just been an EMP, then why was the Dragon missing its back end? From the way the ship was angled, he could see that the back half of the Dragon had been sheared clean off. As it tilted, Hoplite could make the honeycomb-like structure within the Dragon, matching the interiors of other final kind spacecraft. There were questions. He had very many questions that he needed answers to. Hoplite had a feeling that those answers would be down there on that cosmic eyeball. Light illuminated the left half of the planet, though with the tilt, it would be getting dark soon on that side. If he were to launch as soon as possible, then he would likely land on that left half. Did the surviving crew jettison down there after all, before all the air evacuated from the life support system? They must have, but if they evacuated to that world a broken bar, that meant that the final kind likely evacuated what personnel they could as well. Somewhere down on that world, the Eighth Arm fought against the forces of the final kind a broken bar without Hoplite. He would be joining them soon, they just had to hold out a little longer. For the next 3 hours, he gathered up weapons, rations, and other equipment into the shuttle, as much as it would be able to carry. Hoplite had no idea what the situation would be like down there, but he wouldn't be caught unprepared. Unfortunately for Hoplite, all of the vehicle-sized escape pods had jettisoned, meaning he would not be able to take a vehicle with him. That at least meant that there were vehicles that had made it planet-side, that would give the Eighth Arm better chances against final kind forces. He packed all the scavenged gear he found into the 8 seats on either side of the pod, making sure to pack as much extra ammo as he possibly could. Hoplite climbed into the pilot's seat, and started the pod once more. The door slid shut behind him and he punched it, pushing the lever forward and feeling the shuttle launch out of the dead sparrow. Hoplite had to angle the shuttle down toward the planet just right. He didn't want to crash in the middle of the ocean after all. He aimed for the greenest part of the planet and activated the thrusters. It would be a while before the pod actually reached the planet's atmosphere, considering that he was launching from right next to the moon. These shuttles were fast, but they couldn't go light speed. He guessed it would be an hour or two before it actually reached the eye. Light barely touched that portion in the western hemisphere, so by time he landed, Hoplite estimated that it would indeed be nighttime as he had predicted earlier. That wouldn't matter much to him. The only thing that made him uncomfortable was the time it would take to make it to the surface. Hoplite knew that worrying about the time of his landing wouldn't get him there any faster. A broken bar. So he waited, seeing the massive world eye drawing closer and closer until finally a broken bar. Lance stared in awe as the star fell towards the fjord. Earlier in the small hours of the morning, the thing that had appeared next to Retina had seemingly sent the very stars themselves falling to Ahkoolis. Thankfully none had crashed in the fjord, to her knowledge anyhow. Were they just simple meteorites, or something else entirely? She hoped that it was the former. Lance's mind went to scary places when she thought too hard on these falling stars and what they could be, if not meteorites. What if this was how Pillarborn came to Ahkoolis in the final days of an age? An unsettling thought. A broken bar. Lance did not think anyone in the Bastion had any real idea as to what these falling stars were, besides a simple meteor shower. Even the Ahkool claimed that it was nothing more than the heavens shedding their heavy tears. Indeed, were it not for the appearance of that mass next to the moon, most people would have likely written it off as just a simple shower, as opposed to the end of the world. The Ahkool had made sure that the Watchers would keep a tighter broken bar watch on things until the people calmed down. There were already talks of the end times or a Decuma's death on the mouths of every elf in the Bastion. Really, it was as if they expected Pillarborn to simply sprout up from the ground because of this moon monster. Absolutely ridiculous. Yet, who was to say? Lance had just been contemplating Pillarborn falling out of the sky after all. Maybe demigods would simply sprout up from the earth at the appearance of this horrific thing that now marred their sky. Lance dearly hoped not. The last thing she wanted to do was prowl about the coming wastelands a broken bar, assuming that she would even survive the ascension. Most people wouldn't, if the histories were accurate. What histories remained from the previous ages anyhow? She adjusted herself on the branch, Night Captain Muro just below her on another branch as he too observed the falling star, perched like an owl ready to take flight. "It's gonna hit the fjord," Lance told him, pushing her long black hair back into her dark hood. "Not anywhere important, but in our forest nonetheless." In the direction it was falling a broken bar, it looked like it might hit the very edge of the woods, perhaps in the sparse wilderness between the fjord and Ahkoolis. That would be at least a day's worth of running before she and Muro could reach it, assuming they didn't run into problems along the way in the form of human poachers or unsanctioned Ahkoolis merchants. Even without such issues, the trek to the estimated crash site would take up much time, even for them. Muro would make the journey if he had to. He was much like her that way, Curiosity pushed him forth into places most people wouldn't enter with a sword. Lance had a feeling that if that star were to crash anywhere in their woods, Muro would immediately head for the site, no matter how long it took to reach it. Not that Lance was any different. She wanted to get a look at one of these stars herself. Maybe if Lance saw that it was indeed nothing special, she could scrub these ludicrous thoughts of a pillar-born and the end times from her mind. By the pillars, she dearly hoped that this was nothing to fret over, a broken bar. The stars had begun falling from the sky during the early hours of the morning, streaking off across the horizon towards the more broken bar harsh lands of Ahkoolis. A fair few of them possibly landed in the Fiendwood. If they did, that cursed place could have those stars. Her curiosity would not push her that far. The journey past the Fiendwall and over the Great Bridge into the true Fiendwood was simply too dangerous a trip to make. It would be unwise to seek them out in such a wasteland, especially since the only reason she would go would be to just sate her curiosity. A foolish thought that, going into Kazan's realm, it might not land here, Muro said after a moment, scrunching his brow. But if it does, we'll go look into it. Lance nodded, though Muro didn't see it, his eyes firmly on the still falling star. It was pitch dark in the Fiendwood tonight, making the equally black cloaks they wore nearly indistinguishable from the all-encompassing night. As watchers, that was what was needed, to not be seen. If she hadn't received the proper training from Muro, Lance may not have ever been able to see him in this blackness, nor the shape of another night watcher approaching from the ground. From the green light of retina, Lance was able to make out his eyes above that mask, those bright blues wide with terror. "Captain, is that you up there? I have an urgent report," the man shouted as he began climbing the tree. The newcomer moved as a shadow on the forest floor, still difficult to see despite being out in the open. His head swiveled to and fro, as if looking to see if he had been pursued before climbing up the tree quickly. The watcher scrambled as if a pack of wolves were scraping up the bark to reach him. The elf finally reached Muro's branch, perching next to the captain with fear shining through his eyes as he scanned the forest floor. It was impressive that the watcher had been able to pick Muro out from the dark, especially to call him by name a broken bar, though Muro always let his watchers know the general area of the Fiendwood where they could find him each shift. The fact that Muro was built more like a human than an elf likely helped in that. Most elves were slighter than humans, but Muro was at least just as broad as a human blacksmith. The captain turned his head to the elf and simply nodded before the falling star suddenly began shrieking through the sky. Lance nearly jumped. It was as if it had suddenly decided of its own will to change its course. Broken bar. It was almost like it was being steered, though that just could not be broken bar. She goggled when the star finally smashed into the Fiendwood, far off toward the dark horizon. Thankfully that was well away from the bastion, but many elves love to explore the wilderness outside the safety of the bastion's root wall. Hopefully none had been present where that thing had landed. A broken bar, and hopefully none of the trees had been killed by the impact. By the pillars, the new arrival shouted in terror before Muro silenced him with a look. "You, give me what you have to say, and make it fast." "Lance, find where that thing crashed and investigate it. Report what you find to either me or the Ahkoolis, if I'm not available," Muro said quickly, standing tall on his branch. The new elf looked shocked for a moment, looking around but not spotting Lance on her perch. She always took pride in how perfectly hidden she could make herself, or broken bar. Only Muro or old Theopila had ever been able to make her out. In the darkness, Lance took a deep breath before hopping off the branch, not sparing another word for the captain before darting off towards the crash site. Lance knew these woods like the back of her hands. If her guess was right, it crashed either in or around a large break in the trees. Excitement filled her as she darted towards where the site must have been located. It had been so long since anything interesting had happened in these woods. Killing the rare lesser fiend and warding off Akandari cutthroats got boring after 200 years. This was something entirely new, and Lance wouldn't skip out on the chance to kill her boredom. Not that she would have defied Muro's word, of course. It was just that the occupation of watcher had become a bit broken bar stale. She loved being a night watcher, of course, but 200 years of practicing the same occupation was bound to become boring eventually. Not that Lance would want to do anything else as a job. Watcher was her place in elven society. Lance had no interest whatsoever in being a tree hunter, bramble guard, tree bringer, or any of the other countless roles she could take up in place of this one. Truly, she loved and adored the Watcher Broken Bar. Yet, she found herself realizing that she craved a break from her position. 200 years and she hadn't taken a single day off, save for special occasions of course. Perhaps this fallen star would provide her some measure of excitement, and that way she could also sate her curiosity for what these falling stars really were. Broken Bar. After she gave her report back to Muro, Lance would ask to be let on leave for a while. It was time to explore the greater world outside the Fjord. Ahkoolis must have had some sights to see after all. Perhaps she could become an adventurer for a few years before returning. That would likely whet her appetite for new things. By time she got back, being a watcher might begin to feel fresh again. A broken bar, at least she hoped so. She again found herself hoping that the moon creature wasn't a sign of an impending apocalypse. It would be hard for Lance to bring herself to enjoy adventuring if the world was falling apart around her. After Hoplite had breached the atmosphere, he took a handle on the controls, enabling the thrusters to help steer his path. It wouldn't be optimal for him if he crashed in the ocean after all. The green continent he had seen earlier was where his pod would be landing. The eye world had rotated during his travel, leaving that side slightly more prominent. As he breached the atmosphere, he determined that his shuttle would land a forest. A massive one. The trees stretched on farther than what he could see from this higher broken bar. However, that was not what shocked him to his core. Standing tall amongst its smaller kindred was a massive dark tree, gleaming in the moonlight like a pillar made of obsidian. It was about as big as the sparrow, imposing even from this height. How could such a thing exist? It was far too large to be an actual tree. It had to be some sort of man or alien-made construction. After all, to sustain a plant that large, the surrounding foliage would be little more than a wasteland. Yet the surrounding woods looked no worse for wear. He found it hard to tear his gaze away from the structure, feeling a frustrating sense of awe as he stared. He grit his teeth and buried the feeling, turning his focus back on steering the pod. He was about to land, and a tool should not feel such things as awe. Hoplite had tried to ease the landing, but these shuttles weren't made for gentle groundings. They were exceptionally sturdy, so he didn't worry too much about it sustaining any damage. The only downside to this hard landing was that any nearby enemies would hear it from a mile away, possibly more. He supposed that his allies could have as well, but odds were that the final kind would find him first. It was safe to assume that the dragon had pumped out more pods than the sparrow. The grassy clearing he had aimed for was split in twain by the crashing pod, kicking up moist soil and sending thousands of grass blades soaring through the air. He could feel his teeth rattle in his skull from the impact as the shuttle slid deep into the forest. It punched through half a dozen trees and sent them crashing to the forest floor, wooden shrapnel flying before finally, the pod slid to a stop, the nose tilting the last tree. It collided with forward at an angle. It was odd, a broken bar, but he was almost certain that he had seen colorful ribbons of light streaming out of the trees as the pod had shot through them. Perhaps they were some sort of alien fauna? No matter. Hoplite stood from his seat as soon as the pod stopped, approaching the sealed metal doors before pressing the keypad next to it. They slid open with a metallic groan as Hoplite grabbed the Magnus, emerging from the pod and scanning the surrounding forest for hostiles. When he spotted none, he eased up, bumping his chin to check for any nearby radio signals. If there were any signals within a 10-mile radius, his suit would pick up on and play them automatically, allowing him to switch between each signal it detected. That included any sort of emergency distress beacons that would play from nearby Terna shuttles. He had turned his own beacon on already, hoping that any nearby allies would be able to pick up on his broadcast. He bumped his chin, seeing a display pop up in the corner of his screen that read, "No signal, no beacons," and as for any potential radio signals, unfortunately, all that could be heard was static. Perhaps these trees were causing interference? Perhaps they were broken bar unless there were simply no signals to pick up on. Hoplite supposed that he could try and reach the top of one of these tall trees to offset their potential interference, but the sheer weight of his suit would break most, if not all branches. If he tried to climb them a broken bar, even his own mass without the suit would likely be too much. Only the thickest branches would be able to hold him. He could always take the suit off or broken bar, but without the assembler, it would be incredibly difficult and time-consuming to put it back on by himself. Hoplite knew that eventually, he would need to remove the armor in order to take care of his more human needs. The phalanx was built for engaging in and ending conflicts relatively quickly, not for long missions behind enemy lines, such as the other models that Hoplites utilized. It had no built-in system for waste disposal, a most unfortunate design flaw, given his current situation. Hopefully a combat engineer would have made it planet-side. Surely they would be able to reattach his armor easily once it had to be removed. In truth, having any extra pair of hands to help him with removing the phalanx would do, but an engineer would be preferable. Hoplite was sure that he'd find one eventually. It was just a matter of rendezvousing with Dan in person at Broken Bar. He scrunched up his brow as he made his way back toward the drop pod, an unsettling thought occurring to him. They had all evacuated hours before Hoplite had made it to the surface, and depending on this world's rotation, they could all be on the opposite side of the planet. Hot frustration bubbled up within him, but he quickly bottled it. Hoplite couldn't allow himself to feel that way. He had to begin searching for his fellow soldiers, and frustration would only harm his progress. The forest around him was buzzing with life. Fireflies floated through the air, illuminating small portions of these dark woods. Crickets and frogs both sounded off with croaks and chirps seemingly in tune with one another. The surrounding trees were deciduous and tall, each one easily reaching over 60 feet in height. From the light of the fireflies, he could see the deep green hue of their broad leaves. A light breeze blew through the forest, shifting the horribly familiar leaves. Frogs, fireflies, crickets. These trees and particular species of grass, they were all from Earth. Hoplite had been trained on the homeworld, so he had become familiar with the flora and fauna inhabiting it. What were these doing here on a backwater world with no orbital defense stations? This couldn't be a human colony. There wasn't even a token defense fleet around it or Broken Bar. But how else could this be explained? Perhaps there had been the beginnings of a colony here, but they only got as far as terraforming before they had to leave. Maybe the final kind found this fledgling colony and had destroyed it? No, that couldn't be it. They would be colonizing this world instead if they had. A lot of habitable worlds shared a common template when it came to life forms. Perhaps these weren't all exactly from Earth. There could be differences that he couldn't spot on the surface. He would think more about this another time. For now, he would just concentrate on exploring the surrounding forest. He returned to the pod, grabbing extra ammo for his weapons and stuffing them in his tack pouches just in case of a prolonged firefight. After that, Hoplite re-emerged, sealing the pod doors shut behind him. Time to get started. He began heading south, in the direction the pod was facing. As he passed through the trees, he kept his eyes peeled, one eye looking through each camera as he went. As he passed each tree, he lightly marred its surface with his sectis knife. He was intentionally moving in a straight line so he could easily head back to the pod if need be, but it always paid to play it safe. If somehow he ended up losing his way, he could simply follow the marked trees all the way back, no problem. He went on like that for an hour, keeping a brisk pace and only spotting nocturnal forest critters. Nocturnal forest critters that were from Earth. Hoplite internally chastised himself. That would be an issue for later. No hostiles for at least an hour south. Time to run back and repeat this in each direction. There, displayed on his back camera, a humanoid shadow peered down on him from a branch high above him, almost out of his camera's view. Whatever it was, it had no idea that Hoplite could see it up there. He was unsettled to realize that, if the shadow hadn't moved, Hoplite likely wouldn't have been able to distinguish it from the blackness above. The leaves of the trees had blocked out most of the green moonlight from the forest below. He had only been able to see the thing after the branch it was moving across ever so slightly shifted beneath its weight. Hoplite turned, aiming his shotgun up at the exact position of the thing, finger on the trigger. "Identify," Hoplite ordered. The shadow didn't reply, instead stiffening to blend in with the surrounding darkness, which it did to great effect. He bumped his chin, activating his thermals and seeing a humanoid shape, crouching high on a thin branch above. Didn't seem to be a creature from the final kind. The shape was simply far too human. Not that there weren't traitors to Terna within the final kind's ranks, of course, rare as they might be. "Identify or I will open fire in 3, 2, wait," a muffled feminine voice shouted from above. Hoplite removed his finger from the trigger, but kept the Magnus firmly trained on the stranger. Was it someone from the Sparrow, or the hypothetical lost colony? He needed answers and he was going to get them. "Down here now," Hoplite ordered, tone commanding. The woman then dropped to the forest floor, landing cleanly on both legs without shattering them. Did this person have reinforced bones? A normal human couldn't drop from such a height without at least breaking something. A broken bar. Hoplite bumped his chin, turning off the thermals and activating his flashlight to illuminate the stranger, who gasped in terror as she was engulfed by the brightness. "You said you wouldn't open your fire upon me," she shouted, scrambling back while raising her hands over her eyes. "I didn't," Hoplite replied flatly. She was a tall woman, clad in black cloth that covered her head to toe, leaving only her bright green eyes visible. Hoplite felt relieved to see another human. But why had this person tried to sneak up on him? Did she think that Hoplite was final kind? It was really dark beneath these trees. Perhaps she had mistaken Hoplite for a Ugra in the dark. "Identify," Hoplite ordered. "Lance Trinket," she practically squeaked, lowering her hands but maintaining a tense posture. "Lance Trinket? What a strange name." "Rank?" Hoplite asked, lowering his Magnus and standing at rest. "Rank?" Lance asked, her thin dark brows creasing slightly. "A broken bar." "I just watch." Hoplite stared. "So you're a civilian?" Hoplite asked, approaching Lance slowly. He didn't want to scare Lance away. If she was a civilian, they tended to run away from Hoplite if he got too close too quickly. Lance stood her ground thankfully, staring up at Hoplite's helmet with slightly shaky legs. They were merely 5 feet apart now, the difference in height now apparent to Lance, who had to crane her head far back to look into Hoplite's helmet. Well yes but not." Lance started. "What happened to your colony?" Hoplite asked. "Did the final kind destroy your ships? Why didn't they wipe you all out afterwards?" Colony? "Final kind?" Lance asked. "Golem, I know not what you speak of. I was ordered to investigate the falling star and came upon you by chance." "Ancient One, why do you walk again?" "Golem?" Hoplite asked, his own brows knitting together in thought. "Are you not a golem?" Lance asked, brow furrowing. "What are you then?" "A hoplite," he replied. "Take me to who's in charge," he ordered. "I cannot simply take a golem," Lance began. "Now," Hoplite ordered again, voice low and dangerous. Lance led Hoplite through the forest, the chorus of insects and animals helping to dim the deafening silence between them. The green moon overhead hung full, its light shining down between the thick leaves above. Despite the added light from the moon, however, the woods still seemed as dark as pitch. The thick foliage above served to block most of the moonlight from reaching the forest floor. The civilian had thankfully not attempted to make any small talk as they walked, seemingly content to remain as silent as Hoplite. Whoever Lance was, it was clear to Hoplite that she knew these woods like the back of her hand. Even with the darkness of the forest, Lance seemed to recognize landmarks that seemed insignificant to Hoplite's greater perception. A broken bar. Lance would nod to a rock here, stare at a tree there and simply continue on as if prowling the halls of her own home. This A-Watcher classification and Lance's state of dress implied that she patrolled these woods for his superiors, whoever they may be. Surely these humans had to have access to bionics, for how else would Lance have been able to leap off that branch without breaking anything? At the minimum Lance would have reinforced joints. A broken bar, but then why was her movements so smooth? Civilian augmentations usually had downsides. Reinforced joints caused stiff movement, synaptic stimulators caused random bouts of violent twitching, and adrenaline pumps came with a high risk of heart failure if overused. That was just to name a few. Of course, those were just civilian augmentations. Military-grade orgs performed better and lasted a lifetime. A broken bar, and even compared to those, Hoplites own bionics were superior in every way. So why was it that Lance's walk was smooth and not jagged like a cheap labor droid? Was there a military installation on this world? Perhaps Hoplite should begin asking questions instead of letting this silence drag on, despite his preference for it. What kind of augmentations do you have installed? Hoplite asked, causing Lance to nearly jump free of her boots. She took a breath and turned back to Hoplite, her green eyes conveying confusion as they both halted their march. What do you mean? Lance asked. It was possible that if she was somehow unaugmented that Lance had never heard of bionics. They weren't commonplace among civilians and only a few soldiers were chosen to receive military-grade ones. It was also likely that this world had been cut off from greater humanity since before bionics became more widespread. If Lance wasn't augmented though, how had she withstood that fall? Hoplite supposed that this world could have a lighter gravity than normal, but it certainly felt Earth standard to him. You don't have reinforced joints? Hoplite asked, continuing to walk. Lance then turned, continuing her lead as they conversed. No, Lance said, still seemingly confused. I know not what you mean. When you fell from that tree, Hoplite said you didn't break anything. Well, of course not. I am what I am, Lance said simply. The human body cannot sustain a fall like that without injury unless augmented, Hoplite replied matter-of-factly. Lance slowed her pace, turning to look at Hoplite with brows creased. Ancient One, do you think that I'm a... Whatever Lance had been about to say was cut off when Hoplite quickly turned his back to her, aiming the Magnus at a tree. Out of his back camera Hoplite had spotted a shadow dart between a pair of trees, silent as a whisper. Another one of these watchers perhaps? Or something more nefarious? I know you're there, Hoplite said, mustering up all the menace in his voice as he could. Come out now or I will open fire. Did you hear something? Lance asked, stepping closer to Hoplite and drawing a pair of long daggers from her belt. As if on cue, a small chittering creature stepped out from behind the tree. Hoplite shone his light upon it, revealing a disgusting monstrosity with crawling, warty pink flesh and dead milky white eyes. The dripping thing was the size of a large dog, its muzzle open to reveal two sets of jagged rotting teeth. It lacked any kind of hair, leaving the countless bubbling blisters and pustules on full display, much to Hoplite's displeasure. This dog mutant disgusted him. The creature lunged for Hoplite then, salivating more open to bite down on his leg. Hoplite reared his leg back from the bite, and calmly lashed out, kicking the mutant in the skull. Its head exploded into a pinkish miasma, sending the corpse flying back and splattering rotting gray matter all across the forest floor. He saw Lance from his back camera step away from the carnage, retching as she fell to her knees, undoing her black mask. Lance's face was pale, with high cheekbones and a small nose set over a pair of full lips and a tapering chin. She vomited on the dirt, spitting and cursing in a way that reminded him of how the Marines on board the Sparrow spoke to one another. She looked up to him, wiping her mouth clean with her wrist and struggling to her feet. Lance lifted up her mask once again, leaving only her bright green eyes visible. This is Bada Broken Bar, she said, staring at the rotting corpse of the mutant. They've never gotten this far into the Wood Broken Bar. What are they? Hoplite asked, scanning the surrounding forest via his thermals. They are from after your time. They are known as the Fiends. What are Fiends? Hoplite asked. The colony of this world clearly had a mutant problem. He couldn't tell if this creature was the result of radiation or genetic manipulation. Those powerful jaws would have likely torn into Lance easily. He'd need to be ready to intercept any further hostiles before they reached her. Had that thing managed to sink its rotten teeth into her, that would have been the end. The risen dead, she answered, breaking into the run and gesturing for him to follow. At least these lesser ones are. We have to hurry, there'll be more of them around here soon and I have to warn my people. Hoplite easily kept pace with Lance, scanning the forest for any movement from these arisen dead. At first, she seemed to be holding back from running at her full speed, but quickly upped her pace once she realized that he had been easily keeping pace right behind her. He wasn't sure why she had referred to these Fiends as the risen dead. Mutation didn't reanimate living things. Certainly, It had appeared to be a dead thing walking, but corpses didn't have the capability to move. That pink miasma was something he had never seen. However, a broken bar, was it some kind of cloud of nanomachines? Those were incredibly rare, and unless one had authorization from the first arm, they were absolutely illegal. But if anything could puppet a corpse and make it mobile, it would be nanotech. Yet Hoplite sincerely doubted that these people had access to that kind of tech if they didn't even have bionics. A broken bar. After a few minutes of uninterrupted sprinting, Hoplite saw a group of 3 fast-moving orange blob creatures gaining on them from his rear thermal camera. They snarled and kicked up small clouds of dirt and grass as they approached on 4 legs. Soon, he was able to make out more details on the fiends as they further closed the distance. The same as the first fiend he had killed, 4-legged rotting canine mutants, still looking akin to orange blobs on his thermals. Small pieces of fetid flesh fell from their bodies as they ran, revealing sections of yellowed bone and exposed intestines here and there. Hoplite could easily outrun these things if he had really wanted to, but he didn't want to leave the civilian behind to fend for herself. It shouldn't be a problem dispatching them anyway. He slid to a halt and quickly pivoted, aiming his shotgun at the approaching fiends and pulling the trigger. The creatures had been very close together when Hoplite had opened fire, the shot rendering the 3 fiends into nothing but a pile of rotting goop. Lance dropped her dagger, clutching her ears as the sound of the blast echoed through the forest like thunder. The shot punched through the trees, sending shards of wood flying through the air before the rounds finally buried themselves either within the bark of the trees or a few feet deep in the dirt. The strange pink miasma flowed from the holes created in the fiends, and for a brief instant, Hoplite could swear that an almost a broken bar demonic face had formed in the colorful mist to glare at him. It was gone almost as soon as it appeared, leaving him questioning if it had actually been there. Surely not a broken bar, it had just been his imagination. There was no such thing as the supernatural. The cloud had just happened to form the image of a face based on the pattern of the swirling mist emerging from the bullet holes. Lance turned to him, still clutching her ears as she saw what his shotgun had wrought. Hoplite then turned around, running to her as fast as he was able. He needed to kill it now. Lance's eyes widened in terror as he bore down on her, fist raised to deliver a killing strike. She fell on the rear, hands raised in anticipation of the blow to come. He swung his gauntlet upward then, his massive fist crashing into the skull of a 4th fiend that had been mid-lunge. His punch went straight through the dog-like creature's skull, his fist connecting with the roof of the fiend's open mouth. It slid down his forearm with a sickening squelch of brain matter, latched on like a worm on a hook. Lance had screamed when he swung, shutting her eyes and looking away when his fist had cratered the fiend's head. Probably a good thing, considering the brown fluid and bits of brain dripping down on top of her. When she looked up and saw what hung just over her head, she scrambled away, retching again as the pink miasma flowed over her. Whatever this pink mist was, it had to smell horrible to prompt that kind of reaction. Thankfully his suit could filter out the stench, but he had been trained to ignore such smells should his suit fail him. Even if it did fail him, the air filter implanted in his throat would automatically purify any airborne contaminants if any were present. Hoplite checked his cameras for any more incoming hostiles, but saw no more, at least not yet. The sound of his shotgun would have alerted any more fiends in the area to their location. If he was going to get Lance safely back to her home, then he couldn't afford to stay at her pace. He then scooped Lance up from the ground with his free hand as she finished retching, the woman gasping with surprise. She struggled for a brief instant before he started running, picking up more and more speed as he went. Soon, it was all she could do to not clutch onto him for dear life. Just go straight ahead until you see the bastion," she shouted as if she couldn't even hear her own voice. Well, she had just heard the equivalent of a grenade exploding right next to her ear. She likely couldn't hear anything at the moment. Hoplite didn't know what this bastion looked like, but he had a feeling he would know it when he saw it. He ran faster, kicking up chunks of moist dirt behind him as he went. Lance squealed as he reached 50 miles per hour, the servos in his armor and legs working in tandem to speed his flight. He had to carefully weave between trees and hop over rocks to avoid splattering Lance by accident. Normally he wasn't quite this careful in the fridge suit when he reached top speed, but if he made any kind of collision right now while holding Lance, she would die instantly. Thankfully he didn't have to maintain this level of caution for that long. As he came upon what had to be the bastion, a broken bar, he slowed his approach as he and Lance came upon a massive wall of gnarled roots. Several thousand arm-thick ones overlapped one another, with the pattern only broken by a man-made dark iron palisade gate in its center. The route wall had to be well over 50 meters in height at its lowest point, and it stretched in either direction farther than he could see. This alone would have been a baffling sight, a broken bar, but there was more to this strange construct. These roots writhed and stretched over one another, barely covering a deep emerald glow from within the route wall. This hue illuminated the whole of the bastion from bottom to top, glowing like a dim beacon in the dark. What sort of tech did these lost colonists have if they could manipulate plant life in this way? Hoplite had been to dozens of worlds over the last 200 years. And he had never seen anything like this. He knew that there were some incredibly talented people in the Milky Way that were capable of growing plant life to be shaped in bizarre and unorthodox ways. A broken bar, but he wasn't sure if any of them could even recreate even a fraction of this achievement. He then set Lance down, her legs shaking as she braced against him, wiping sweat from her brow. "Ivy, a broken bar," she huffed. "Never seen a construct, not even a golem, move as fast as you." "What mage binds you?" she asked, looking up at him. "Mage? Construct? I'm a hoplite, not a machine." He told her, "We need to get moving," and warned the other colonists. Lance then took a deep breath, standing up straight and looking at him with a scrunched brow before yelling, "What?" Her brow scrunched and eyes narrowed. Her ears couldn't still be ringing that bad, right? Hoplite shook his head, pointing to the gate and making a beeline for it, Lance trailing just behind him. "They need to see me first. They won't let you in unless I say you mean no harm," Lance said loudly, pulling up in front of him as they neared the palisade. Why would they not let him in without Lance's say-so? He was military personnel and this was an emergency. If they denied him access, then he would have to use force to get in. Hoplite needed to warn the colonists of the fiends and then use any comms equipment they might have to establish contact with the survivors of the Sparrow. Two men stood on the opposite side of the gate, clad in some kind of ornate combat armor. It was a suit of sleek cobalt metal, the interlocking plates engraved with ornate images of leaves and feathers. The green glow of the root wall overhead lit the guards' faces, and Hoplite could only describe them as a broken bar. What had that one older marine called the younger one with the long wavy hair? Ah yes, pretty boy. They didn't look like soldiers at all. These two had that same kind of long flowing hair, the kind that covered their ears on the way down to their shoulders. This was technically allowed in 8th Arm military branches, but doing so opened the common soldiery up for mockery from their more traditionally cut colleagues. Their faces were completely smooth, with nary a wrinkle or scar on them. Where were their combat helmets? He looked, seeing that both men cradled open-faced metal helmets in one arm while clutching what appeared to be broken bar. Why were these soldiers only using spears? Where were their battle rifles? Did they think that a spear would be enough to stop a charging Yugara? As Lance approached the gate, Hoplite's mind ran at top speed. If these colonists only had spears, that could only mean that they had lost any means to manufacture ammo and had to resort to more primitive means for survival. After all, when he first encountered Lance in the forest, she didn't even have a pistol, just a couple of daggers. Those hadn't been factory-made combat knives. They looked handmade, just like the ornate plumed spears the two guards wielded. The ground here before the gate was just well-trampled dirt. Nothing grew in this little tunnel besides a stray weed here and there. From what he could see from behind this palisade, the forest simply continued on, unbroken by any sort of road or buildings. Wait a second, a broken bar, he noticed as one of the trees behind the palisade began a broken bar moving. It seemingly uprooted itself, and on writhing green glowing roots, scampered along the forest floor like some kind of deep-sea octopus. Hoplite saw what appeared to be a balcony, built high up into the side of this creature. A warm orange glow could be seen from a hallway leading from the balcony, like one of those seasonal glow globes that had been on the Sparrow. He saw a man leaning over the balcony, looking bored as the tree scampered deeper within the forest to parts unknown. Never in all his time alive had Hoplite seen a creature like that. It was simple. That thing could not actually be a tree. He didn't know how evolution would cause a creature to take such a form, but that was the only thing he could think of far broken bar that or genetic manipulation, which these people most certainly wouldn't know how to do. These colonists had seemingly tamed these creatures, based on how that man rode atop it without issue. Hoplite had been so distracted with the moving tree that he hadn't noticed that the root wall had begun sucking up the entire palisade with its entangling roots. He almost raised the Magnus to start blasting when one of the roots drooped down a little too close to his helmet before redirecting toward the palisade to assist in the gate's ascent. Would there be any more baffling sights today? You better get running, Lance. One of the guards said the Ahkoolis will want to hear about this. So many fiends in the fjord that on see a broken bar? A dire omen. He shook his head, brushing his hair over one of his pointed ears. Pointed ears. Lance removed her mask then, revealing her face once more and pulling down her hood to reveal a long head of pitch black hair. She too bore these deviant ears. These colonists a broken bar. They were mutants. No, not a full-on mutant, but at least a deviation of the standard genetic template that was common for humans. Considering that all three of these people had the same kind of mutation, it was safe to assume a majority of the local populace would also possess this minor change in biology. But a broken bar, perhaps the change was deeper beneath the surface? If Lance truly possessed no bionics, then perhaps her skeletal structure was different from standard humans, thicker bones perhaps? If so, then wouldn't her limbs be broader than that? Lance and these men didn't seem any wider than a normal person. In fact, they seemed thinner, more lean. This construct here saved my life. Lance explained to the guards. I deem it safe for its entry, if it wishes, and I will take care to ensure it causes no harm. The guards looked to one another, sharing a concerned look before turning their attention back to Lance as the Watcher says, their life on the line. One of them said, then they both stepped to the side, holding their spears tall a real Gulma broken bar by the pillars. One of them whispered with an awed stare for Hoplite. Lance merely nodded at the words and passed through the open gate wordlessly, with Hoplite following right behind her. The guards' eyes followed him as he walked through the gate behind Lance, and he could see them turning their heads to stare at his back. If they knew he could still see them by way of his rear camera, would they have still done that? Probably. Why would Lance's life be on the line? Perhaps it was a sort of warning, that if a Watcher brought in a malignant stranger, there would be severe consequences. Hoplite would keep that in mind moving forward. A big risk, bringing in a man who had earlier threatened her to comply with his orders. Had she originally planned to lead him into a trap to attempt to neutralize him? That could still be a factor. Hoplite would keep on his guard in case of an ambush. After all, she did say ensure he would cause no harm. The meaning behind those words could be manifold. As they passed into the forest, Hoplite could see the gate relower from his rear camera, aided by the prehensile roots. Did they somehow manage to train this creature to do that? How does one domesticate something like this? Would that really keep out the fiends? If these creatures were determined enough, they could likely scale the wall, aided by the many grooves afforded them by the dozens of routes making up its surface. A broken bar that is, unless this wall was capable of repelling climbers. If the roots could drink up a whole gate, why not suck in invaders attempting to climb it, crushing their bones or whipping them from its surface with its tendrils? The Ahkoolis will be at the alum tree in the center of the bastion. We'll get the quicker if we run. Just ignore anyone who stares. We don't get a lot of visitors with the Watcher's blessing, even less so when that visitor is a Gillam. Lance said, breaking into the run. Not that we'll see a lot of folk out tonight. We elves prefer to wander about during the dire broken bar. Through the falling star is sure to have stirred a few from their homes. Hoplite followed suit, easily keeping her pace as they moved through the woods. Is that what these colonists called themselves? Elves? That was a fictional species, wasn't it? Hoplite distinctly remembered reading a book when he was but a child, a book that held a plethora of fantasy creatures within its pages, including elves. He hadn't thought about that book in years. A broken bar. He couldn't quite place a name to it. Anima, a broken bar. It had to have been over 200 years since he had read it. From what he could remember, elves had pointed ears and lean frames, much like Lance and those guards had. Perhaps they had access to that novel and had decided to name their branch of humanity after the elves. It wasn't the most ridiculous name he'd seen branches come up with. This colony definitely had to have been lost before first contact with the final kind, based on Lance's initial reaction to him talking about them. She had seemed completely ignorant of what the final kind or broken bar. Perhaps she had misheard him earlier. Have your people made any contact with the final kind yet? Hoplite asked her. I know not what you speak of, she replied nearly instantly. That pretty much confirmed it. There was a chance that just Lance herself was ignorant of their existence, but that was slim. A lost colony from before the first contact era. A broken bar. These people had to have been alone for over 500 years at the very least. Yet they still kept with Chinese and Standard. The language they spoke hadn't deviated at all since losing contact with Terna. An impressive feat, considering how long they had been isolated. During their entire sprint to reach the Ahkoolis, they had passed several dozen moving trees, some of which seemed to actually move out of their path as Lance and Hoplite approached. There were some elves that had been awakened by news of this falling star, all gawking at him wide-eyed as he followed after Lance. They were dressed in fine clothing, looking the furthest thing from destitute but not appearing pompous. His earlier hypothesis was confirmed as he saw that all these people bore pointed ears. Unlike Lance, these other elves seemed to have bright blonde hair, so much so they almost seemed to be white. Thankfully none tried to stop them as they made way for this elm tree. At some point he would need to clarify to Lance that this falling star was nothing more than his escape shuttle. For these elves to call it such was a broken bar rod. Why not immediately assume it was a meteorite? It was primitive to think that a star could fall. Perhaps these people had regressed more than he initially thought. Further and further they went, passing the occasional elf or moving tree, the landscape otherwise unchanging save for the thick roots jutting up from the earth. As they drew closer to the elm tree, Hoplite noticed massive roots rising up from the earth in patches, all seemingly leading toward the center of these woods. The most notable thing about these large roots had to be that they bore the very same green glow as the root wall. The moving trees didn't bear this glowing green glow in their own writhing tendrils. A broken bar. Were these roots running all the way back to the bastion? They then entered a clearing at long last, bare of any trees but gently writhing with glowing green roots over top midnight dark soil. If these were coming from the center, then that must mean that the largest tree Hoplite had ever seen came into view, easily towering over the highest skyscraper. Had there been any clouds in the sky, he doubted he'd be able to see the huge branches high above, their huge leaves casting a massive shadow on the comparably tiny forest below. Despite its size, the tree was almost difficult to see in the night, for its bark was a deep obsidian hue, the green moonlight illuminating its black silhouette. For a moment, he slowed his stride, taking in the immensity of this impossible creature, this pillar of darkness that split the sky in twain. This tree had to be as large, no, larger than the sparrow, just as he theorized when he'd viewed it from his shuttle. Impressive, isn't it? Lance asked Ancient One. I'm sure even one of you could appreciate the majesty of the elm tree. You said it was a big tree, Hoplite told her, still marveling at the thing. Did I lie? Lance asked with a gesture towards the elm tree, a tinge of sarcasm in her tone. Number, Hoplite replied. How did this creature not destroy all other plant life around it? For a creature of such size to exist here, the surrounding wilderness should be a barren wasteland. How nutrient-dense was this soil? Was it an adult version of those moving trees he saw earlier? Were those its young? The questions whirled through his mind uncontrollably, frustrating him until he turned his focus back to the task at hand. How do we reach the Ahkoolis? It should have happened already. A broken bar, she said, slowing to a brisk walk. We still haven't been taken. What do you mean? In a single millisecond everything around them suddenly vanished. The dark night outside had instantly changed into a large brightly lit circular chamber of gnarled brown wood. Shocked, he immediately raised the Magnus, aiming it at the dozens of elves suddenly surrounding his position above him. They were all seated in benches that had seemingly been grown from the wood beneath their feet, sitting high above Lance and Hoplite. A glowing yellow crystalline structure pulsed above in the center of the ceiling, suspended by glowing green roots that seemed too thin to hold up the tank-sized crystal's weight. It had to be around 100 feet up from where Hoplite stood. If it fell, then it would crush him and Lance both. As the crystal's circumference matched that of the pit they now stood in, it likely wouldn't kill him, as the adamantium plating of the phalanx armor was sturdy enough to withstand practically anything. The trauma from all that force passing through the suit might prove to be an issue, though. Had that been Lance's plan from the start? To crush Hoplite beneath the weight of that crystal? Time seemed to come to a standstill for a moment as Hoplite's co-processor worked to speed his thinking. He would neutralize her after he escaped from this pit. That would be no issue. Those walls were easily scalable so long as he built up enough momentum. Hoplite would climb up, eliminate Lance and any other hostiles in the area before capturing the unarmed traitors above. Yet a broken bar. He hesitated, for just that brief instant. Why would Lance lure him into a trap that would just get her killed as well? After all, there was no easy escape from the deadfall trap above. Perhaps if she hugged the wall? If Lance tried to climb up and out of the pit while telling Hoplite to stay put, then he would know for sure that it was a trap, but until that happened, he'd not open fire a broken bar. Not yet. With that decided, time appeared to resume. All these thoughts had passed through Hoplite's mind in just that one instant, the Gistechko processor installed in his brain again proving its worth. "It's okay," Lance shouted, trying and failing to push the barrel of his gun downward. "We're here. This is the Ahkoolis." Hoplite wouldn't remove his finger from the trigger or lower his shotgun until he was absolutely certain that nothing in this chamber was of any immediate danger to him. The fact that Lance did not scamper off towards any of the gnarled walls helped to convince him that this was indeed not a convoluted deadfall trap, but he'd not dropped his guard yet. The 10 elves in the high seats seemed to not care about the weapon Hoplite aimed at them. They were as stony-faced as he himself was, though none would be able to see Hoplite's expression through the helmet. The golden glow of the crystal illuminated their well-dressed forms, each wearing well-made wool or clinging silks. Hoplite hoped that his shock at being teleported hadn't been shown through his body language, but he was certain it had. After all, a broken bar teleportation was supposed to be impossible, even for the final kind. What could these people be capable of if they could achieve something so utterly unfeasible? He would need to confiscate that equipment, whatever it was, as soon as the opportunity presented itself. It could change the tide in the war. A war they had already lost. He internally berated himself for the thought. Hoplite was still alive, and so were the humans that escaped the Sparrow. As long as even a few of them remained, the war was still ongoing. He then turned his attention back to the situation at hand. A circular wall penned Hoplite and Lance below the elves, who continued to stare down at them with apparent disapproval. There were 10 sets of eyes there, all looking expectant. He then noticed that those disapproving glares were directed at Lance, not himself. Lance stared back up at him pleadingly, still trying to bring the barrel of the gun down. "Please," she whispered urgently. Hesitantly, he complied, remembering the words those gate guards had spoken to her earlier. Hoplite did not lower his guard though. He would be ready to bring up his shotgun to blast the instant something went awry. She nodded thankfully and turned her gaze toward the elves above. "I as a watcher of the night have come to deliver important news," she announced loudly. "Out with it then, Lancela." A matriarchal elf woman said coldly. Matriarchal, but she bore no wrinkles to show as much. It was those bright green eyes that conveyed the impression, showing wisdom beyond her years. Perhaps elves could live longer than normal humans, as in that book he had read as a child. She had horrendously long blonde hair that fell around her seat in waves, spilling over to brush the bare wood beneath her feet. Hoplite couldn't even imagine the hassle of caring for a tenth of that mop. Why had this woman grown it out so long? She then looked from Lance to him, her pale green eyes seeming to glow as they took him in from head to foot. Hoplite blinked and visibly shook his head before looking the elf woman over again. Was she doing something to hem a broken bar? It was impossible. The suit could have filtered out any contaminants. A broken bar. Was he just tired? His shoulders slackened, eyes growing heavy for an instant as he looked the Hawkmother up and down a second time before he finally shook his head, gritting his teeth in frustration. Why was he looking her over like that? The woman's eyes widened with apparent shock before she broke her gaze away from Hoplite, looking back to Lance. None of the other elves that were present spoke. Fiends have come close to the bastion. Hawkmother. A broken bar. I swear it on my family and honor, they are no more than a few miles from here. Lance told them, her words slicing through the silence like a razor. We must call the tongues for aid, even Ahkoolis if we must. If the fiend wall has fallen, the death spiral will spread. The Ahkoolis all looked to each other wide-eyed, some even gasping aloud. Those who had gasped put hands to mouths, looking embarrassed. For what? Hoplite had no idea, but the Hawkmother spared quick withering glances to those who had. Also a broken bar. Lance said, drawing their attention back to her. This golem saved my life and brought me here to deliver this news. I ask to allow its sanctuary until it is ready to move on. Lance told them, gesturing to Hoplite. The Hawkmother looked toward another elf, a man with long dark hair that blended into an equally dark robe. They held eye contact for a long while before the Hawkmother sighed, shaking her head before locking eyes with Lance once again. The Hawkmother said, crossing her arms. I know for a certainty that this golem is a human, she said, staring at him and a strong-minded one at that. A broken bar. She added thoughtfully. My gaze held him no longer than an untrained hand on a slipfish, but nonetheless, you've brought a human into the Ahkoolis, she continued, her tone taking on a more sympathetic note. Unfortunately, a broken bar. This still means that you must be stripped of rank. We will allow you to stay in the fjord as you wish, but you will never watch again. Forgive me, I do not wish this upon you, but a mistake of this caliber made by a watcher must be punished as Droid decrees. Lance went wide-eyed, staring dumbfounded at Hoplite before falling to her knees. That's not fair. A broken bar. We allow men into the fjord and even the bastion sometimes. A broken bar, she said, a stutter to her voice as she stared up at the Ahkoolis. Suddenly, anger flashed in her eyes and seeped into her voice. I didn't know he was human, I swear it. Look at him and tell me you thought differently when you laid eyes on him. He doesn't even have eye holes in that helmet, damn it all. She cursed, rising to her feet. I must have decreed something for a situation like this. You cannot strip me of my position, she shouted desperately. One of the other elves, a short male with long blonde hair and red eyes, seemed to smirk at this, leaning back in his seat as he stared at Lance, clearly amused. I do not doubt that you didn't know a broken bar, but it is as Foundation commanded millennia ago. The Ahkoolis does not question the will of the pillar gods. Lance. I am sorry, a broken bar, but you are dead to the Watchers now. The Hawkmother said with a regretful tinge to her tone. There are other societies you can join, perhaps the Tree Hunters, a broken bar, or the Bramble Guard, she asked, attempting to sound soothing. Lance said nothing, merely standing there as she stared up at the gathered members of the Ahkoolis with disbelief. Many elves in the hall averted their gaze from Lance's pleading eyes, shame plain on their faces. All except for one. Again it was the elf man with the blonde hair and fiery red eyes. That elf glared down at Lance with barely contained anger, a large vein bulging on his reddening face as if a hot tube of magma lay just beneath his pale flesh. Something had wiped that smirk off his face. Maybe it was because Hoplite was human? It was ridiculous to be angered by something like that, especially since everyone in this chamber was human already. This backwards law was pointless. Whatever Lance did for her occupation shouldn't be taken away because of him. This idiocy couldn't be allowed to play out any further. The Hawkmother herself seemed to be genuinely displeased with this outcome. Perhaps there could be a way for Hoplite himself to change things. There are certain aspects about him that weren't technically classified a broken bar. He could not go into extraneous details, else Hoplite would have no choice but to kill every single living being in this room. The robotics he was implanted with technically made him a cyborg, but there were other details as well, ones that he'd not share. He had to word this carefully, but first, Hoplite needed to know what these elves had planned for him. What do you intend to do with me? Hoplite asked in a flat tone. We're broken bar. Well, There isn't a specific law for a situation such as this. No human has ever set foot in the Ahkoolis, she explained. Drow never told our forefathers a protocol for if this were to happen, she said, voice trailing off as she placed a finger to her chin, brow furrowed. I'm not completely human, Hoplite told her with a grimace, so you must restore Lance's rank. A horrible memory threatened to replay itself in his mind, but Hoplite shoved it down forcefully. The chair had cured him of such treachery, he'd not acknowledge it ever again. Everyone in the chamber stared at the Hawk-Mother, even Lance, who wore a confused expression. My eyes make human men unable to resist my allure. It is how I test a broken bar. Uncertain visitors. She told him, I felt your eyes on me, lustful and hungry as you felt mine on yours. Lustful and hungry? He had felt tired for the briefest of instants, but he had no physical desire for her. Her eyes were not so spectacular as to force a hoplite to abandon his duties for pleasure. If anything, she had almost put him to sleep somehow. Maybe it was because she was boring? Best not voice that now though, not when he was arguing on Lance's behalf. I resisted. He told her, by your laws, I believe that you must restore her rank. Silence passed between the members of the Ahkoolis, all seeming to stare deeply into one another's eyes. Why weren't they saying anything? Another elf, the tall lean fellow with long black hair and smooth features, shot a glance at the Hawk-Mother. They both stared at one another for a long while before finally she smiled. While a pure-blooded human is not allowed by Dry's law within this hall a broken bar, I suppose that one such as you would not count as a full-on human. All tells me you are certainly part mana broken bar, part something else. By technicality, I rule that Lance keeps her rank as Watcher, she said, the relief in her voice seeming genuine. This cannot be. The angry red-eyed elf shouted, standing from his bench to glare down at Hoplite. He was shorter than Hoplite thought, and thin with narier muscle stitched onto his willowy frame. His angry red eyes stared out from beneath a brow that seemed always furrowed in a glare, focused completely on Lance. Even if he possesses the smallest drop of human blood, Foundation has ruled that she must be stripped of rank. You will not bend the rules of our Lord Dry, he shouted, a vein popping on his forehead as his voice echoed through the chamber. Perhaps a new member should be chosen as speaker, as our good mother is clearly incompetent. The elf spat, his voice laced with flaming venom. If not treacherous, you break even the most basic of rules by simply speaking aloud. Turlin, do not preach to me about bending rules when you yourself outright break them. The Hawk-Mother replied coolly, lifting a slender brow and smirking as if she were amused. In the millennia that you have served the Hall Firerise, you had always obeyed every rule to perfection, but today you have violated that. Perhaps we should strip you of your undeserved position among us. After all, an elf that acts the child has no place here in the Ahkoolis broken bar. Perhaps you should simply stay silent, she emphasized with a cool glare, else I may decide to begin a new vote as soon as this session is concluded. One that may result in your replacement with someone more a broken bar suited to such a mature role. Turlin opened his mouth again, but before he could utter another word, the entire hall of elves honed in on the man. Whatever Turlin had been about to say was stuffed back down his throat with an awkward cough. Turlin then averted his gaze from the other elves, his jaw clenched tightly, to the point where Hoplite believed that the elf might just crack a tooth. How this man was ever elected to this seemingly important place amongst elven society, Hoplite did not know. Soon after that, the other members of the hall began staring into one another's eyes, with Turlin eventually looking up to meet the Hawk-Mother's. Fiery red met brilliant green and the two glared at one another for a long while. Hoplite was not sure as to what they were doing a broken bar, but he was slowly growing irritated with the time this meeting was taking. After a few more agonizingly long minutes, the Hawk-Mother finally spoke. It is done. You will retain your rank as Watcher, Lance Trinket, but this must never happen again. Lance bowed deeply to the Hawk-Mother before then turning to beam up at Hoplite. Thank you, Hoplite, I won't forget this, truly, she whispered with a grateful smile. It was my fault that this happened, Hoplite told her in a monotone. You couldn't have known, and you didn't owe me anything, but you helped me anyway. I appreciate that, she replied with a nod. He nodded and looked from Lance or Lancelor, according to the Harkmother, to the dark-haired elf man who must have been Juravel. Clearly these elves were capable of communicating with one another via eye contact, a linear broken bar. Or perhaps the eye contact was just something of cultural significance to these people. Broken bar, no, they had to be communicating, else they would have not reached any kind of decision today. Did they all possess matching communication implants? More important than this eye contact communication, however, was Juravel himself. He had confirmed to the Harkmother that Hoplite was indeed not fully human, so either Juravel knew about his bionics, a broken bar, or he somehow had intel on Project Chimera. Hoplite stared up at Juravel without tilting his helmet in that direction. If the elf somehow knew about Project Chimera and wasn't authorized a broken bar, well, Hoplite would have no choice. If Juravel mentioned a broken bar, what would happen after that point was completely out of Hoplite's hands. Yet, it should be impossible that Juravel could have any information about Chimera, for the program had begun long after this colony had been lost. There was no use racking his brain now for answers. Hoplite needed to obtain more intel. Blundering about in the dark here was a fruitless endeavor. He'd just have to see what he could suss out of these elves. A broken bar. Now that your previous meeting is concluded, Hoplite began in his standard monotone, I have questions for you. And you, what is your name, sir? The Harkmother asked. I thought I heard Lancelot mention it earlier. A broken bar. It is Hoplite. Yes. Hoplite nodded affirmative. It sounds foreign, a broken bar, yet you don't have an accent. Are you from the Blastlands perhaps? Where did you come from? The Harkmother asked, brushing a stray lock of blonde hair behind her pointed ear. I would prefer to keep that classified. Hoplite replied flatly. There was no telling how these people would react if Hoplite told them the truth. If they knew that he had come from a so-called falling star, they might cease talks with him completely, maybe even become aggressive. Hoplite was not sure. They were savages after all. Almost immediately after Hoplite spoke, the elves all began gazing into one another's eyes, long moments passing between each one before they all honed in to stare at the Harkmother. She looked to each member in turn before finally turning her green gaze down on Hoplite again. Speak your questions, she said, her voice echoing in the otherwise silent chamber. How long have you been out of contact with Terna? Hoplite asked, tilting his head toward the Harkmother. And do you have any radio equipment that I can utilize? The Harkmother quirked a brow, then turned away from Hoplite, looking a question into the eyes of each of the sitting elves. Each stare held a certain focus, their eyes shifting while maintaining contact. Oddly, the Ahkoolis seemed to shift between facial expressions as if they were holding a conversation with the Harkmother with just their eyes. Some appeared to be listening intently or shaking their heads as if the Harkmother had asked them a question. A broken bar. It was like she was speaking with each member, yet she said nothing, and neither did anyone else. So they had bionic implants installed in their brain that allowed for mental communication. A broken bar. But then, where were the metal discs that should have been filling their temples? Every officer he had seen with that particular bionic all bore those shining metal discs. A broken bar. Perhaps it was a newer model, one that did not require an external access hatch for maintenance, on a backwater lost colony from before that bionic was even invented? No. Something else was going on here. Clearly they had developed an advanced form of communication with nothing but their eyes. It seemed to be their own kind of sign language, with them somehow being able to decipher meaning through eye movements and facial expressions alone. Lance shifted slowly from foot to foot, slowly creeping closer to Hoplite until she was practically standing on his toes, leaning up toward his helmet and cupping a hand around her mouth. They can communicate without speaking, she whispered. It is their way, but they must maintain eye contact. Isn't that classified intel you're providing me? Hoplite asked. You could be punished for telling me this. Lance shook her head. Not at all, everyone knows it, but you seem out of the loop. Just wanted to clear up any confusion. Affirmative, Hoplite replied as Lance backed away once more. That confirmed it. It was an incredibly intricate system of communication, but no bionic was involved. How did one learn to read eye movements to communicate so clearly? Hoplite shifted his eyes to hers, not moving his head as he did so. You won't be disciplined if you speak? She shook her head with a small smile. Only if I talk while the Harkmother speaks. Discussion between us is fine as long as we aren't disruptive. Affirmative, Hoplite said. Lance smiled and Hoplite thought that she was going to back away further, but instead she continued to speak. Thank you again for helping me out. Lance whispered, you didn't have to go out of your way for me, but you did. Hoplite cocked his helmet toward her. I was ignorant of local law and compromised your occupation. He explained simply, it is not necessary for you to be discharged. He had already explained himself earlier. Why was she bringing this up again? Well, I still feel grateful, she whispered. So Broken Bar, if you don't mind me asking you, she said slowly, if you aren't fully human, what are you? Classified. I will not continue speaking of this, he said curtly. Chimera was never to be spoken of. It would be fatal if mentioned by name. Lance inched away from him. Sorry, a Broken Bar, I won't bother you with it, friend. If you want to keep it a secret, I will not press you, she finished, moving to stand next to him. Hoplite's brow furrowed at the parting words. Friend? It was wrong to treat a Hoplite as such. He was a thing, just as Commander had taught him, a Broken Bar, nothing more. One did not take a wrench and claim it as a friend. It was no different with a Hoplite. We have not heard of these Broken Bar you speak of, the Hawkmother said, drawing his attention back up to her. Nor do we have this radio equipment you ask after. I do apologize. Disappointment filled him, but Hoplite stuffed it down. He wouldn't let them hear it in his tone. Then you have been out of contact for a long time. You are originally from the Terna Empire. We have colonized many worlds. Hoplite explained. You are a colony that lost contact with us hundreds of years ago. Hoplite expected questions, or awed gasps as they heard his words. All he got was a few amused looks and shaking heads. They denied it, the plain truth that he had laid right before them. They really had regressed far, but a few hundred years shouldn't have been enough for them to forget Terna Broken Bar, right? They are surely Ternan, if not in their way of life, then in the language they spoke. You are from this Terna, the Hawkmother began. At least now we know where you are from, a Broken Bar. You say that these people have colonized different worlds, a Broken Bar? She asked, letting the question hang for a few seconds before continuing. Tell me, are you from this world? So they didn't outright claim that other worlds didn't exist. They were at least aware that there were other planetary bodies in space besides this one. Hoplite supposed that he had let it slip earlier that he was from Terna, not this world. But their reaction to this information was not as primitive as Hoplite had suspected it may be. Best to be truthful here, seeing as they weren't being aggressive about it. I am from Earth, he told them simply. I homeworld. Very well, a Broken Bar, the Hawkmother said, narrowing her eyes at Hoplite as she did so. Hoplite, this world is known as Ahkoolis. Can you tell me how it is that you have arrived here? I came from my ship, from next to your moon. Hoplite told them the one you can see in your orbit was the ship of our enemies. Your enemies, the final kind. Our enemies? The Hawkmother asked. A ship next to the moon? Final kind? The rest of the Hawkall began exchanging looks with one another, shifting again between facial expressions as if they were reacting to spoken words. So they were well and truly ignorant of the final kind. Of that there could be no doubt now. This colony had to have been lost before first contact. After a few moments of this silent communication, the Hawkmother spoke again. Your ship are Broken Bar. How can it are Broken Bar? How does it float next to the moon? And is the larger ship from Thesa Broken Bar final kind still a danger? The Hawkmother asked, her brows slightly creasing above worried eyes. He did not feel like explaining the mechanics of space travel to these people. That could come at another time from someone better capable of conveying such information. Hoplite shook his head visibly, causing a few members of the Hawkall and even Lance to let out relieved breaths. No, the ship has been neutralized. Final kind troops may have made it planetside. However, have you encountered any of their forces? He asked the Hawkmother. Hoplite's throat was beginning to feel slightly worn from all this speaking a Broken Bar. He was not used to it. The Hawkmother shook her head. No. We have not. What are they? An alien imperium that wants to subjugate humanity, and you by extension, Hoplite told them, maintaining his monotone. More looks passed between the hall, then after a few minutes, the Hawkmother spoke once more. We will prepare for the event of an encounter with these creatures. A Broken Bar. You do realize what you are? Where you are? I'm a Hoplite, and I'm on a lost to none world. Hoplite told her. The Hawkmother shook her head. No. You are an outworlder. Jiravel tells me that he sees not a drop of Zod's blood in you. At the mention of that, Jiravel winced, ever so slightly. It was a small expression, a slight lift of the brows and biting of the cheek. So Jiravel did know about Chimera Broken Bar, or had he lied about some of the information that he had provided to the Ahkmother? And what was this about Jiravel seeing Hoplite's blood? That can only mean one thing, be you man or some other creature, you are from another realm of existence. She then leaned forward, eyes intent. Tell me, Hoplite, were you the star that fell in our forest? Hoplite shook his head. Impossible. Different dimensions do not exist, and that was not a star, it was my escape shuttle. It is the only possible explanation for your strange appearance, the odd ship in the sky, and the fact that you do not bear the blood of Zod. The Ahkmother told him all the races on Ahkoolis at the beginning of its creation were formed from the infinite blood of Zod, the pillar god of might. We have seen your ilk before on this world of Broken Bar, though none have appeared in this current age, at least none that we know of anyhow. This star or shuttle, as you claim, is clearly otherworldly in origin as well. This too points to your true nature. The Ahkmother then took a deep breath, giving a long sigh before continuing. I suppose your arrival is a good omen. Outworlders have a long history of benefiting our world when they visit. What history remains of them anyhow? It surely is a sign from the pillar gods that we are headed into a golden age, a backwards mythology that had no place in Tenan society. These people would unfortunately have to be re-indoctrinated a Broken Bar at another time. Hoplite would not be the one to conduct the process. He had neither the training or the means at his disposal to conduct re-indoctrination a Broken Bar, nor the will to do it to someone else a Broken Bar not after it had happened to him. Personnel more suited to the task would have to take care of it later. Now, this talk of outworlders could only mean that they indeed did have contact with Tenan personnel at one point, though based on the Ahkmother's talk of a nun in this age implied that it had been a long while since then. He cocked his head toward Jiravel as he asked his own question, taking care to word it in a way that would avoid mention of Chimera. How does he know about my Broken Bar lineage? Hoplite asked. His eyes allow him to see the twisting ladders of the blood. The Ahkmother replied immediately and without a drop of sarcasm. Hoplite stared. The twisting ladders of the blood? Surely she must mean DNA, but why would she say it like that? More importantly, how could Jiravel see Hoplite's DNA? There was no bionic capable of that. Was he lying about having this alleged ability to avoid mention of Chimera? No, a Broken Bar. The Ahkmother hadn't hesitated before telling Hoplite about it, meaning that this was already established intel between these elves. Hoplite was still certain that this colony had been lost far before Chimera had begun, but was that really the case? After all, these elves still spoke in fluent Genesene, meaning that it was likely that not too much time had passed since this colony had been lost to Broken Bar. Yet the lack of knowledge about the final kind conflicted with this theory, as did the apparent lack of bionics. If Jiravel really had no way of knowing about Chimera, then how was it possible that the elf could see Hoplite's DNA? The way the Ahkmother had spoken of it implied that only Jiravel alone was capable of doing these a Broken Bar. A question then burned within Hoplite. Why could Jiravel do this? How did he do it? Hoplite needed to know. How can he see my blood? Hoplite asked, cocking his helmet back toward the Ahkmother. His Dokar, or to put it in more a Broken Bar human terms, his AI magic allows him to do so. The Ahkmother replied, again with no sarcasm. Hoplite shook his head. He would not be drawn into such fancies as AI magic. Unfortunately, at this point in time, Hoplite had no idea how to disprove such a claim a Broken Bar unless these colonists had developed new tech while outside of Tena's influence. Perhaps a Broken Bar, but maybe figuring out that tech should be left to one of the scientists that had been aboard the Sparrow. They would be more capable than Hoplite at deciphering new technology. Now then, if this mutated branch had specific rules against humans entering this place, then that must mean that the standard branch of humans still existed somewhere on this planet. Primitive or not, Hoplite desired to make contact with them at some point, hopefully soon, depending on what happened here today. Where is the nearest human settlement? Hoplite asked the Ahkmother. If you mean to find the largest gathering of humans possible, then you seek a Broken Bar Akantar. the Hawk Mother said in a borderline withering tone. It lies far to the west of our forest, all the way to the coast of Fenna, the continent you currently stand upon. There is one other, smaller settlement to the east of here, as well as smaller townships along the way to Akantar. Yet, one such as you would seek Akantar, as that would be where the most important humans on Fenna reside. I do assume that you would like to speak to humans with authority. You will find them there, she finished in a confident tone. Yes, Hoplite replied. Do they have transportation? Ballistics? How far had these humans regressed? Did they still have vehicles and guns, or had they gone back to spears and horses? Yes, they do have ballistas and horses, some of the finest on Ahkoolis. In fact, though few would be able to carry you, I think. The Hawk Mother replied, I do mean no offense, sir, but you look quite broken bar heavy. That practically confirmed the latter. Still though, perhaps they weren't as backward as these mutants. Maybe they even still knew of Terna, or maybe forces from the Sparrow could be heading for Broken Bar. He almost hung his head but kept it upright. The crew would be more likely to have landed in the east based on the planet's rotation during the evacuation, not the west. Currently the main objective should be to reunite with the Sparrow's crew, not re-establish contact with lost colonists. That would be taken care of by those better able to talk sense into the locals. How was it that I was teleported here? Hoplite asked. Teleportation had been declared to be physically impossible by top second arm scientists. A Broken Bar they still had tried, of course, but no matter what they did, the second arm have never been able to accomplish it. Even the final kind with their superior tech were still completely incapable of teleportation. Yet the impossible had happened to Hoplite today, and he would know how. The Hawk crystal above, the Hawk Mother said, sparing a glance for the glowing amber crystal suspended overhead. The pillar god, Dry, formed it for ourselves out of the golden flame of foundation. The power of our god draws those with the intent to seek the Ahkoolis here. Hoplite remained silent. Clearly this crystal was really an unidentified element. Somehow, it was capable of teleporting matter and would have to be confiscated. A Broken Bar, but how would he go about doing that? There were no visible exits to this room and he could think of no safe way to procure the crystal without accidentally damaging it. A Broken Bar, but teleportation. A Broken Bar, it could shift the tide of the war. A war that Terna had already lost. Again he stuffed that invasive thought far into the recesses of his mind. As long as Hoplite was alive, the war was not over. As long as any Ternan fought, the war was not over. Humanity would not lose. He glanced up at the crystal again, not tilting his helmet. There really was no way for him to take it now though, no exits, no safe means of retrieving it. Our Broken Bar, no. It would simply have to remain here for now. There would be personnel better suited to retrieving it at another time. A Broken Bar. Hoplite realized he had been having repeating thought processes during this whole meeting. It will be taken care of later. It will remain here for now. It would be handled by personnel with more experience in this. An unsettling thought occurred to him. Then a Broken Bar, what if he was the only personnel left? What if the Sparrow's crew all died on landing, either from a violent crash landing or from the final kind? He took a deep breath. No, they would be survivors. Hoplite would not give up on that hope. Now, on to the creatures he had killed upon landing. A Broken Bar. What are fiends? Hoplite asked. The Hawk Mother's eyes fell from him then, and she spoke in an almost mournful tone. Poor souls, a Broken Bar taken by the death spiral curse. Forced to inflict pain they are, though it be not their choice. Are they animated by any kind of nanotech? Hoplite asked immediately after she finished speaking. It was a silly question considering who Hoplite spoke to, but he had to ask. The Hawk Mother's eyes shot up to Hoplite before then shifting to the other members of the Ahkoolis, who stared at him as if he were some kind of alien creature. A Broken Bar, well, he supposed in a strange way, he was. Lance quirked a brow at him then, but didn't say anything. Clearly Lance had wanted to ask just what nanotech was, but she must have realized that the Hawk Mother would ask that very question shortly. No, a Broken Bar, the curse is what drives them. What is these a Broken Bar nanotech? The Hawk Mother asked, confirming Hoplite's thought. Microscopic machines, he told her. The Hawk Mother stared with a furrowed brow. So broken bar they area broken bar they are tiny constructs? Affirmative. Hoplite told her with a nod. Nanomachines are thousands of tiny machines working in tandem to achieve a particular function. What mage can bind so many constructs at once? The size of the construct doesn't matter, as every individual animated object takes great effort to bind. The most powerful of mages can bind 3 at most. The Hawk Mother asked him, leaning forward in the rooted seat. Hoplite then noticed Terna glaring at him, those red eyes accentuated by popping veins. When he noticed the glare, Hoplite turned his helmet in that direction, meeting that crimson gaze. After a few seconds, Terna looked away to glare at Lance instead. She didn't seem to notice the glare at all, her eyes still glued to the Hawk Mother. Terna may turn hostile later a broken bar. Hoplite would be keeping an eye on the red-eyed elf. There's no magic involved, Hoplite replied sternly, cocking his helmet back to glance up at the Hawk Mother. Just advanced AI. The Hawk Mother had opened her mouth, likely readying to ask just what an AI was when suddenly, literally out of nowhere based on what he read on his motion tracker, another watcher appeared. Out of thin air he came, his clothing the mirror image of Lance's with a couple jaw-shaped tears in his outfit. From the looks of it, those bites had barely missed flesh while pulling away the cloth. The elf then fell to his knees and rasped, "The fiend wall has fallen. Fiends are pouring through unopposed." Everything fell silent, and a cold stillness came over the chamber. Hoplite himself was staring wide-eyed at the sudden appearance of the Watcher. There had been no indication that this man was approaching on the motion tracker a broken bar. Hoplite hadn't seen him coming with his cameras either. The man had simply popped into existence from nowhere. No, not nowhere. The crystal had teleported him based on what the Hawk Mother had said. Teleported him not solely based on proximity a broken bar but sheerly by intent, from what Hoplite had learned. Was that true? How did the crystal tell the intent of the person wanting to be brought here? He had no answer. "Lancela, recite the Watcher's silence for our earlier meeting," the Hawk Mother commanded in a voice that brooked no argument. Lance then dropped to her knees and said loudly, "My lips are sealed by the golden flame of foundation. Nothing from this chamber I have heard will be uttered to anyone save for those currently present until I am given permission by the Hawk Mother." The Hawk Mother nodded and sighed. "I do hope Gali has roused his defenders in time. Me a broken bar. Do you know if those who live in the wall have perished?" The new elf shook his head as Lance stood. "No, I only know that fiends are pouring en masse through our forest. A broken bar. I have heard a portion of the wall had just a broken bar collapsed. They are heading for the bastion as we speak. I ran as fast as I could when I got word, and was beset upon by lesser fiends." "Then we must mobilize," the Hawk Mother declared, turning her gaze upon the other elves in the hall. "Every off-duty watcher must take up arms and purge the fjord of this menace by any means necessary. The Bramble Guard must be rallied and patrols will be doubled. Spread the word," she ordered in a steely tone that Captain Still would have applauded. The Hawk Mother then looked to Hoplite, her eyes intent. "Hoplite, a broken bar. You are a warrior, yes?" "Affirmative," he told her honestly. "Then I must task you to aid in destroying the fiends. They pose a danger to my people." And the Hawk Mother began. "Affirmative," Hoplite repeated, cutting her off. The Hawk Mother stared wide-eyed, whether in shock at being interrupted or at Hoplite's willingness to fight with no hesitation. He did not know. It was simply his role as a Hoplite. He must defend humanity in all its forms from those that would cause harm to it. There was no question to what his answer would have been, at least it was so to Hoplite. These elves truly had no idea what a Hoplite was, otherwise they wouldn't have asked. "I thank you, a broken bar," the Hawk Mother said slowly. "I must be honest, I had sought to pressure you into this had you refused." The Hawk Mother admitted with a sigh. "Upon your landing you no doubt had destroyed several of our trees," she continued, Hoplite nodding in confirmation of her accusation. She blinked in surprise. "I thank you for not trying to be deceitful. Honesty goes a long way with most members of this hall, so we thank you." If they did decide to try and punish him though, Hoplite would have no choice but to defend himself. He could not allow himself to fall victim to whatever backward laws the elves followed. Normally, this would require a dire punishment, But given her broken bar unique nature as an outworlder, it is no surprise that you would be completely ignorant of our laws. Even outsiders who had never set foot in the few would at the very least know not to harm our trees. A broken bar, however, you were uniquely innocent in your demolition. You simply could not have known. The Hawkmother continued, sparing a glare for Terlin as the blonde elf's face turned a much deeper shade of crimson. There will still be a vote to decide for a certainty. The role of Hawkmother is not that of a queen, but I am sure that most other members will find the logic in my words. She told him, I just hope the fee that inhabited those trees fled when they had the chance. A broken bar destroying our forest is grounds for harsh punishment, but killing a fee of the wood is a death sentence, she emphasized, holding up a single finger. A tree cannot regrow if its fee is slain. They are the very life of our woods. She continued, lowering her finger. Now that your ignorance of their importance has been quashed, you will have no excuses, should it happen again. Hoplite said nothing in response. They could have their vote if they wished, but it meant nothing to him. By every single metric, Hoplite was above their laws, and as such would not subject himself to their judgment. There was no such thing as a fee or spirits. A tree was just a tree. The Hawkmother then cleared her throat, turning to Lance. Watch Hoplite, she commanded. Lance nodded without hesitation but said nothing, turning to stare at Hoplite. Watch him? Likely they didn't want Hoplite moving about their territory unsupervised. He would not argue the point. Hoplite just hoped that Lance could keep up with him. I will put you under the command of Knight Captain Muro. The Hawkmother said he is a brilliant tactician. And, negative. Hoplite cut her off. He will not understand how to utilize my capabilities. I will operate to my full capacity without orders from someone who doesn't understand just what I am. The Hawkmother seemed to glare at Hoplite a moment before speaking. You will not cut me off again, Hoplite. You will show proper respect to the Ahkoolis, outworlder or number, she told him in a cold voice like steel. Besides, you do not know our woods. Muro can guide you to where you'll need to be. Lance flinched at hearing that tone and she peered up at Hoplite as if to see if he were injured. It would be against protocol to allow an officer outside of the 8th Arm to order Hoplite. If he defied protocol, he would have to be re-indoctrinated. A broken bar. Hoplite could not allow that to happen again. The Hawkmother did make a good point though. Hoplite didn't know these woods as well as the locals would have, but then again, if Lance was going to watch him a broken bar. Lance can guide me through the forest. He said I can't get lost with her being with me. It was true based on how he had seen her move through the woods as if through her own house. These words produced a strange reaction from the Ahkoolis, and especially Lance, who stared at him with her jaw agape. She snapped it shut and then looked to the floor, tangling a hand in her long black hair and hiding her face with the other. The Hawkmother seemed to be broken bar amused by this based on how she quirked a brow at Lance. Hoplite didn't understand why those words would provoke such a reaction from them, but at the moment it didn't really matter. The Hawkmother opened her mouth to speak again but Hoplite overrode her. Every second we spend talking, Hoplite began, the ache in his throat giving his voice a more gravelly tone. More fiends come through the fiend wall. Teleport me out and I will take care of them the best way I can. The Hawkmother lifted her chin to stare down her nose at Hoplite. Very well. I will not argue when you speak sense. Go, but when we speak here again, you will give the proper courtesy and respect due to this hall. I thank you for your aid. But again, now that you're aware, she continued, narrowing her eyes at Hoplite, you will not destroy any more of our trees. And just as they had entered the Ahkoolis, they had left. He and Lance both were teleported back outside, to the massive field of outspread roots in an instant. The alum tree loomed tall in the night sky, covering half of the full green moon overhead. Well, a broken bar, Lance said with a sigh. Since that's taken care of, I suppose we're going to be working together to drive off the fiends. Now, the Hawkmother said not to destroy any of the trees. Just so you know, what she means by that is utter destruction. A few scrapes and nicks here and there won't be a problem for a fee to recover from, and the tree spirits usually know when it's time to flee. Avoiding hurting the forest is preferable, she continued with a sigh, but considering your preference for thunderstaves, I think it'll be impossible. She paused, scratching her cheek. Anyway, I have to watch you, meaning I'm partly responsible for any damage you might cause. For both our sakes, she said, gesturing to herself and to Hoplite. "Try to mitigate the damage you might cause to our trees." "Now a broken bar," she said slowly before drawing two long daggers out from a pair of leather sheaths tied to her waist. The metal gleamed in the moonlight and she gave the twin blades a smile, each as long as her forearm. "These should do for me. A broken bar. I would ask to borrow one of those thunder staves you have, but frankly, those things scare me, so I'll stick with what I know," Lance told him with a wink, sheathing the blades and pointing off toward the horizon. "The fiends are likely to be more concentrated in the woods east of the bastion, considering that the fiend wall is that way." "Shall we go?" she asked him. "Affirmative," Hoplite replied. It was a hot, muggy, and all-around miserable day to be marching through the fjord in plate armor. Alistair found himself again grateful for the blood-red headband he always had tied around his forehead. It did wonders for soaking up the gallons of sweat that poured from his brow. He had briefly considered shaving bald to help with the particularly brutal heat of this year's summer. A broken bar, but Alistair simply couldn't bring himself to cut off his ear-length blonde locks. Besides, if he really did shave it off, by the time winter came, his scalp would surely freeze. Who knew, maybe hair would never grow there again if he allowed that to happen. No, Alistair would rather keep his scalp the way the pillar gods intended. Nice and warm beneath a head of glorious golden hair. He then gave a small curse as he stumbled over a twig, nearly falling face first into a clump of brambles. There weren't any real trails through the fjord, unfortunately, meaning that this journey had been a truly rough one. It didn't help that their donkey had been killed by fiends, leaving them to carry everything on their backs. "Look," Elam began with a sigh, "all I'm saying is that we have to hurry through here. We don't have the time to go sightseeing in these damn wilds." Alistair sighed and nodded in agreement with Elam. "You think I don't know that?" Alistair asked. "We've been keeping on the A path this whole journey." Saying A sightseeing makes it sound like a grand old time, but trust me, I'm not liking this either. Knowing that a fiend could be lurking around every tree or bush didn't make the journey any more tolerable. The fiend wall truly must have fallen for so many of the creatures to be prowling about these woods. Thankfully the fiends had thinned out after the first couple days of this trek, but up until this point the fighting had been constant, as if the forest itself had sent all its fallen creatures to bring down any intruders that dare tread upon this fecund-cursed soil. Alistair might have put more stock in that theory had there not been evidence of watchers fighting these beasts as well. Watchers were the keepers of the fjord after all. If they had intended to use fiends to ward off visitors, the watchers wouldn't be killing them off. Mysterious as the watchers were though, Alistair truly doubted that they'd allow fiends of all things to simply prowl about unopposed. A sightseeing, Alistair mocked in a high pitch, making a rude gesture to Elam as he did so. "Well, I know one of us is," Elam said with yet another sigh, giving a lazy wave toward Twindle. The half-elf woman was further ahead on the path than the majority of the party, walking through the woods with such a look of wonder on her face that it made Alistair struggle to find her sudden occasional stops aggravating. It wasn't even as if she took several minutes per stop. All she did was stop to lean over a flower or to place a hand atop a tree trunk. She looked almost a broken bar at home. Swap the gleaming plate armor and oversized greatsword that Twindle wore with a watcher's cloak and some daggers, and she wouldn't have looked out of place. Well, a broken bar maybe not even then. She was a large woman, only shorter than Alistair by a finger and maybe just as strong as he was. Her hair was spun gold, almost gleaming in the sunlight seeping down from between the broad leaves overhead. Her human parent must have been a massive mana broken bar or woman. Twindle did not seem to know herself, but Alistair didn't want to press the matter. He really wasn't all too curious about her lineage and he wasn't sure if it was a sensitive topic for her. Alistair would rather avoid making anyone cry. Tears made him uncomfortable. She would sniff every flower in the fjord and hug every dry cursed tree if we had the time. Elam muttered under his breath, shaking his head as Twindle spotted a particularly large tree, quickly moving up to inspect it for a second before again moving on. The crimson-skinned Ifrit likely would have insisted on traipsing about the fjord just as Twindle did, had there not been urgent matters pressing them forward. 2G was right on their tail, That freak was only a few days behind them at most. Not only that a broken bar, but there was also the matter of the score they all had to settle with Kazan in the cursed Fiendwood. Kazan, more so than Tuji, was what forced them into passing through this forest. One couldn't hope to get to the Fiendwood without first passing through the Fjord, a broken bar, unless they wanted to make a round-the-world journey across every great bridge to take a route through the Blastlands. That would be about 200 times more foolish, and 2G would certainly catch them long before they reached their destination. Alistair's brows knit together in frustration at their pursuit. It wasn't as if they wouldn't be able to defeat 2G if they all worked together. A broken bar. The problem was that a few of them would certainly die in the resulting battle before the half-orc could be brought down. Others had tried to take down a madman in the past, their efforts in vain, as they lacked the broken bar special talents that Alistair and his friends had. He couldn't even imagine attempting to battle 2G without the aid of Foundation, a broken bar, an ability that most people lacked. He doubted that these watchers could draw on the raw golden flame, or at least none of them could do it to Alistair's level. He dearly hoped that none of these elves would try and attack 2G, or else they would surely be killed. What if that mad bastard tried to challenge the Watchers? The main reason that he and the party fled from the mad half-orc rather than outright deny the challenge was that there would be no way for any of them to turn it down once it was issued. A broken bar, not easily, anyhow. It was simply a part of their nature, something that couldn't be simply ignored. These Watchers, though, they wouldn't be prone to such a thing, a broken bar, not unless there was one among these sneaky elves that were like Alistair and his friends. He doubted that any normal watcher would outright accept a challenge from the man either, but who was to say? After all, Alistair did not know how these watchers did things. Not many people did. He knew that they at least wouldn't attack on sight. A broken bar, one would have to harm the forest in some way to provoke that kind of response. Poaching was a big one, though Alistair had heard that if someone appeared to be on the brink of starvation, the Watchers may let the poaching slide. Wasn't fair to let someone die of starvation when there were plenty of bunnies hopping about. Yet, maybe that potential rule only applied during the winter months, when the forest could not yield any sort of fruits or berries to pick. The Watchers wouldn't let anyone get away with cutting down the trees, though. Everyone at least knew that much. That old elf Theopolu, dragging his feet up ahead of Twintil, would know better than anyone, of course, as he used to be a watcher himself years back. At least that was what the geezer had claimed before they had hired him. Alistair had never before met an elf that had borne wrinkles before having met Theopolu at that tavern in Gratian. Despite the deeply furrowed wrinkles, however, the old elf bore no silver hairs in his long black locks. Alistair was only in his 24th year, but already he had some silver strands. That was normal though, as Alistair himself was a human, yet Theopolu had to be thousands of years, no, maybe even older than that, to be an elf and have wrinkles. Alistair, and indeed his other companions, had been wondering themselves as to just how old Theopolu must have been. A broken bar. Not that the old codger would spill the beans on anything pertaining to his past. Of course, he wouldn't tell them anything about the Watchers either, not their rules or how they acted upon finding outsiders. It was positively infuriating how much Theopolu held back. What if Alistair stepped on a branch and got an arrow in the throat for snapping a piece of a tree? It would be nice to know at least what not to do, but Theopolu refused to say a word about anything that didn't relate to what they had hired him for. It was either that or Theopolu couldn't, or more likely wouldn't, tell them anything that might tread upon Watcher secrets. All the old elf wanted to do was guide Alistair and his friends through the Fjord, a broken bar, then finally into the Fiendwood. The demanded price for such a dangerous undertaking: to head into a land where no man has ever returned, Kazan's lair and the origin of spiraling death. Food. That was it. No coins or jewels, nor favors or potential deals with Alistair's people, just food. Alistair narrowed his eyes at the old elf. There was something more to the strange Fekin than just being old. He just knew it. The sheer confidence that Theopolu placed in himself to be able to pass through the Fiendwood unscathed was what got him hired in the first place. He, a broken bar, that and his apparent age. Who was to say Theopolu could possibly be even older than the Fiendwood itself? "You all right, Alistair?" Kidko asked, appearing like a pale phantom at Alistair's side. You are broken bar, not alright?" he finished in an unsure tone. About a head shorter than Alistair and as pale as spirit, Kidka looked to be the type to stay inside all day. Yet that pale, almost silvery skin was the result of exclusively hunting during the nighttime. The dark-haired Kidka looked to be suffering worse than even Alistair was, based on the deep red tinge of sunsur on his cheeks. Thankfully, Alistair had become used to Kidka's sudden appearances long ago, else Alistair might have tried to bring his warhammer down upon the smaller man's head. "I'm all right. It's just a broken bar." "How can we really trust Theopoulou? We know nothing about him or why he agreed to do any of this." "It's suspicious, a broken bar," Alistair said honestly, making sure to lower his tone so Theopoulou didn't hear. "Supposedly all he wants is food, but I don't believe that for a damn second." Kidka adjusted the red cloak he wore as his dark eyes found the elder elf. "He's all right, he just eats a lot." Indeed, Theopoulou had proven capable of devouring with ease plates an orc warlord would have had trouble downing. Yet there were plenty of other ways for a former watcher to get food. A broken bar, so why take such a dangerous job in the Fiendwood? He focused his attention on the old elf ahead once more, seeing the elf stop a moment to pick up a particularly large spider. Its leg span was nearly the size of the elf's head. A broken bar. Alistair felt a cold shudder of revulsion as he watched Theopoulou's jaw unhinge to swallow the poor arachnid whole, the old elf barely stopping to chew his unfortunate morsel as he continued to move along. "You are broken bar," Kidka began nervously as he too looked away from the elf's back. "He eats a whole lot. It's just how he is." "It's ridiculous is what it is," Alistair replied, unable to keep some bafflement from his tone. "It is not natural," he continued, pausing for emphasis. "Some of the things we can do aren't exactly natural either, my friend," Elam told him with a small laugh. "I feel it might be a bit much to say that our old feeble elf's appetite is strange when he can do things only talked about in stories." Alistair turned his head to lock eyes with Elam, his icy blues meeting Elam's fiery reds. "We can't let that slip," Alistair whispered sharply. "You know what could happen to us if we're found out." "It's best to avoid speaking of it entirely," Alistair finished, taking a deep breath and looking to see if the trees had ears. In this forest, who was to say that they didn't? Elam then looked to the branches overhead, straining his eyes lightly in an attempt to discern any watchers tailing them. Kidka cleared his throat and promptly wrapped his arms around both Alistair and Elam's necks. Before either could react, Kidka quickly began whispering, making sure to keep his eyes planted firmly ahead. 3 of them overhead, 5 behind. "Don't look," Kidka rushed out in a hushed tone as he pulled Alistair and Elam's heads back down. Alistair hadn't been able to discern anything amongst the trees when he made that glance. A broken bar besides Nolvi dragging her feet behind the rest of them, not too far to be at risk of being snatched away by watchers or forest creatures. The woman thankfully hadn't noticed the interaction ahead of her, but then again, that girl wouldn't have noticed if a flaming frog had jumped up her skirt. Thanks to his foolish reaction to Kidka's words, the watchers surely knew that the party was aware of their presence. Hopefully, that would not provoke them in any way. Alistair would hate to have to summon Bamiel just to fight watchers. They did not deserve to feel the angel's teeth grinding them to paste. "Yeah, I love you both like brothers," Kidka yelled in the most forced tone Alistair had ever heard in his life. "I just like hugging you, is all. You can't a broken bar. Now you can go off of my arms." "A broken bar?" The poor man wasn't exactly the best with words, but Alistair decided to play along. "Yeah, of course." "Love you too," Alistair said through clenched teeth as he quickly shrugged out of Kidka's grasp. Elam, however, was not as a broken bar gentle. "Do not touch me, you reek of pig guts and sour fruit," Elam shouted, poking Kidka in the chest and forcing the other man back a few steps. Kidka, for his part, looked innocently confused a moment before he finally replied with, "But you smell like sulfur." "Like a broken bar? It's bad, like really bad." "Yeah, you do smell like butt rock." Alistair laughed forcefully, roughly patting Elam's shoulder. "Now let's keep going please," he whispered harshly through clenched teeth, as he not so gently pushed Elam along. Twindle had turned to look at them, A blonde brow raised before all three simply smiled and waved. The last thing they all wanted to do was get a talking to about Athena's tranquility and how peace must be upheld at any cost. Sometimes that peace had to come about through a thorough beating. Thankfully none of them had pushed Twindle to that point yet, but he could tell her deep well of patience was being strained. Not that Alistair would just allow Twindle to bend him over her knee and paddle him, of course. It was just a confrontation he'd rather avoid. He looked past her to see a break in the trees, a broken bar of field. Theopolis paused a long while before passing into that breach in the trees. For what reason, Alistair didn't know. The old elf had only stopped in his tracks when it was time to let them sleep, and there was still a decent amount of daylight left. A broken bar. It was when he drew closer that he saw it. A giant steel broken bar egg had smashed through the grassy field, splitting the soil beneath it in half. No, this wasn't an egg. A broken bar. Could this have been one of the falling stars? Had one landed in the fjord? Curiosity drew him forth, and Alistair soon found himself standing only a few paces away from the metal mass. It had shot through a few trees when it crashed. Based on the fact that the trail continued on past where the star now sat, something had dragged it out of the woods and back into the middle of this field. A broken bar, but what could have been strong enough to do that? Maybe the watchers had all worked together to haul it out. Perhaps they had used one of their moving trees? Yes, that had to be it. But then a broken bar, why was it still sitting here? Wouldn't they have taken it somewhere more secure to study it? A strange omen. Twindle muttered, I hope it means we're on the right path, Athena willing. She continued as Elam rounded the star. Alistair was still staring at the front of the thing. A broken bar. Why did the A-star have what almost looked to be a door? There was a strange device next to the sealed entrance, embedded into the wall, bearing 9 letters atop what appeared to be miniature pressure plates. No, not letters, those were Sahara numerical digits. All the way from 1 to 9. Was it some kind of security against intruders? His brain continued to work as he stared at the thing, the gears in his head whirring at full speed. Perhaps it was similar to that of a combination lock. Yes, that had to be it. One likely had to push the pressure plates in the correct order to get the egg to open. If that were the case, what was the combination? More importantly, a broken bar. Where was the creature that knew the pattern necessary to open what seemed to be its lair? Alistair's eyes found Kidka, the man standing next to a trail of heavy boot prints set deep into the tong soil. Heavy boots certainly to leave that kind of impression, and what a boot size. The footprints were larger than even Alistair's torso, and he was not a slight man. This was clearly no star or meteorite. A broken bar. It was something else. Something had fallen with the steel egg-shaped contraption, and it didn't seem to be home at present. If this thing is made out of this kind of metal, a broken bar, Kidka muttered, knocking on the pod, then it isn't natural, whatever it is. Echoing Alistair's thoughts. There's a window on this side, Elam shouted. I cannot see through the black glass, but I believe that is because it is one-sided. What do you think, Bamiil? Alistair thought to his Eidolon. It is certainly not a star. The stars are not so simple as dots in the sky, Alistair, though you know that by now. The angels' voices replied, two bestial and angelic tones layering over one another as it spoke. Do you think you would be able to break inside? Alistair thought to Bamiil. Perhaps a broken bar, but do you really have the time for fooling about with these? A broken bar thing? 2G closes on you even as we speak, but if you insist, then we can try. I'm going to summon Bamiil, Alistair said aloud to Twindle, who licked the small scar at her lip. He knew her long enough to know that meant she was nervous. I have the sanctioning papers. Butte a broken bar, but if they look too closely, a broken bar, she whispered, then we'll have no choice about what comes next. Perhaps it would simply be best to leave it be. Alistair, calm down now, Elam began, rounding the steel egg to come standing right next to the door. Maybe we can figure out a way inside without summoning your broken bar friend. The Ifrit finished after a short pause. I do not think you would know the combination to that pad, and breaking the glass at the front of the thing would likely prove to be futile, lest I summon Bamiil, Alistair said, drawing closer to the otherworldly thing. Why do you think that? Nolvi asked silently, her eyes not moving a hair from the ground at her feet. This contraption, whatever it is, fell from the skies with nary a dent. Alistair explained. Elam also says that the glass at the front is not broken. A broken bar, who knows? Perhaps it can't be broken by natural means, Alistair replied, rubbing his chin. Why waste your time with this thing? Leave now before the Pillarborn comes to find you deliberating. Bamiel told him, its tone bordering on commanding. It fell from the very stars. Themes of us. A broken bar. What lay within could help us defeat Tuji, or even Cousin. Alistair thought back. Who knows what could lay within a broken bar? Can you really tell me that this contraption would hold nothing of use? You would be thieving from whatever creature lives there. Who knows? Perhaps it is within, pondering the best way in which to slay us all should we breach its lair. Bamiel replied, his tones warning. Twindle then shook her head. It would be best to move on. We've dallied enough as it is. Twindle, please at least let me attempt. Alistair nearly pleaded, stepping closer to Twindle till they were only a pace apart, his voice turning to a whisper as he continued. The papers you carry could convince a contextualizer. He continued, putting a hand on her shoulder before leaning closer. It fell from the stars. It could be of the very pillars themselves. Who knows? Maybe there is something within that kind of broken bar. Alistair hesitated, sparing a quick glance at the trees before looking back into Twindle's eyes. Something to halt the madness. I know it's not likely, but I have to at least look, please. Ilum and Kidka stared at the two of them, inching closer, likely in an attempt to hear the words that were being exchanged. Nolvi and Theopolu though? Theopolu squatted toward the edge of the clearing, having found another large insect to devour. It was a fist-sized beetle this time, and the ever-hungry elven geezer wasted no time cramming it down his gullet. It didn't even look like Theopolu had made an effort to chew our broken bar. And Nolvi, completely unresponsive to her surroundings as ever. It was hard to believe that such a petite woman could potentially kill with a look. Twindle licked her scar again, shrugging off his hand and looking toward the steel egg for a long while before finally saying, announce your intentions. Let the watchers know what you're going to do, and make sure they won't take offense. They are here, I am sure of it, waiting to see what we'll do. She finished with a worried sigh. Alistair smiled and gave a small nod, stepping back and raising his hands high in the air, readying to proclaim his intentions. Watchers, he shouted, his voice echoing through the trees, hear me, for I know you are there. I am from the Athia caravans. Like the rest of my people, I have an Eidolon. I know not what you may have heard about us, but I am sanctioned. I do not wish to offend, but I desire to know what is inside this thing. He continued, gesturing toward the steel egg. If you have any objections, speak them now to avoid conflict with us. If you say nothing, I will take that as consent to my actions. Alistair waited for a reply. The others in his group, save Theopolu and Nolvi of course, began pensively scanning the trees. After a few moments of pure silence passed, Alistair took a deep breath and began the summoning. His forehead burned, the budding horn beneath the headband seeming to strain against the cloth as he willed Bamiel to come forth. If the watchers attacked them, Alistair would feel no guilt in retaliating. They had plenty of time to voice any complaints and hadn't. That was on them, not Alistair. Perhaps they wanted them to crack this thing open. Did the watchers not have the means to open the egg themselves? What if they were simply waiting for the contents to be revealed before trying to seize the goods for themselves? Alistair shook his head. He would deal with it if that came to pass. A broken bar now, time to bust this thing open before whatever lived here returned. Lance drove her blade deep within the skull of the large canine fiend that had lunged for her, the dagger puncturing the brain with a burst of rotting pink mist. As that happened, Hoplite fired his Fortis Magnum 3 times in rapid succession, each bullet finding a home in the centers of 3 small rotting apes swinging high above in the trees. They were a long-armed species with shaggy matted fur, their frenzied calls echoing through the forest. They had proven to be far more dangerous to the Watchers than any of the more ground-based mutants. Hoplite had seen an elf have his face torn off by a pair of them before he could even attempt to defend himself, falling from the tree he had been perched in as the mutants tore his flesh asunder. Hoplite had put the apes down, but it had been too late. All that had been left of the unlucky Watcher had been a mangled bunch of black cloth and sundered flesh. These dogs, however, didn't prove nearly as dangerous. though they were still capable of ripping up flesh in seconds with their tainted maws. Yet all the rotting hands hadn't been a problem for Lance and her blades thus far. Lance twisted with the momentum of the falling canine, her blade sliding out of the skull with the firm schlick of metal on bone. The creature's rotting brain matter spilled out onto the grass with a wet plop as the head collided with the ground, that now familiar pink miasma seeping from seemingly every wound the dog had. Sunlight lit the forest floor a shade of pink as its rays passed through an overhanging death mist as Hoplite and Lance continued fighting. Never before had Hoplite fought within a fog this garish. He was used to grey ash falls and the thick mists of boiling oceans, no to broken bar pink. The grass he and Lance danced through was spattered with the blood of dozens of the creatures now, painting the earth with sickly spatters of dark red that contrasted the bright miasma surrounding them. They had come across a large pack of these lesser fiends, animals that had been infected with this death spiral disease. Apparently, the more dangerous variety of fiend was strictly humanoid, but they hadn't encountered any in the 3 days they had been fighting through the fjord. Lesser fiends had a harder time spreading the disease than the humanoid ones, based on what Lance had told him. Hoplite didn't understand just how Lance could consider a diseased human to be more of a danger than, say, an infected grizzly bear. As Hoplite thought that, an infected bear rounded a far-off tree. It then charged, quickly drawing closer to reveal the putrid maggots dripping from a half-torn-off maw of rotting teeth. Lance rolled as the beast swiped its massive paws for her skull, quickly sheathing her blades and scaling a tree up and away from the creature with a loud curse. Hoplite took advantage of the creature's distraction, and charged, ramming his shoulder into its ribs and sending it flying into another nearby tree. The animal's spine shattered as the bear was horseshoed around the trunk of the thick tree, sliding to the ground in a puff of pink mist that swirled into the ever-growing fog. Its eyeballs had popped out of their sockets from the whiplash, the colony of maggots living in its rotting skull now pouring from the empty eye holes like a squirming white waterfall. From his camera he could see another ape dropping down from a high branch, hands swiping for Lance's head. Before Hoplite could warn her, she whirled, drawing her dagger and splitting the chittering thing's head in half at the jaw. Pink mist and rotten dark blood spattered her face and she gagged as the thing's shaggy corpse fell to the earth with a heavy thud, the upper half of its head coming to lay only a few paces away from its body. Hoplite dispatched the other 2 diseased apes that his motion trackers had picked up on, the red blips showing them scaling the tree next to where Lance was perched. As soon as they appeared, Hoplite popped them with the fortis, that pink mist bursting as the bodies of the apes fell to the grass. How many had the 2 of them killed since this campaign began 3 days ago? 200? Surely that, if not more. His motion tracker and cameras didn't pick up any more movement, and after a few moments of silence, he holstered his magnum, cocking his helmet up toward Lance. "Any injuries?" he asked, knowing that there would likely be none. "No, I am all right thank you," Lance said, dropping from the tree to land gracefully. "Still can't stand the smell, hate getting close to these things but I'm better with these daggers than I ever was with a bow," she said with a grin, wiping her blades off on the fur of a dead ape. "Why haven't we encountered any human fiends?" Hoplite asked, crushing the skull of the grizzly bear he had tackled with a firm boot. It would be best to ensure it was dead. Hoplite had seen them rise on occasion after receiving a mortal injury, though not after the pink mist left them. Still, it was best to be safe. As Hoplite scraped the putrid brains now staining his boot on the grass, Lance took a deep breath and said, "Normal fiends retain a level of sapience, from what I hear anyway," she explained, adjusting the collar of her black cloak. "See, those ones cannot die, and it is theorized that they fear crossing the shot separating the fiendwood and the fjord as a result." She then pursed her lips and shook her head. "Could you imagine drowning forever at the bottom of a shot? I would not make the attempt either were I taken by the curse." A shot was one of the many massive rivers separating the continents that Hoplite had seen from space. When he first awoke on board the Sparrow, a broken bar, he had learned that through the several questions he'd been able to ask Lance. Now he burned with another question. As always nowadays it seemed. What was this about humanoid fiends not being able to die? That was preposterous. even considering the odd nature of this supposedly lesser variant. Surely a diseased human wouldn't take more effort to kill than these lesser fiends. The standard fiend might be difficult to kill, but it simply could not be possible that they were immortal. Maybe they're resilient, Hoplite began, but it's illogical to think that these human fiends cannot die. Perhaps, yet who is to say? Lance asked him. Would you say that these lesser fiends should simply die based on the way that their bodies are actively rotting? That seems logical to me, yet they move and fight with the frenzy of a living rabid animal. Hoplite found it hard to argue that point. A broken bar, however, they still die. I shoot them, stab them, stomp them. They die, he said flatly. It really was as simple as that. I suppose I can't argue with that, Lance began after a long pause, but we'll have ample opportunity to test your theory should we run into any normal fiends. It was like Commander always said, anything that you put enough bullets into died eventually. It had to be the same with fiends. No immortal fiend could be an exception to this golden rule. Hoplite drew his vicious rifle, holding it at the ready as he began to move west, keeping an eye on his motion tracker as Lance began to follow after him, those green all-seeing eyes watching the branches above keenly. It wasn't long before another question burned within him like a hot coal, and despite his sore throat and disdain for conversation, he found himself voicing it. If a shot blocks off the fiends, Hoplite began, what is the fiend wall for? Was it a sure-spanning construct to keep out any fiends that somehow managed to cross the shot? A long time to build something that length, especially since they likely only had access to primitive tools, but the determination of humanity was more than capable of accomplishing such a task. Across each shot is a great bridge that connects the continents, Lance explained as she continued to monitor the branches above the fiend wall in circles. The land's at the mouth of that bridge on this side of the shot. Hoplite furrowed his brow. Why not demolish the bridge? It seems like an unnecessary risk to keep it intact. Quarantine protocol dictates that it should be demolished. There have been attempts, but the great bridges are made of what is known as set stone. That type of stone is unchanging. It cannot be destroyed by anything save the pillar gods themselves. Lance told him it was more likely that they simply didn't have the means to demolish it. Perhaps the bridges were made of a durable stone that would require high-grade explosives to destroy, but they couldn't be indestructible. Hoplite would try to procure proper charges for demolition once he linked back up with Commander Broken Bar. If he linked back up with Commander Broken Bar, Hoplite hadn't heard any signals over the radio during the entire time he'd been stranded here. Because they're all dead. He pushed that thought down. Hoplite could not afford to think so despairingly. He needed to focus on the mission, eliminate the fiends, and gather more intel on Ahkoolis. A few hours passed of pleasant silence between him and Lance, his desire for questions finally dimming from a burning coal to a cooling ember. Soon the sun began to set over the fjord, the dim orange light slipping between the broad leaves overhead. After 3 days of fighting in this forest, he noticed something. Almost every species of tree he knew about was within these woods. Everything from willows and pines to cherry blossoms and maples. The result was a garish mixture of colors that was ever present. It was a sight that wasn't a Broken Bar displeasing to him. It was the same with all the other plant life in these woods, radiant with colorful flowers and bursting with bright ripe berries and fruits. The exposure to all these colors was strange to him. Hoplite was used to gunmetal gray and the different splashes of blood in war, with some brown wastelands here and there for when he was deployed planetside. So Broken Bar, Lance said, following close behind him. Can I see what's in the star pod next time we go back? He had been making routine stops at the pod during the fighting to restock on ammunition, keeping Lance and every other curious watcher well away from its contents. Number, he replied simply. She grumbled but didn't argue the point. As they pressed deeper into the forest, Hoplite began to notice other watchers hopping around in the trees above them from time to time, all wearing a color-blending variant of Lance's garb. There were many of them, most going about the same task, hunting for trespassers, or more likely with the recent development of the fiend wall's collapse, hunting for fiends to put down. Hoplite had learned that day watchers were given those garments to blend in better with the surrounding forest, while night watchers such as Lance were given light drinking black garb to better blend in with the darkness. He didn't quite understand why they simply didn't give night watchers the same color-blending garb as day watchers, but he supposed that the color-blending version could be a fair bit harder to make than simple pitch-black clothing. The explanation for why day watchers' clothing could color shift had been, of course, magic. Hoplite had nearly given up asking why certain things were the way they were on this planet. 3 days of constantly being told a magic this or other pillar gods that was really beginning to frustrate him. There wasn't a shred of common sense among these elves, that was all there was to it. When do you have to broken bar? Lance started before trailing off, her eyes darting to the ground as she drew her lips to a line. When do I what? Hoplite asked, his brow furrowing beneath his helmet. Why did she look embarrassed? Hoplite had no idea why she would be. He may have lacked the social skills of most people, but to his eyes Lance had said nothing that would seem humiliating. Maybe it was what she was about to say. When do you a broken bar? I mean to say, when do you have to broken bar p? She asked, rubbing a hand through her long black hair and seeming to look anywhere but at Hoplite. This was hardly the first time he'd been asked this question, but he was far more used to hearing it from Marines under his command. He never understood this obsession with urine. It was a simple bodily function. Hoplite supposed it was because those troops had understood that the phalanx suit had no waste disposal built in a broken bar. How they would know that, Hoplite had no idea. And in truth, he simply didn't care enough to find out. I don't have to yet, he replied after a second. It's been 3 days, Hoplite. You haven't even slept either, she yelled, bafflement plain on her face. I don't need to yet, he said matter-of-factly. Hoplite would like to keep it that way for as long as he could. Thankfully he hadn't consumed anything prior to suiting up. The result however was that he was severely dehydrated and practically starving. It was not dangerous for him a broken bar, not yet. Hoplite knew his own limits when it came to that regard, but he could not function at peak efficiency without normal sustenance. If he stopped to remove his helmet to eat and drink, however, he would have another problem on his hands. Later a broken bar. He could go far longer without food or water than a normal human, but that didn't mean that it was healthy for him to go without it for this long. At this rate, he'd be dead within the next few days. 12 at most. But he should take care of his needs before that point. He couldn't protect anybody if he was recovering from severe dehydration alongside starvation. Hoplite found himself again wishing that the phalanx suit had come with a built-in waste disposal, but there was no use in lamenting the fact that it wasn't there. There was also the very real danger of allowing his hunger to grow a broken bar if Hoplite went Wendigo a broken bar. He shook his head at the thought. He dreaded it. But it would be time to remove the suit when he returned to the pod this next visit, or at least just the helmet so he could eat and drink. The inevitability of removing the phalanx suit was what he dreaded, for the process of reattaching the individual pieces of his armor on his own would be hours long. Even with the tools Hoplite had procured from engineering before launching his shuttle, he glanced at Lance, seeing that despite all the time she had spent awake with him out in these woods, she had no dark circles beneath those green eyes. I haven't seen you sleep, Lance, Hoplite pointed out. He hadn't either, of course, not since they had both set out patrolling through the fjord. She had to take breaks here and there to eat and drink, but she had not slept a wink. Yet despite that, Lance didn't even seem the least bit tired. Elves don't sleep nearly as much as you lazy humans do, she said with a small laugh. Besides, I got a full 2 hours of rest before I found you. I'm good for the rest of the week. I don't need that much sleep either, Hoplite replied. Don't concern yourself. Look, Lance started, fists on hips as she walked. You need to take care of yourself before you fall over dead. Simple as that. She sniffed, shaking her head. I can forage up some berries and bag some bunnies for you if you don't know how, and it's no bother if you want to drink from my canteen. I can't put the suit back on easily once I take it off. Hoplite said I want to keep it on as long as I can. It will take hours to put it back together. Well, that's just silly. Who makes armor that hard to put on? She said with a shake of her head. Honestly seems stupid to me, and here I thought simple human plate armor was enough of a bother to deal with. Hoplite couldn't exactly say she was wrong, but with how complex the phalanx suit was, It was simply impossible to put it back on quickly without an engineer or an assembler to speed the process. On the flip side though, it was surprisingly easy to take off a broken bar. All it took was a certain combination of bumps with his chin and several sections of the armor would open. After a few minutes, he could be out of the suit in its entirety. The helmet he could take off and put back on whenever he wished, but he'd rather keep wearing it until he was back inside the pod. "Just let me know when you're ready to come out of that armor. I can bag a bunny for you in no time." She told him, "You can cook it yourself though, unless you don't know how to do that either." Lance finished wryly. He didn't say anything in response. Hoplite noticed that the Magnus, Vicious, and Fortis felt her broken bar light. It was time to go back to the pod and restock. He still had an adequate amount of ammo to spare on his person, but he wanted to stay as flush with bullets as possible. Almost right after he thought of returning to the pod, his stomach growled. He hadn't even eaten before entering cryo. A broken bar. Again he tried to ignore the thought, and failed. It was simply time to eat and drink. There were canteens and calorie-dense ration bars stored beneath the seats of the pod, as it was for all escape shuttles. His throat felt like burnt paper and his limbs felt leaden. His eyes were growing heavier and heavier by the day. Hoplite needed to take care of himself before his body took matters into its own hands. He promptly turned and scooped up Lance without a word, bracing his legs as he prepared to launch into a run. She only gave a small gasp as he began sprinting headlong toward the pod. She was well used to this by now, but he saw that the other watchers in the trees overhead flinched at his sudden takeoff. Their surprise at his speed could only be matched by their terror of his weapons. The other watchers genuinely seemed to be scared witless of them, but Lance had grown used to his thunderstaves by now. Seeing the power that Hoplite's guns were capable of outputting may have helped keep the watchers from attempting to bring Hoplite to justice for the damage he had done to a few of their trees. Hoplite was still unsure as to how the Ahkoolis had voted in regard to his crash landing, but it was safe to assume at this point that he was in the clear. Lance, like the Hawk Mother, had told him to be careful about the tree's broken bar initially. Hoplite hadn't cared if the foliage was damaged, but recently, Hoplite kept finding himself trying to avoid shooting the trees. Lance had told him that the Fee inhabiting the trees would appreciate his efforts. They certainly weren't real, but Hoplite didn't feel like arguing with her over their supposed existence. When they had both first set out, Lance had told Hoplite that she was, in a way, responsible for any of the damage that Hoplite might inflict upon the woods, as long as he didn't bring any down. However, she was not at risk of punishment, a broken bar, at least not severe punishment. Lance had said that the chunks blasted out of the trees would at least get her a stern talking to from her commander. And apparently Hoplite himself would get his own tongue lashing eventually, at least according to Lance. Hoplite doubted it. The Fjord was a war zone and any kind of battleground would suffer wear and tear. The Hawk Mother and Lance's commander would simply have to accept that fact and move on. Still, Hoplite had kept it in mind to avoid damaging the trees. There was no need to get Lance punished by her superiors on his behalf, and in truth, it wasn't the most difficult thing to avoid damaging the woods. Yet a broken bar, why did he try so hard to avoid injuring them? They were just trees, nothing more. It wasn't like he feared punishment from the elven authorities. A broken bar, he supposed a part of the reason, one that he could identify, was that he simply found them to be appealing to the eye. Hoplite simply did not want to rupture the patterns of the tree's bark, for that would mar their natural beauty. Hoplite immediately turned his thoughts away from such an obscene thought. Nature was merely another potential battleground, nothing more. He was a tool, a thing meant for killing, not a human being. It was best to keep it that way, lest his thoughts eventually come to more broken bar treacherous places. He kept his attention firmly on the traveling, the speed he ran, his motion sensor anything but the fjord's lush colors and its near overwhelming sense of life. It only took an hour to reach the crash site at his top speed, and when he put Lance down, he saw that her hair had been completely blasted back by the wind. She finally opened her eyes again, placing a hand to her lips before leaning heavily against the thick trunk of a nearby tree. Her face had turned a sickly shade of pale, and for a moment Hoplite believed that she would paint the bark with her bile. "You have to give me more warning than that, you metal AP broken bar," she muttered under her breath. "My guts are super broken bar," Lance groaned, placing a hand to her stomach. "It is unnecessary," Hoplite replied. "It is more time optimal this way." "If I were to tell you every time we were about to be en route to the pod, it would take up to a minimum of 3 seconds. It would be a massive waste of time," Hoplite explained to her. Yet instead of nodding in agreement to his flawless logic, Lance shook her head, glaring up at him. "Well, you're going to tell me from now on instead." Lance told him. "I will not be hauled about like a stone." Hoplite's back stiffened in irritation. How dare she try to order him around? "You are not in command of this operation. Do not attempt to give me any kind of orders." Hoplite bit back, the heat in his voice only barely contained by ice-cold discipline. "In case you forgot," Lance said after a second, standing straight to look up into his helmet, "you aren't my commanding officer, Hoplite. Do not order me around. I may defer to you now and again in combat, but I am a watcher, not your soldier." Her face was actually beginning to turn from a shade of pale to a more crimson hue. Lance was growing angry with him. Why? All he did was assert his role as a commanding officer, as he had done all his life to those lower ranking than himself. But Lance was not a part of the 8th arm of Terna. She was not in the command structure whatsoever. Therefore, while she held no rank in the military, this also meant that Hoplite did not outrank her. This puzzled him for a millisecond of thought before he realized how he should proceed. Lance should be regarded as a civilian combatant. Since she was not a part of the structure of command, that gave her more free rein than a standard soldier, as their behavior was typically unpredictable, as was whatever gear they may be in possession of. That didn't mean that civilian combatants shouldn't follow orders, but their wild variation made it difficult to utilize them to their full capabilities. Technically, Lance was a part of the Ternan civilization, from a lost colony Broken Bar, but she was not part of any of the 8 arms. Until proper reintegration, she was not truly Tanana Broken Bar. Perhaps she was right to be irritated with Hoplite for giving her orders outside of combat? No, Hoplite was right. He had to always be certain. If a Hoplite didn't have certainties, their thoughts would always lead to treachery. A Broken Bar he would not be re-indoctrinated. If only he had more experience dealing with civilians. A Broken Bar. Turning his thoughts back to Lance in that same instant of thought, he came to a conclusion. To avoid having this cooperation turn abrasive, Hoplite would concede to this small matter. Perhaps it would be more optimal if Lance was made aware before takeoff. Perhaps preparing herself mentally could keep her from lagging around in her sickness. Her recovery had also been taking up too much time for his liking. "From this point going forward, I will notify you approximately 3 seconds before takeoff," Hoplite replied in his usual monotone. That should be enough to be satisfactory to her. This concession was already more than what Hoplite was used to providing. "You don't pick me up until I tell you it's all right," she snapped angrily, her eyes narrowing into a glare that matched Hoplite's own. "You tell me when, then I'll tell you if it's all right." "I have to mentally prepare," Lance told him, her face growing a deeper shade of red. "Affirmative." Hoplite nearly snapped, fully turning and walking away. To avoid wasting any more time on this ridiculous conversation, from his rear camera he could see her give a small but curt nod. Her previous sickness all but evaporated in the heat of her anger. Hoplite's own face felt red-hot with rage. How dare she ask for more from Hoplite after he gave her more than he would have given anyone else? As soon as these savages were reintegrated, they need to be taught proper procedure. They walked in icy cold silence for a few minutes before finally reaching the crash site. As he had every time before, he activated one of the cameras in his finger, and edged the tip just around the tree trunk to scan the area around his shuttle. Before he even saw what was on the camera, his motion tracker had picked up on 7 blips surrounding his pod. A Broken Bar. Were they nosy watchers, or something else? If they had been fiends, they wouldn't have been stationary. Fiends always moved erratically on his motion tracker, they rarely held still. These were almost completely immobile, at least in relation to fiends. When Hoplite finally saw what his finger camera's feed picked up on, His mouth almost fell open in shock. 6 people and some horrific kind of mutant were all staring at his shuttle. The mutant had drawn his attention first due to just how severe the changes were. The top half was a handsome long black-haired muscular humanoid, crossing its arms and looking down upon Hoplite's body with a curious glint in its black eyes. The lower half, in contrast, was a horrific monstrosity. The upper half's waist, instead of ending in a pair of legs, lead into another, larger body. A massive face with a gaping maw and 3 tongues sticking out of its mouth made up the center of this second torso, one of the tongues reaching up occasionally to lick one of the creature's 2 big black eyes. Its bold nose hung slightly over the gaping 3-tongued maw, which masticated the back of the 3 lolling tongues. Another set of inhumanly large shoulders stuck out from above this second horrific face, each with a long ape-like arm that ended in 2 broad furled fingers that each ended in a sharp point. The thing held itself aloft with 2 thick squat legs, using its 2 lower arms for better balance. Hoplite had never seen such a massive mutation in his life. If Darkwatch were to see such a mutant on this world, they'd surely designate Ahkoolis for liquidization with barely a second thought. Not that this strange creature was the only mutant in this strange gathering. There was also a lean crimson-skinned man that stood near to the mouth of Hoplite's pod. Long black horns like that of a goat jutted out from his temples above a head of unkempt long white hair that fell all the way down his shirtless back. A patch of grey flesh was spread across his right arm. The contrast of the strange mark against the mutant's red flesh made it nigh impossible to miss. A birthmark, or some kind of skin disease. The other 5 people seemed normal at a glance, yet he could see that one, a blonde woman wearing plate mail, possessed ears with a slight point to them. Another elf perhaps, maybe a subspecies. Before he could make out more details, he had to pull his finger back. A pale square-faced man of middling height and wearing a red cape and leather armor had seemingly caught sight of Hoplite, his eyes coming to rest exactly on Hoplite's tree. It was likely that Hoplite had pulled his finger back before it could be seen a broken bar, yet that man seemed to have keen eyes, keener than most to catch sight of Hoplite's fingertip. Did that man have bionic eyes? No normal human should have been able to spot something as small as a fingertip so quickly and accurately. A broken bar. Perhaps the man had seen an insect instead, or maybe he mistook Hoplite's finger for a bird. If the stranger had indeed spotted Hoplite in that brief instant, then his position was compromised. Did any of you all see that? One of them, likely the square-faced man, asked. See what? A woman's voice replied. Potential hostiles. Hoplite told Lance as drew the Magnus from his back. Lance's brow furrowed in confusion for a brief instant before she heard the drifting conversation between the strangers. Then she drew her daggers. You saw them on the broken bar. You called it a motion tracker, yes? Lance asked in a whisper. Yes. Be ready to attack or retreat if they become aggressive. Flank them if you can, Hoplite told her, rounding the trunk of the tree to greet surprised eyes. The strangers had all turned to stare goggle-eyed at Hoplite, who stood tall and ready to start blasting hot lead. He stared right back at the strangers, his shotgun not yet aimed but ready to be if the need arose. Hoplite would react appropriately based on how these people behave. A broken bar. Suddenly, the square-faced man walked toward Hoplite, his face set with curious determination. Hoplite then promptly aimed his shotgun toward the pale man and the stranger stopped dead in his tracks. Even if he didn't understand what a gun was, he clearly understood that whatever Hoplite was holding was a weapon. Identify, Hoplite ordered. The strangers all looked at each other, the 2-faced mutant staring at him with those unsettling pitch-black eyes. That one he could put down with a blast of the Magnus without having to get close, but Hoplite supposed the same could be said of all of these people. None of them wore armor that could possibly stop these shells. I'm the warrior known as Kidka. The man stuttered. Sorry, I just wanted a closer look at what you were. Broken bar didn't mean offense, Mr. Gollum. The elf woman in full plate then stepped forward, placing a fist to her chest plate as the pale man took a few steps back. I am Twindil, a paladin of Athena, the pillar god of tranquility, she said soothingly, as if she had heard heat in his monotone. He searched those green eyes of hers, but there wasn't anything but confidence in those eyes. A paladin? She certainly didn't look like one. The generation of super soldiers before Hoplite had been called paladins, but they weren't all that common nowadays. Most had met their end serving in the war, and few new paladins had been made after Project Chimera's resounding success. Hoplite had met and even fought side by side with a few in his younger days, and they all shared Hoplite's disposition. After all, paladins went through the exact same training as a Hoplite, just without the mutations that were involved with Project Chimera. This woman did not have those same cold empty eyes. They seemed to be filled to the brim with life. She actually smiled at him when she saw his head cock toward her, the small scar on her lip only pulling it down slightly. No, this girl could not be Ternan personnel, not with those ears and that gear, especially not with that long braid falling down her back. Why did everyone on this world have long hair? Hoplite then cocked his helmet in Kidka's direction again, simply to let the man know that Hoplite still had him well within his sight. Kidka then coughed forcefully before he began rubbing the back of his head, looking away from Hoplite as he spoke. "Are you a broken bar tongue of Zod?" he said, seemingly straining to speak the words. Whoever this man was, Hoplite could tell that he didn't speak very often based on the croak in his deep voice. Either that or he smoked an unhealthy amount of tobacco, much like how many sergeants in the Marines did. Kidka then lifted up the back of his hand, displaying it to show that it had been branded with the image of a furled tongue. He had heard mention of the tongues of Zod before in the Ahkoolis. There had been mention of calling for their aid in dealing with the encroaching fiends of Broken Bar. Were these strangers all tongues of Zod? Likely not. Twindle likely would have introduced herself just as Kidka had if that were so. It was still uncertain as to if these strangers were hostiles, but so far Hoplite did not think that they presented any immediate threat. They had tried opening talks, albeit a Broken Bar strangely with Kidka's behavior. Perhaps the man was simply socially inept. Yes, a Broken Bar. He didn't seem the type to speak much to others, based on that croak to his throat and the silvery paleness of his flesh. Hoplite was all too familiar with that sensation of speaking far too often. Other than Kidka's strangeness, however, these people didn't seem to be hostile. The red-skinned mutant standing further back in the group then began inching toward the door to the pod, and Hoplite's body kicked into motion, raising his shotgun and aiming it directly at the mutant. "Step away from the pod now!" Hoplite shouted, his booming voice causing all to flinch, save for the huge mutant. That one held its composure. "Failure to comply with these orders will result in your immediate execution," he ordered harshly, stomping forward a few steps while keeping an eye on everyone surrounding him. "Whoa. Okay, a Broken Bar was just curious was all," the mutant said. His voice was filled with undercurrents of mischievousness, like those hordes of lower-ranking troops that preferred to goof off rather than be productive. From his rear camera, Hoplite could see Lance quickly pass from tree to tree, going almost completely unnoticed. Despite her adept maneuvering through the woods, however, it still seemed that Kidka had seen her, his face growing pale as he mouthed the words "Watcher" silently. Lance's position was compromised to Kidka, but the man didn't seem interested in outing her hiding place for some reason. A Broken Bar. Maybe he had already been seeing Watchers darting about and had simply chosen to ignore them up until now? "Name's Elam," the red-skinned mutant said, drawing Hoplite's attention. "And anyway, it's not yours. We were here first. I claim this star for us," Elam declared, gesturing to his companions who all stared daggers at him in response, save for one, a young brown-haired girl, her eyes glued to the ground between her feet. Elam seemed to be waiting for his companions to back him up, and when they didn't, he pursed his lips in irritation. He scratched at one of his black horns as he backed away from the pod, compressing his lips to a fine line and staring longingly at the crashed shuttle. "That is Ternan property," Hoplite said, seeing Lance emerge from behind a completely different tree than the one he had seen her dart behind. She sheathed her daggers, and began almost casually approaching Kidka. Broken Bar. Why was she compromising the flank? Was there something she knew about these strangers that he didn't? She gestured for the man to approach her, and Kidka flinched, seizing up for a brief instant before finally he started to slowly inch toward her. No one besides Hoplite seemed to have noticed this. "There are no claims, stay away from that pod," Hoplite ordered in a low menacing tone. "You won't be warned again." Ilum then lifted his chin. "What about the international claims law?" he asked in a confident tone. "It dictates that a broken bar." He paused, his confident tone waning as he went on. "It says that a broken bar, if I find a thing and make a claim upon it, that it's mine." Twindle then shot a withering glare at Ilum. "There is no such law," she shouted with exasperation. Ilum then began grumbling something under his breath, looking away from the elf in armor to instead seemingly admire a fallen branch. Twindle maintained the accusing glare for a full few seconds before turning back to Hoplite with a sigh, her brows greased apologetically. Hoplite had overheard an almost similar conversation, much like the interaction between he and Ilum just had. It had been between a couple of exo-troops concerning a cup of ice cream. The two had almost come to blows. The soldiers had been strangely irritated about it. "Our broken bar, whatever ice cream tasted like, it still shouldn't have been good enough for someone to fight over it." Indeed, Ilum looked as irritated as those soldiers had, knowing that he could not claim Hoplite's pod for himself. Of course, this was a serious situation, not something as petty as ice cream. Yet Hoplite found himself recalling that interaction for hints on how to proceed here. It was an irritating thought. There was no need to defuse the situation with Ilum. It was enough that Hoplite had ordered the mutant to step away from the shuttle. Nothing more was needed. Hoplite then noticed the other watchers in the trees above the broken bar. It seemed there were about 5, all staring silently at him and the strangers. Were they here before, or had they been following these people? Lance had told him that one of the many duties of a watcher was to observe trespassers until they left the forest, and that meant following them until they were gone. If they were causing harm to the forest, either by logging or poaching, they'd be dealt with swiftly and violently. What had they been doing here? Had they truly been here this whole time, or did they just arrive? If it was the former, a broken bar, then could they have been scheming a way to break into his shuttle? It was certainly possible, but thankfully the durable tungsteel alloy making up the pod would ensure that nothing these elves had could bust through. Still, Hoplite wouldn't allow himself to be lax about a potential break in our broken bar. He'd need to make sure none of them managed to see the access code for the pod, else Hoplite may return to find his shuttle completely ransacked. Perhaps that was why Lance had broken cover. Confidence in her comrades to swoop in if things went south? Perhaps, but it was still a foolish thing to do. Broken bar, there were far too many unknowns here to assume safety. He then turned his attention back to Ilum, who stared back seemingly unconcerned. The red mutant then crossed his arms, fully turning away from Hoplite with an irritated huff. "Never heard of turbot or whatever the hells you called it." "Keep it then." "Fine. I suppose I will allow you to retain possession of the discovered goods." "No use in us killing each other over it," Ilum said, as if it were his to give away in the first place. Hoplite then looked to the blond man wearing the red headband. Then, seeing that he too wore plate armor similar to Twindle's, though his was painted a shade of gold, rather than silvery gray. The man stood next to the two-faced mutant, a hand wrapped around the shaft of a large warhammer with its square head planted firmly in the soil. It was an intricate piece of work, the large square metal head made of shining steel. Its wooden shaft was engraved with images of monstrous creatures, one of which looked to resemble the two-faced mutant. The man then leaned his weight into the hammer and began shaking his head. "I'm Alistair," the blond man said, looking again toward Hoplite. "This here is the angel and my Eidolon Bamiel," he finished, gesturing with a nod to the two-faced mutant. "I am sanctioned. Do not worry about me being pillar-born." Hoplite was of a height with the creature that Alistair had named Bamiel. The so-called angel glared at him, its upper human arms crossed over its broad chest. "That," Hoplite started in a deadpan, "is a mutant." Alistair stared confusion at Hoplite, and Bamiel's upper half frowned at Hoplite as the lower half continued to lick its own eyeballs. "No," Alistair said with a shake of his head. "He is an angel from the astral plane. I can summon him and dismiss him at will. I am Mathia Golem." "Surely you know what that entails?" he said as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. Hoplite did not argue the point, nor did he explain that he was really a human, not a golem. He instead turned his attention to the woman that had been staring at the ground. She had on a broken bar, eerily symmetrical face, bordering on unnatural. Her blue and green eyes lifted from the ground finally, and Hoplite felt a strange broken bar tugging in his gut. Almost like a primal broken bar fear? No, it could not be fear. He had felt true fear on board the Sparrow when he had been certain he'd been about to die. This was just a strange broken bar uneasiness, as if the woman's very existence were unnatural. Uncanny indeed. There was some kind of mutation besides the heterochromia there, though he could not place it purely based on her appearance. She began after a brief second. Nolvi. With that, Nolvi returned to staring at the forest floor, seemingly zoning off the very instant those eyes found the ground. She wore a heavy cloak that was made of stout brown leather, concealing much of her body and some of the thin staff she held gently in both hands. A leather cloak in this heat? Hoplite's body and armor had been outfitted with flexible Kelvinite piping, keeping his body temperature at a constant and normal, for a Hoplite, 105 degrees. It was likely that Nolvi had no such piping implanted beneath her skin. Why would she be wearing such a heavy-duty cloak? She must have been concealing weapons beneath it. He'd need to keep a keen eye on her hands in case she tried to pull one out. Alistair shook his head with a sigh before hefting the warhammer over his shoulder, the wooden shaft colliding with the plate armor with a gentle clank. She eyes a broken bar, a beta broken bar vacuous. Do not mind her, he said in a suffering tone. Nolvi's eyes flashed up at Alistair for a brief instant before looking back down to the ground, and for some reason, Alistair let out a yelp, cradling his rear end a moment before muttering something under his breath. It was as if he had just been struck, though by what Hoplite didn't know. There was nothing that Hoplite could see that could have hit the man. Lance and Kidka were speaking more animatedly now, though they maintained a quiet whisper. The man was looking more drained talking to her than he had speaking with Hoplite. These people did not seem hostile, but that didn't mean that Lance should have emerged yet. After all, the situation was still unresolved. He needed to question everyone and then clear these people out of here. They must have found his pod by chance, so what was their original objective before stumbling across it? Perhaps they were heading for the Fiend Wall? Before he could pursue that train of thought further, the sixth stranger, an old-looking elf wearing a black watcher's outfit, approached Lance, big dark bags under aged green eyes. Was this man retired from working the fewwood? He had to be, else why would he be here with these strangers and not darting through the trees above? Furrows carved their way through his skin and he held himself in a slight hunch, bushy dark eyebrows drooping down nearly to brush his cheekbones. His long dark hair was held back in a single ponytail, not a single gray among that head of black despite the wrinkles on his face. An old elf? Seemed this mutation had a lifespan after all. That begged the question, how long had this elf been alive? Lance claimed that elves were biologically immortal unless taken by disease or wounds. A broken bar, but this wrinkled bony man certainly looked anything but unaging. Instead of saying anything, the elder elf simply sat on the ground, staring uncaringly at Hoplite for a moment before looking at Alistair. Got any food? The wrinkly elf asked, his gravelly voice marred and scratchy. Alistair then compressed his lips in a tight line. No. You eat enough already, Theopoulou. We do not have enough rations to make this trip if you keep eating the way you have been. Yeah, I got some, Kidka said quickly, seemingly grateful for the opportunity to leave Lance's company as he lightly jogged over to where the old elf sat. Lance shook her head and gave a small laugh. Old Theopoulou, you truly haven't changed at all. Whoa! Alistair shouted, hand tightening on the shaft of his warhammer as he took a quick step backward. Where the hells did she come from? Nolvi glanced up at him, a quirk to her brow. You didn't hear her and Kidka talking? She asked dully. Your ears are broken, Nolvi stated flatly before continuing to stare holes into the dirt. I had not heard her either. A broken bar, Twindle whispered, a hint of embarrassment in her tone as she tucked a long lock of blonde hair behind one ear. Personally, nothing gets past me. Except this once, Elam said after a moment. Damn quiet the area. Broken bar, but at least they aren't hiding anymore? Elam asked, sounding uncertain as to if that were a good thing. Was that why Lance had come out? Because she had recognized Theopoulou? Even so, She should have maintained the flank in case Theopolis had turned traitor to the Watchers. The old elf had brought strangers into the fjord. He should have been regarded with at least a smidgen of suspicion. And if she had indeed recognized Theopolis Broken Bar, then why did she approach Kidka first? Why had the man looked so nervous talking with her? Hoplite stared as Kidka pulled out a large piece of hardtack, handing it to the old elf while Alistair glared daggers at Kidka. The old elf, Theopolis, wasted no time in consuming the fist-sized morsel. Hoplite stared in near bafflement as he saw the elf swallow the hardtack without chewing it. It was as if Theopolis' throat had expanded to allow it to fall straight into his stomach. Perhaps elves were more mutated than he thought. But then why was Lance staring in near horrified shock at Theopolis? If all elves could eat like that, then she would not be staring at Theopolis in such a way. He found himself gritting his teeth as he stared at the old elf, strangely feeling enraged by his very presence. He blinked, shoving down the emotion with cold discipline. Why had he felt that way just now? You really haven't changed at all, have you? Lance asked Theopolis, the latter merely shrugging in response. How's the outside world been treating you? Theopolis shrugged again before replying curtly with it is fine. Well, that's good, Theopolis Broken Bar, but you haven't been teaching our ways to outsiders, have you? Lance asked him, her eyes turning to daggers as she approached the still-sitting elf. After all, this lad is young enough to have been raised by you on your time off. It's been what, 20 years? You didn't take a human apprentice in that time, right? Lance asked him. You know what would have to be done, she finished in a tone as deadly serious as Hoplite had ever heard. Theopolis then shook his head. No, just met him a few days ago. The boy just got a great eye. Should have been born an elf. I see a broken bar, Lance said after a moment, turning her head back to Kidka. The man seemed to seize up the moment Lance's eyes found his, and he forced out another awkward cough before the blonde elf girl, Twindle, approached Lance. Hoplite kept a firm eye on the blonde elf, reading her body language for any signs of aggression. If Twindle became hostile, Hoplite would blow her away in an instant. However, Hoplite saw no signs of hostility from the woman. The paladin only seemed curious about Lance, Twindle's face in wonder as she gently reached out a hand, giving a small smile. He just so does that. I've never really had a chance to Broken Bar talk to one of you before, Twindle said with brief hesitation. Well, besides Theopolis anyway, she said quickly, but he doesn't like to talk. See, I'm actually half-elf and I was wanting to ask if that's enough. Hoplite cut in. What are you all doing here? He asked, checking the trees above to see the current positions of the Watchers overhead. They had become suddenly very still on his tracker, disappearing in their stillness. Yet a Broken Bar. When Hoplite checked the camera Broken Bar, he could see none of them. They had seemingly all left while he was preoccupied with dealing with these strangers. Why would they do that? The situation hadn't been resolved. Perhaps they thought their time could be better spent on neutralizing the dozens of fiends still wandering the fjord. If that was what they had left for, then Hoplite could hardly bring himself to blame them. Twindle jumped at hearing his voice, her plate armor clinking together as she stared at Hoplite with wide eyes. We are making our way toward the fiend wall, she told him, taking a breath to calm herself before continuing. We hired Theopolis to guide us through the fjord to reach it. She smiled again. After all, Athena wouldn't approve of such chaos spreading through the land. I will purge it. Yet in truth, that is not the only reason we are heading for the fiend wall. This tragedy just happened to occur on our journey. We came upon Thesa Broken Bar. Did you call it a pod? Alistair asked before continuing on the way there. And, I'm going to be completely honest with you here, we were going to try and loot it, Alistair said, shrugging broad shoulders. We didn't know it was yours. Okay? No harm, no foul. Got to ask though, he said, lifting an eyebrow at Hoplite. Is this one of the falling stars? Pretty much everyone saw at least a few of them during the star fall. Can't help but notice that this place looks like it got split down the middle, like it crashed here. They weren't stars. They were escape pods, Hoplite told him. Have you found any others? Were there any humans in them? The party of mutated misfits all began staring at one another, all save for Nolvi before they began shaking their heads. It was as Hoplite had previously thought. A Broken Bar. If these people had been arriving from the west, It was unlikely that any pods had crashed on that side of the planet during the initial and only ejections. This wasn't the first time Hoplite had heard the mass evacuation referred to as the A-star fall. Apparently, it was becoming more commonly known as such. This at least confirmed that there were likely no shuttles that had landed in the west. If Hoplite wanted to link back up with Terna personnel, he'd need to head to the east as he had planned. He opened his mouth to begin speaking, but began shouting instead when his motion tracker began picking up on several frenetic blips, all converging on their location. These past few days of combating fiends had taught him how they'd appear on his motion tracker. The blips were jagged and wild in their approaching from all directions. Hostiles inbound. Hoplite shouted, fiends incoming from all directions. Get ready. With that, the roaring of beasts half dead could be heard. Growling maws that desired not else but to tear all those unafflicted with their mutation to pieces. Thankfully, the strangers did not question this. Indeed, it seemed as if they had grown used to being attacked by fiends during their journey through the woods. A good thing, for they reacted swiftly. A broken bar. All save for Theopolu, who sighed as he drew a pair of daggers from his belt, looking more annoyed than anything. Nolvi quickly stepped behind Twindil, who drew a massive greatsword, holding it at the ready. Alistair quickly ran over, taking up a position next to Twindil. Kidka moved to stand closer to Ilum as the red mutant held his hands outward to the surrounding forest. Hoplite didn't know what Ilum planned to do with just his hands. The thin man was not built for wrestling a broken bar. Then they were upon them, all chittering beasts and critters of all shapes and sizes, apes and dogs, boars and weasels, and a couple of bears to boot. Hoplite was not sure that he could save everyone from the encroaching fiends, but he would try. He aimed the Magnus at the first bear, the beast roaring as it charged directly for him. The blast tore through the creature's skull with ease, spattering rotted brain matter across the trees, while stray pellets tore into other beasts. While that happened, Ilum's hands began glowing a shade of green. A broken bar. Hoplite, almost completely dumbfounded, watched as the red mutant began lobbing balls of green liquid at the approaching fiends. They had simply a broken bar appeared out of thin air above his hands. How? Hoplite did not know. The balls of liquid impacted with the second bear that had been approaching, the matted fur melting away in an instant with a sizzle. The acid ate through the bear's skull and left only a stump of bone where the broad head had been, the body sliding to a stop right before Ilum, who backed away with a curse as the miasma seeped out of the headless corpse. Before Hoplite could process what had just happened, he saw Alistair's own hand suddenly catch flame. A brilliant golden fire enveloped his entire palm, and the man slapped it atop his warhammer, the metal seeming to take the entire flame in that instant and leaving Alistair's hand bare of any burns. Just like back then, in the footage. He ignored the treacherous thought as he stared near dumbfounded at Alistair. Some kind of bionic had to be at work there. Flame and acid did not just come out of people's hands. Alistair then reared the hammer back, and swung it into the skull of a dog, knocking it far back into the growing crowd of fiends with an explosion of gore. This golden flame spread from the hammer on impact, launching several bits of flaming skull toward the fiends. Each piece that landed on top of a fiend caught that one on fire in turn, and soon there were dozens of fiends blazing with the golden fire, all seizing up, and just a broken bar they were just gone. For the briefest of milliseconds, before the flame completely took them, the skeletons of the diseased animals were visible, as if Hoplite were seeing an X-ray through their putrid flesh. The golden flame seemed to consume them in their entirety, and not even the pink mist emerged once they were gone. There was not even ash where they had fallen, they were just a broken bar gone. Just like 25 showed him. Hoplite kept firing the Magnus, forcing himself to stay focused on the combat at hand. There would be time to rationalize how this was all possible after the fact. Shells tore through dozens per shot, and unfortunately, Hoplite could not avoid hitting the trees with his rounds. There were simply too many fiends to afford caution. They seemed to pour out from all directions like a rotten flood of gnashing teeth. The strangers all flinched at the cacophonous roar of his shotgun, but showing extraordinary discipline they stayed completely focused on the killing. Twindil swung a greatsword diagonally, the thick blade cleaving through 3 apes that had been jumping for her, the blade passing through the legs of the first one, then a torso, and finally a head. She retched on the pink miasma even as she stomped the now legless ape's skull, already swinging again into another pack of fiends. The angel Bamiel swung its massive lower fists wildly, fighting like a savage gorilla as it snapped spines and crushed skulls beneath its mighty blows. The upper half of Bamiel had intercepted an ape that had leapt from a high branch, catching both an ankle and a wrist before the mutant lifted the monkey high above its head, ripping the creature in half. Bamiel did it with the ease of tearing paper, uncaring for both the pink miasma and the gore now coating its upper body. Lance slashed and dodged through the fiends in an intricate and bloody dance, working her two long daggers with a surgeon's precision. Limbs and heads flew off with every step she took, the diseased animals unable to even scratch her before she was already out of harm's way. Kidka fought with the same efficiency, ducking and weaving with careful counterattacks with his long sword that split limbs and bodies, his sword painting the air a deeper shade of pink as the miasma continued to flow and mix into the growing mist surrounding the clearing. Nolvi just stared at the fiends. Yet when she did so, Broken Bar strange things would happen to the creature she sighted in on. They would stumble and trip over nothing, or a bone would shatter seemingly on its own. A broken bar, surely it was just due to how rotted and decayed fiends are. A broken bar, she could not be injuring them by simply staring. Then suddenly, a wolf fiend's head simply exploded, and the veins on Nolvi's temples had bulged, her face going red with unseen effort. Again Hoplite turned his attention away from thinking about the impossible, simply focusing on firing his shotgun until all the hostiles were eliminated. Theopolis fought in a way that Hoplite could only describe as lazy, barely putting any effort into his swings as the fiends came forth a broken bar. But what was strange was the fact that the fiends a broken bar, they seemed to be avoiding him. They passed right by him to attack others, as if he didn't even exist. Why would they avoid Theopolis? He wasn't infected. Focus. More balls of acid were flung, limbs severed, fiends blasted apart for a long while before finally the last of the creatures was dispatched with a firm stomp from Hoplite. He had used up all the shells left in the Magnus and had to engage in close quarters. Those were shells that had been well spent, however, for Hoplite had killed at least 50 fiends in that short span of time with those remaining rounds. Why had so many appeared here like this? Hoplite never had to fight off a wave this size. There must have been around 200 that had charged them all at once a broken bar, which was why it was strange that they had suffered no casualties. Lance and the strangers were all perfectly fine, save for Kidka, who nursed a bleeding calf. It seemed as if one of the hounds had gotten its teeth into his leg, and unlike Twindle and Alistair, he wore no armor that could have stopped it. Was he infected now? If he was, then Kidka would have to be put down before he could pose a threat. Yet, if he could be treated in time, he could likely be saved. Apparently, lesser fiends had a more difficult time spreading the disease, but still, the wound could not be left to fester. Hoplite would retrieve some antibacterial gel from his pod and then Twindle then approached Kidka, leaning down quickly and grabbing the wound. Was she a trained medical professional? The way she held it was certainly not how a gaping bite wound should be treated. Athena, seal this injury, so that he may be tranquil in life, Twindle whispered, clutching something at her neck. A golden glow then grew from her enclosed fist, before it traveled down her fingers and onto Kidka's wound. Hoplite approached to get a closer look, and saw that the wound was closing. Yes, the injury was closing up on its own, the blood seeming to pull back into Kidka's body as the bite mark fully sealed, leaving not even a scar. Only nanomachines could heal so anciently a broken bar. Ah, that was it. It was nanomachines. True, nanomachines did not glow a broken bar or were even visible in any way, but there were no other explanations Hoplite could think of for how that wound had sealed so quickly. Yet there was a flaw with this idea, as nanomachines could not transfer from person to person. Each fleet of nanobots was tailored, for lack of better words, to the person hosting them. This was so the user's body wouldn't identify the microscopic machines as a virus. Transferring nanomachines in such a way always resulted in intense fevers and bacterial infections, leading to death. It simply had to be something else that Twindle did to heal Kidka, But that begged the question. What had it been? Lance cleared her throat nervously, her face red beneath a head of sweat-matted hair so broken bar she breathed heavily. Some of you can do magic a broken bar, she continued. Clearly uncomfortable. I assume that you have to be sanctioned. Yes. You are not Billborn? She asked, suddenly serious. Glances passed between the strangers, save for Theopoulou, who stared at a beetle crawling on a stump before sheathing his sword, grabbing the poor insect, and promptly eating it whole. It was a stag beetle. Yes, Twindle said after a moment's hesitation. I have my papers on me now if you must look over them, and I'm Athia. Alistair huffed. Do you know of my people and our bond to the angels? Lance paused before nodding, staring wide-eyed at Bumiel. I knew what you were as soon as I laid eyes on your Idolin. Then you know that I didn't need foundation to bring him here. If it will make you more comfortable, I'll dismiss him now, Alistair said, snapping his fingers. Hoplite goggled as Bumiel completely vanished. He bumped his thermals to see if the mutant had gone invisible, but it was simply a broken bar gone. The creature didn't even appear on his motion tracker, it was just gone. Lance eased up only slightly, approaching Twindle with a small shake to her step. Twindle gingerly handed Lance the papers, lips pursed as the watcher read over the laminated sheet. Lance gave a deep sigh of relief once she finished going over these A-sanctioning papers that Twindle provided. Hoplite himself saw the words A by the head of the Pillar Church of Tranquillafina. Twindle Momo is sanctioned as a mortal. What did all of that mean? His eyes felt heavier than ever now as he gazed longingly at the pod. All he had to do was step inside and seal it shut. Then he could take care of himself and be done with all this nonsense. He'd be able to make better sense of all this once he was well and truly rested. No more fiends were inbound on his motion tracker. The field was completely still with the corpses of the fiends. Not a single one moved an inch from where it sat. The pink miasma still hung heavy in the air, making it apparently difficult for everyone else to breathe, all save for Theopoulou, who merely yawned as if he were about to take a nap, still laying among the corpses of the fiends. If the combat was over a broken bar, then it was time for Hoplite to take care of himself. Give them directions, Hoplite ordered Lance. Lance then turned to him, her brow knit together above glaring eyes. What had he done to receive such a look? We do want to get to the fiend wall, Miss Lance. Twindle huffed with another small smile. Please, we can help push back the fiends when we get there. We don't mean any harm to these woods. Truly, I give you my word as a paladin of Athena. Lance turned from Hoplite to smile back at Twindle. You are 3 days south, Lance huffed, wiping sweat from her brow. But old Theopoulou knows the way well enough. He used to be a watcher after all, Lance told her, sparing a brief glance at the older elf. Can't believe he'd come back to the Fewwood this soon after being sent on leave a broken bar. Even if it didn't involve work. Hadn't Lance said it had been around 20 years? That was hardly so soon in Hoplite's opinion. A broken bar. More words passed between Lance and the strangers, but Hoplite heard none of it. His eyes were heavy and his limbs were lead-pillar. A broken bar. It was time to rest and he wasn't going to wait any longer. Lance, do you have control of this situation? Hoplite asked as he turned toward the pod, approaching it with heavy footsteps. You are broken bar. Yes, she told him with an eyebrow cocked. Retreat if they turn hostile. I'll be in the pod. Hoplite told her. Do not attempt to follow me in. I will open fire. He warned the group. Strangely, Elam smiled, taking a step toward Hoplite. Your magic too? Are you sanctioned? I can open fire too. Hoplite raised a single broad finger toward the horned mutant as he approached Hoplite. Back, Hoplite ordered. The mutant's acid would not be able to eat through Hoplite's armor. If Elam became aggressive now, then Hoplite would simply snap his neck. Elam shook his head, sighing as he looked at the glaring Alistair with a grimace. I was just curious. Their words became nigh inaudible as Hoplite sealed the pod doors behind him. They continued speaking for a long while based on how long they hung around on his motion tracker. Hoplite clutched the visors, straining his bionic ears to their limit to pick up on any hostile tones. When the voices finally faded away without the sounds of conflict, Hoplite set about removing his armor, trying not to think about the things he had seen the strangers do. He may as well take care of his every need. He would eat, drink, and sleep. 4 hours should be enough, assuming that nothing attacked the pod or lance. If there was a body of water nearby, he may take the time to wash as well. That would mean potential exposure to toxins in the environment, not to mention the potential for wounds to be sustained in a sudden combat situation, but he was fairly confident that he could rinse and be back to the pod before any incident occurred. If other anormal humans could survive exposure on this planet, then surely Hoplite could as well. His immune system was incredibly deadly to all forms of contagions. When he was finally free of his armor, he ravenously tore into rations and full canteens of water, guzzling them down as if he were drowning before slumping over on a row of the seats, sleep ready to claim him. As his eyes finally shut, his thoughts drifted back to just what he had seen today. His dreams were of magic, monsters, and elves. Like the book he read as a child over 2 centuries ago. Broken bar, that's not good, Furo. Mooney whispered harshly, his large brown eyes bulging. It didn't work. He continued as he nervously ran a hand over his bald head. Shut your mouth, you oaf, Furo snapped. Matters were complicated by the appearance of those magical freaks. Had they not been there? Broken bar. Furo paused, making sure to examine the surrounding branches for any sharp ears before continuing. Then our quarry would have been slain. No one can take on that many fiends alone. Mooney shook his head. A large thing compared to the man's slender neck. He's been fighting for 3 days without sleeping, Furo. He probably could have. That doesn't matter now, idiot, Furo said with a glare. We'll just have to fall back on our original plan. Mooney sighed, adjusting his position to come sitting cross-legged on his branch. The skinny fellow barely shook the leaves as he moved, his color-shifting cloak making it almost appear as if nothing were there at all. Furo himself wore one of these cloaks, an upfront payment for agreeing to kill this hoplite creature. The elf that had hired Furo and his band had been a very secretive type. He broken bar more so than what was usual for a person hiring a killer. Furo wasn't even sure if who had hired them was an elf or broken bar. Their employer had appeared to Furo as a cloud of mist in Ahkoolis, Furo's home. How the strange mist being had found the raven, he did not know. In truth, he didn't quite care. The agreed payment was more than generous, with the acquisition of these color-shifting watchers' cloaks. Semi-permanent retirement never seemed closer after receiving them. Jobs in Ahkoolis were about to get a whole lot smoother once they got back a broken bar. That would be a journey of about 2 months, and unlike this first trip, the Mist Elf had not agreed to shift them back to Ahkoolis. A mild inconvenience, yes, but the cloaks and the payment for fulfilling Hoplite's assassination was worth it. No one in Ahkoolis had cloaks like the Day Watchers of the Fewwood. The ones made in the metropolis were cheap knockoffs compared to these. Wrought with pure foundation, if Furo's guess was correct, dangerous to make without first building the House of Kyria. With Hoplite opting to remain in the Fewwood, Furo and his band had required the color-shifting cloaks of the Day Watchers as to not draw suspicion. Furo had also made sure that his crew understood very well not to make eye contact with any of the passing watchers, for doing so would surely blow their cover. Their employer had insisted that Furo and his best 4 men don the cloaks, a condition that Furo did not argue with. The Mist Elf had been right about the cloaks not drawing suspicion, as their presence had not been questioned upon donning the Day Watcher's garb. That lended credence to his suspicions that the mist being had to be an elf, perhaps one that held high rank amongst the Day Watchers. After all, he could only assume that the Watchers kept a careful eye on their stocks. A broken bar. It would be difficult for the standard grunt to make 5 cloaks disappear. A commanding officer though? Not too difficult perhaps, depending on how these elves kept their records. Furo? Mooney asked. You with me, buddy? Furo blinked and sighed, looking in the direction of his failed ambush. He's apparently human, Furo told Mooney, standing up on his branch. At some point, he has to come out of that armor, and when he does a broken bar I'll put a bolt through his skull. And after that, Furo could get the hells out of this cursed Fewwood and its flowery air. The muggy stinking streets of Ahkoolis were his home, not this forested hellscape. Sure, Furo may have been a full-blooded elf or broken bar, but he was not of the bastion. The all-too-human streets had raised him, and those same reeking streets would always be home. It's been 3 days, Furo, When do you think he will? Mooney asked. What if he simply doesn't? I cannot draw on that much foundation again. Building the House of Kyria to such an extent has nearly singed me. Sealing that many fiends into the earth again will burn me out, or worse. Broken bar, I cannot do it. You will not have to, Mooney, Pharaoh sighed, waving a hand dismissively. We'll just wait. A bolt will do just as well, tipped with mox venom just in case I miss my mark. Even with the color-shifting cloak, Pharaoh could see the outline of Mooney shaking his head. Miss your mark? Mooney asked, his voice barely holding back a laugh. You're supposed to be the best, you're the A-Raven. You don't make mistakes, Mooney said with a nervous chuckle. Pharaoh shook his head again, brows knitting as his face grew warm with embarrassment. He had never handled praise well. I just make sure to cover all bases, that's all. Pharaoh muttered with a frown. He really wasn't all that special, he was just very paranoid about failure. In this line of work, mistakes of any sort meant getting hounded by guards while making impromptu escapes. Oh, how Pharaoh hated that. Nothing angered him more than a plan not working out just the way he had intended. He countered this tendency by over-planning, taking into account every possible point of a plan that could fail, and making a plan within that plan. Really, he was more of a schemer than a master assassin, yet that was what the people knew him as. This fiend trap plan had not worked out as he had hoped, but that was okay. He'd just have to regroup with Briggs, Jerry, and Lutil and tell them his next scheme for eliminating this oversized bucket man. A broken bar just in case the mox venom somehow didn't work. Lance put her chin in her palm, her legs dangling over the high branch she sat upon. She stared down at the entrance of the star pod that Hoplite had secluded himself within. It had been nearly 5 hours since he sealed the doors shut behind him. It was by far the longest amount of time he had taken to restock on his broken bar ammo, was what he usually called it for those thunderstaves. It was a shortening for the word ammunition, though it sounded funny to her ears, like a made-up word a child would use at play. Ammo, she said to herself. Her brows knit together. Ammo, she repeated in a mockery of Hoplite's deep monotone. Nope, it still sounded silly, no matter the tone. Lance shook her head lightly, her long dark hair shifting with the motion and reflecting the green moonlight overhead. He must have fallen asleep. Lance hadn't known him long, but Hoplite wouldn't take this much time to simply restock. The man was always sensitive about the time spent on tasks. Lance fully believed that Hoplite wouldn't allow himself even a single second of lollygagging under even the most peaceful conditions. It was as if he really were a soulless construct, simply going about its assigned task until it was completed to the binder's satisfaction. Yet Hoplite was a man, not a golem. She knew that from the barely contained heat in Hoplite's voice from when they had argued earlier in the day. It had been somewhat relieving to hear Hoplite border on some kind of emotion. All Lance normally heard from him was that flat monotone. Perhaps she should irritate him slightly more, help bring out the person inside so he'd stop acting like a living stump. Yes, a broken bar just a little bit though, nothing too extreme. She was not aware of his limits and didn't want to bring him into a fit of monkey wrath. Lance supposed she could poke fun at him for sleeping in after he came out of that pod of his, knowing how much he cared about time. That should surely get his blood to a good sizzle. If he ever came out anyway, surely he must have fallen asleep in there. At most he would have spent 5 minutes in that pod to gather his precious ammo. Maybe he had taken some extra time to maintain those guns of his. All those metal parts working together had to produce some kind of wear. A broken bar. Did Hoplite oil them? How did he go about that? It seemed as if guns could potentially be taken apart. A broken bar. Did he oil and clean the individual pieces? That sounded as if it would take a long time, but 5 hours? No. He surely must have succumbed to slumber. Hoplite may have been some sort of strange superhuman creature, but at the end of the day he was still human. Yet her thoughts wandered to worrying places. A broken bar. Lance had not heard a sound from within the shuttle after Hoplite had sealed the doors behind him. Was it soundproof? If so, what if he had accidentally shot himself while cleaning that shotgun of his? Hoplite seemed to be well versed in using his tools, but Lance had no idea how volatile those weapons could be. Yet the blast likely would have still made some kind of noise. Those shells might have even dented the pod. Or not. It had fallen from the heavens unscathed after a broken bar. No, Hoplite did not shoot himself. She was mostly certain of that. What if he had a heart attack though? Lance shook her head and drew her lips in a line, growing irritated with herself. A heart attack? Preposterous. Hoplite seemed to be in great shape. He probably had the heart of 3 horses. A broken bar. Knowing that his lineage was not purely human, who was to say that he didn't? Yet was a horse heart compatible with the human body? What if Hoplite's body had rejected his horse heart and he had perished? Should she be concerned? Should she not? She pondered this for a full minute before she gave a small frown. Nah, Hoplite was fine. He'd come out when he was well and ready, and all the better if he was getting a nap in. Perhaps she could bully him into eating and drinking finally. Or maybe he had already done that in the pod before sleeping. Lance wished that she could actually see what was in there. After all, it was something from a completely different world. Her curiosity boiled at the thought of what all may lay within its steely confines. Curiosity had been a constant weakness of hers, but it was so for many elves. Cats and elves both had high mortality rates when it came to sating these curious desires. A broken bar, but maybe she could just sneak a peek. There was a window to the interior at the front of the pod, but she could only see her own reflection staring back at her when she attempted to peer into the strange metal ovoid. She had studied the shuttle quite a few times during the routine stops Hoplite had made. At first glance, it seemed a solid hunk of metal, save for the window and sliding door, but upon closer inspection, she could see ultra-thin seams in the construction. Tight rivets kept the star together. The metal must have been akin to dwarf-wrought steel to withstand falling out of the damn sky. There was a matching symbol on the broadsides of it as well, the red paint having been somewhat marred by the fall. It was an unsettling image of an octopus, the 8 tendrils each ending in a broad human hand, each gripping a sphere. A single massive eye dominated the head of the octopus, the pupil unlike any she had seen before. Was the eye supposed to be a representation of Hoplite's world? Was this octopus the symbol of this Terna he kept blathering on about? Yeah, probably. Nodding sagely to herself, her thoughts turned back to Hoplite himself. An honest-to-dry outworlder in the flesh. There hadn't been one of those on Ahkoolis for a long time, if myth were to be believed. Outworlders were usually arbiters of change in those old tales that survived the Godling Wars. They brought almost as much change to the world as Pillarborn did, just with less a broken bar apocalyptic loss of knowledge. Indeed, Outworlders were generally seen in a more positive light than the Pillarborn. They brought new innovations and ideas to Ahkoolis, whilst Pillarborn destroyed nearly everything in their quest to ascend. Oddly, Outworlder ideas had a habit of surviving such turbulent times. She supposed that the Ahkoolis would question him more on the subject once they returned to them and her watch was lifted. Lance was not looking forward to another meeting between Hoplite and the Ahkoolis. However, by the pillars, that had to be the most awkward situation she had been in. No one spoke to the Hawk-mother as Hoplite had, not ever. It simply wasn't done. Even Turlin Fireeyes hadn't ever dismissed her outright. But maybe the Hawk-mother's curiosity about outworlder behavior had held her tongue back from lashing. She had always been a curious woman before her rise to motherhood. Surely she must know about outworlder tales better than Lance herself did. Lance thought about those old stories for a moment. What kind of changes had those ancient outworlders wrought? Lance didn't usually pay attention to the old stories, and she seldom remembered them well. As she recalled it, all outworlders were from the same plane of existence and were all humans, not wrought by the blood of Zod as the humans inhabiting Ahkoolis were. Her frown deepened. If that were the case, then were they truly human, or did they just happen to be creatures that looked exactly like them? Outworlders weren't made from Zod's blood. After a broken balance then decided that outworlders were indeed not technically human, at least not in the way that she knew them. After all, Jiravel had confirmed it by viewing Hoplite's blood. According to Jiravel, he apparently wasn't pure human, just as Hoplite himself had claimed. Maybe he was a half-orc? That would explain his ridiculous size. After all, she was actually quite tall for an elf, able to look most human men in the eyes, but Hoplite had been one of a few people to actually make her feel short. It was an infuriating feeling. The world simply felt right when she had to look down at someone to make eye contact. She frowned again and TSK'd to herself. Hoplite couldn't be half-orc. There weren't any orcs on a broken bar. What was the Outworlder plane called? Was the name of it even still recorded in the histories, or had it been lost like everything else? Well, the bottom line was that there weren't any orcs there, so it was just that Hoplite was freakishly huge for a human. Her eyes narrowed at the sliding door of his pod. Maybe all Outworlders were that big? A terrifying thought. Maybe they really were more like orcs than she thought. She rubbed at the point of one of her ears as she considered. Yes, that had to be it. Outworlders were actually orcs that looked like humans, and were smarter, more in control of their bloodlust, and a broken bar. She pursed her lips before dismissing that train of thought. No matter what she thought, she simply could not bring herself to consider Hoplite as an orc. She'd have to see his face for any sort of confirmation. Suddenly, the door to the pod slid open and her eyes widened in surprise as she saw a mass of pale flesh, muscle, and scar tissue emerge from the pod. She stood on her branch, staring down at her broken bar. Well, that had to be Hoplite out of his armor. A broken bar, but wait, a broken bar by the pillars. Why was he naked? A pair of golden eyes found hers, and they locked. His face was square and made up of seemingly nothing but hard planes and sharp angles. His round golden eyes were housed beneath a low brow that was as bald as his head. Indeed, there seemed to not be a single lick of hair anywhere on him, and the sheer amount of scars he possessed went completely uncovered as a result. They were mostly burns, all the way from his collarbone to his knees, looking almost like patches of ingrown scales at first glance. There were other scars too, numerous slashes from what looked to be beast claws across his face and body, the most prominent of which was a thick, jagged scar that ran all the way from his left temple and down past his lip to end at the tip of his chin. The scar narrowed considerably the further down it went, a good thing, for Hoplite's jaw would have likely been completely exposed by whatever weapon had inflicted that horrid wound. Perhaps he had dodged it just in the nick of time. That and a great many other scars looked as if they had been received in battle, but there were other longer gouges that looked a broken bar too precise, as if a surgeon had sought to make a grid out of Hoplite's body. She could not believe that Hoplite would allow such scarring of his body unless it was for a good reason, a broken bar, or if he was restrained. She shuddered at the thought of whatever could possibly restrain this beast. He made many orcs she had seen look scrawny by comparison. He was an absolute pillar of a man, with arms and legs like tree trunks and strong calloused hands that looked as if they could bend steel. Yet out of all his physical features, Lance found herself drawn by those golden orbs set in his skull. It was difficult to look away from them. A broken bar, they were practically aglow in the darkness, like a predator that stalked the night. Lance felt a tinge of sadness as she looked into those eyes. Elves could all somewhat peer behind the veil of the eyes to glance at the soul within a person. The members of the Ahkoolis took their abilities further than that, of course, but normal elves could all get a read on a person's emotions through eye contact like this. Hoplite's eyes bore almost nothing, as if he barely had a soul to begin with. A broken bar, and what she did see made her visibly shake. This was a man of swirling hatred, anger, and a broken bar. Strangely enough, fear. Fear of what though? She could not say. He had all of these emotions bottled up in a sturdy container of discipline, an unbreakable box of dwarf-wrought steel. A more talented eye-seer could probably discern much more than that, but still she wasn't the worst at it. What could a man possibly go through in order to become like this? That hard face bore no laugh lines, as if Hoplite rarely, if ever, smiled. She sniffed and felt her eyes begin to moisten. What a poor man. I need to clean myself, Hoplite said suddenly, causing her to jump and nearly lose her balance on the high branch. Guide me to the nearest body of water, and when I'm finished I will suit back up and continue our objective. His voice reminded her of a bucket of rocks being poured onto another, bigger rock. He had sounded a bit different in that suit of his, but not by much. Hearing it in the roar like this though was quite the experience. Lance felt a stab of irritation at that commanding tone. Would it kill him to say a please at least? Or would that use up one more additional second of what was allowed? She shook her head with a sigh, and leapt from the branch, landing before him and being forced to again crane her neck back to look him in the eyes. Even out of armor, Hoplite was head and shoulders taller than her. Lance had almost forgotten their difference in height while looking down upon him from atop the tree branch. Her face felt hot with embarrassment as she maintained eye contact, How dare he just come out in his birthday suit like this? It was very improper. Keeping her eyes well above his nudity, she said, "There is a river a mile to the south, a broken bar. Do you not have normal clothes you can wear?" "Number," he replied simply, moving straight past her. It was then that she noticed that he had a smaller gun clutched in his right hand, the barrel being about as long as her arm. Lance suspected that even the dragon men of the Blastlands would be jealous of such a weapon. Walking behind Hoplite, she noticed another patchwork of scars on his back, and there were broken bar orbs of a deep black metal, all grafted to his spinal column. The interconnecting metal orbs were all seemingly fused together, running all the way up from his tailbone to the base of his neck. What was the purpose of that? Maybe they were magic in some way? Lance could hardly imagine how painful it must have been for Hoplite to have molten metal grafted to his spine. What was the purpose of it though? A talented battle mage could meld metal to their flesh to form a natural armor for combat. Hoplite only had metal grafted to his spine, not across all his flesh or broken bar, and unlike those mages, Lance doubted that Hoplite could unmeld from the metal if he wished. Lance quickly pulled up beside him, not wanting to be stuck staring at his rear end for this small trip. His eyes scanned the forest ahead, constantly looking above and behind him as they walked. Strangely, a broken bar. He never did that while in his armor. Perhaps he was just overly confident when within his plate. No weight. A broken bar. His armor bore a device that could pick up on the motions of living things surrounding him. Without his armor, he had no access to this motion tracker. What was the objective of those strangers? He asked in a flat tone. "Oh, yeah," Lance replied after a second. "Well, like they said, they're going to the Fiend Wall to help plug it up." She explained, "What we've been fighting is the stragglers that got through the hole before the defenders could block it up. Several tongues of Zod have been passing through the Fewwood to get to the wall and killing any fiends they find along the way." She continued, pausing for breath. "I think that we should go there too. We haven't been running into nearly as many lately. A broken bar save for today, of course, and I haven't seen even one while you were in your pod." She'd honestly been relishing fighting fiends with Hoplite. Her blood got pumping in a way she'd never felt before while fighting those creatures. It was almost addicting. Maybe she should become a tongue of Zod if she ever ended up not wanting to live the Watcher's life. Well, maybe she could just request temporary leave, as she had been pondering. Would she really take leave just to become a tongue though? The world called to her, but kicking the world's ass would take a long time, and Lance did not want her leave to last that long. If she did leave, she'd want to be a simple adventurer, nothing as intensive as being a tongue. She'd worked at this trade for a long time. This was her 200th year within the Watchers. The Ahkoolis would probably approve of a little vacation such as that. But how long would she ask for? Maybe 20, even 40 years, a short time really. "What are sanctioning papers?" Hoplite asked her then, drawing her away from her thoughts. She cleared her throat. "Proof of mortality," she said. "Not many people are capable of learning magic, but demigods always are able to utilize foundation. The papers ensure that they went through the proper tests to be able to legally use magic." It had been a relief when Twindle had shown Lance the papers. The way they had easily wielded magic had made her fearful for what they could be. Hoplite, upon receiving this information, a broken bar scoffed. It was a small noise, barely audible, but it had certainly been there. The man was so stubborn about magic simply not existing, despite the evidence to the contrary. Evidence he'd experienced firsthand, no less. How dare he scoff at her words? He was the one being silly for believing that magic wasn't real. "We'll head to the Fiend Wall after I get suited back up," he said after a moment. "We have to cut the fiends off at the source." She blinked once before she refocused her attention on him. He was right, of course. The breach did have to be dealt with if they wanted to end the constant onslaught of fiends. Hoplite should take care of himself first though. No one could fight fiends on an empty stomach, no matter how meat-headed they were. "We'll go there after you eat a proper meal and drink some water, that is what we'll do," she told him sternly, placing her fists on her hips. It looked odd while walking, but hopefully that would have the added effect she'd need. Lance had seen her mother do that to her father and brothers when they had needed to see sense. Hoplite's head slowly turned toward Lance and he stared at her flatly. irritation rising behind those golden irises. A human likely wouldn't be able to see any difference in Hoplite's eyes, a thought that unsettled her. His face didn't change whatsoever, his brow still glowering and mouth still turned down in a frown. "I've already taken care of that," he said, turning that golden gaze away from her. "And you do not give orders to me," he finished. His tone hadn't changed, but the words still sent a shiver down her spine. Lance gulped and hoped that he didn't hear it. Where was her own fire? She should be biting back about him ordering her about. But with that hard face out in the open, a broken bar, it was hard to summon up the anger she'd need. Lance was not sure why, but it had been easier to fire back on Hoplite when his face was hidden beneath that featureless helm. To broken bar either way. Fists on hips definitely wouldn't work on him. A broken bar, maybe that had been foolish to attempt. Bullying wouldn't work on Hoplite, and she did not want to be under that golden glare again anytime soon. She blinked. Humans didn't have golden eyes. She was at least 60% sure of that. Maybe the Outworlder variety did? Well, it looked pretty neat in any case, if only they weren't windows to such negative emotions. They continued on in silence until they reached the river. Hoplite approaching the river and holding up a single finger. Lance felt her brow furrow as she stared in confusion at Hoplite. What was he doing? Was he gonna jump in or not? Lance got her answer after Hoplite's index finger split open at the tip. A small steel needle stuck out from the hole, and he knelt down, submerging his finger in the stream with a completely flat face. After a moment, Hoplite simply nodded to himself, put his gun on the bank, before promptly face-planting into the water. The water splashed high and flew far, as if an entire wagon had been chucked into the water rather than a man. A stray toad was washed away in the tsunami, its angered croaks seeming to curse Hoplite just before it passed into a hollow log. The water seemed to engulf her entire frame, the shock of the cold sending her scuttling back with a gasp. Lance clenched her teeth in rage before she took a deep breath to calm herself. It was an accident. He didn't mean to soak her with what seemed to be the entire river. What a heavy fellow to create such waves. Were his bones made of stone? Sure, Hoplite was a huge man and heavy with muscle, but the resulting splash had still been far more than what it should have been, even accounting for his monstrous size. When Hoplite broke the surface, he let out a sigh. A soft one, nearly inaudible. But it was definitely there. Was he relieved to finally get a wash? As Hoplite scrubbed hands across his scarred frame, Lance asked him, "What was that thing in your finger?" She asked before her brows knit in a glare. "And next time, try stepping into the river please. I can only handle a few tidal waves at a time. I was checking the acidity and toxicity of the water. It is above standard water quality for most Terna worlds," Hoplite replied quickly as he scrubbed a finger behind his ear. Lance had simply stared. At least she had for a second before she realized she was staring at a naked bathing man. Face growing hot again, she quickly turned from him to observe the surrounding forest. Radina wasn't full tonight, yet the moon was still bright enough that she could see fairly well in the darkness between the trees. She noticed the occasional forest critters going about their business, but she also noticed the watchers in the branches above the river. Not many of them, perhaps 4 in total. They were all staring at Hoplite, their shifting weight not disturbing the branches they sat upon. Certainly it wasn't appropriate for them to be watching Hoplite bait a broken bar, but a watcher's duty was to broken bar well. Watch. They hadn't been following her and Hoplite that closely the last couple days, but they knew Hoplite only when he was in his armor. These watchers, if they haven't figured out that it was Hoplite yet, would just see a big scary human brute bathing in the river. She frowned up at them as she thought, they would surely know it was Hoplite. After all, Lance was standing here right beside him, close enough anyway. They knew that Lance had been assigned to watch him. So why were they still here, watching him? They would put 2 and 2 together surely. Something whizzed past her ear and she heard it thud into something behind her. She gasped and turned to see Hoplite gripping the shaft of a crossbow bolt in one of his massive fists, snapping it in his tight grip as he glared at its origin. She followed his gaze, seeing a blur scrambling away through the moonlit branches above. That elf could not be a watcher, not a night watcher anyway. The colors shifted beneath the green moonlight to mask his surroundings. Lance might not have seen him if he had held still, but now that he was moving it she could easily make out the blurring outline of a figure retreating across the branches. Lance turned to explain that it wasn't a night watcher to Hoplite, but he was already up and out of the river, gun clutched in his hand and his wide eyes conveying a broken bar. Determination, discipline, and wrath. He sped past her without a word, quickly scaling the closest tree and giving pursuit to the quickly vanishing blur of motion, face unchanging. She quickly ran after him, screaming alive. "We'll need him alive." Hoplite scrambled up the tree easily as Lance screamed after him to take the would-be assassin alive. Hoplite knew that very well. He would take this killer alive to interrogate first. After Hoplite was done, the watchers could have whatever was left of the poor fool. Surely they would like to question this elf as well. For certain the mysterious attacker had to be one of them. Otherwise, where would he have gotten the color-shifting cloak? Who was to say that it wasn't them who sent this killer? He wore watcher's garb after all. A broken bar. The assassin had to have gotten it from somewhere. He knew that the watchers couldn't be trusted, but to attack him in this way? Why not send their entire force to kill him as soon as he was out of armor? The fiends were a problem, yes, but only one assassin wouldn't be enough to get the job done. But then again, the watchers didn't know that. They had not filled in Lance on this assassination plan apparently, based on her reaction. Perhaps he should hold his judgments before shifting guilt on all the watchers. This could be a rogue trying to take matters into their own hands. He scaled the tree quickly, driving his fingers deep into the bark with his grey rock-hard fingernails as the assailant fled. Pistol clenched between his teeth. As he ascended, he felt the bark press into the pads of his feet as he used them to quicken his ascent, his hands providing the grip with his abnormally strong nails. An accidental mutation during his infusion, one he never thought he'd ever find a use for on the battlefield aside for ripping through flesh or broken bar. Till now, when he finally crested the high branch he had been shot at from, he saw that other watchers were speeding towards the attacker, hopping through branches with practiced grace. The assassin, though, was far faster. The speed by which he leapt across the branches made Hoplite think of a paladin, the previous generation of super soldier. He knew though that this could not be one of them. The frame and height were too small. Paladins, while not quite as tall as hoplites, were still head and shoulders taller than ordinary humans. This was a man of middling height and width, no augments from Terna certainly. Hoplite strained his legs, and jumped forward, moving across the branches with long leaping strides, passing the four wide-eyed watchers and quickly gaining on his quarry. He would never be able to jump across these treetops in the phalanx suit. The weight would snap them off and send him plummeting to the earth for certain. Even now he had to pick his path carefully. Only the thickest of branches would be able to support him. Even out of his suit he was around half a ton, so speed was needed. He didn't cease his pace, not wanting the branches to support his weight any longer than necessary. He kept the fortis in his teeth, wanting to have his hands free to grab the assassin or climb higher if needed. The assassin turned back, revealing a set of brilliant blue eyes. Hoplite was only 3 branches behind the man now, having closed the gap in merely a few seconds since the second bolt was fired. The killer's eyes widened in horror and he turned his head back forward, trying to increase his pace from his already superhuman stride. Hoplite then promptly increased his own pace, quickly gaining on the elf until he was practically breathing down the killer's neck. Thousands of leaves shook free from the canopy as Hoplite passed through it, the branches beneath his feet buckling slightly as he moved. Now being right behind the elf, it would be a simple thing to reach out and grab the man. Hoplite lashed out, fingers furled like claws as he swiped at the assassin, only to be left gripping the hem of the color-shifting cloth as the man suddenly dropped from the branch. Having undone his cloak to escape Hoplite's grasp, the elf landed on the forest floor in a roll, quickly rising to continue his stride as if he hadn't just dropped from a height that would break a normal man's legs. Hoplite immediately followed, leaping down from the 20-foot-high branch and using the cloak to obfuscate himself. Another metal broadhead bolt sliced through the shifting cloth, missing Hoplite's rib cage by only inches and becoming tangled in the thick fibers. Hoplite tossed the cloak forward as soon as his feet hit the ground, the shock absorbers in his knees and ankles taking the brunt of the fall while he took the fortis from his mouth. Long black hair tied back in a tail waved in the wind as the now bare-armed man ran, his face still concealed by a black face mask. A simple sleeveless dark shirt and dark trousers made up his outfit, revealing a lean runner's frame. Pointed ears showed him to indeed be an elf. Surviving the fall earlier had proven that a broken bar. Was he an actual watcher? Hoplite knit his brow as he focused. Discerning the allegiances of the assassin would come after capturing him. Hoplite would fire at the man's foot if he somehow managed to outpace him, but he knew that the chase would be over soon. No one, no matter how fast they were, could outrun Hoplite on flat terrain. As the distance closed, Hoplite swiped for that trailing ponytail with his right hand only to meet air as the man suddenly rolled to the side, coming up to a kneeling crouch before firing yet another bolt at Hoplite. The crossbow fired from the man's steady grip, and the bolt would have struck Hoplite right in the eye, had he not shifted his head to avoid it. The bolt whizzed through the air until it thunked into a tree behind him, the sound of something crunching immediately following after. A quick glance revealed that the tree seemed to be rotting away. The spot where the bolt had entombed itself was turning a sickly shade of gray, the bark quickly peeling away as a woman's shriek echoed loud in his ears. Not Lance's voice, a broken bar, no. It was coming from somewhere on or behind the tree. Had another watcher gotten injured somehow by the bolt? It didn't seem possibly broken bar. Suddenly, several of the surrounding trees began to glow, long ribbons of multicolored light flowing out from the tops of the branches as the unknown woman continued to shriek. That rotting tree did not have the glowing ribbons leaving its branches a broken bar. Was that a broken bar? Could it really have been a fee? These strange colorful ribbons, were they fee? Was he witnessing a fee being killed? A tree spirit was real? How could? Focus. Hoplite frowned before turning his attention back to the assassin and firing his magnum, the blast tearing through the crossbow with an explosion of wooden shrapnel that rained across the forest floor. The bullet then slammed into the dirt, kicking up a small cloud of dust that spattered the killer and Hoplite's body with a fresh layer of dark grime. Blood seeped down the elf's arm. It seemed the bullet had grazed his bicep after the round had destroyed the crossbow. Had it fully connected, the arm would have been reduced to pulp. The assassin then snarled before darting forward, slashing for Hoplite's face with an almost supernatural speed as blood streaked from the fresh bullet wound. The elf had drawn a sharp black blade, the metal forged to look like what appeared to be a raven's beak. Hoplite grabbed the elf's blade-holding wrist, sidestepping the blow in a blink. In that same motion, Hoplite began applying pressure to the assassin's wrist. Hoplite felt the bones of the assassin's wrist turn to powder beneath the crushing force of his hand, and the elf let out a horrid shriek as he dropped his black blade to the grass, falling to his knees before Hoplite in a slavering rictus of agony. The questioning would begin now. Who sent you to kill? Hoplite began before he heard something begin to whiz through the air toward him. Hoplite dropped the man's wrist and backpedaled, another crossbow bolt thudding into the soil at his feet. He turned in the direction he had heard it coming from, spying the four watchers that had followed Hoplite after this assassin. All were slightly blurry from the color-shifting cloaks they wore, but Hoplite could roughly make out their outlines. They were all hidden behind the thick trees surrounding Hoplite and the assassin, with only their heads seemingly visible. Perhaps they believed that Hoplite might not be able to see them. They wore the Day Watcher's cloaks. He realized a broken bar, not the dark garb Lance herself sported. Sloppy a broken bar. If he hadn't been so narrow-minded in his pursuit of his would-be killer, Hoplite would have known. There was no excuse. He should have noticed this difference immediately. Furrow, get away now. One of the killers shouted. Scramble. We'll kill this oaf. Hoplite quickly aimed the fortis and fired, the shot punching through the outlined skull and painting the forest behind it red with thick gore. The man fell to the dirt with a heavy thud, blood twitching from the suddenly still corpse, its limbs rigid with the killer's sudden death. Briggs. Another man shouted from behind one of the trees, his head ducking back behind cover. The remaining three outlines all did the same, ducking behind cover as Hoplite took aim again. Yet he found that he could not quite pull the trigger. A broken bar. Why did he hesitate? These rounds were powerful enough to punch straight through these trees. Hoplite grit his teeth in frustration. They were just pieces of wood. A piece of cover on a battlefield and nothing more. Hoplite then heard scrambling feet and cursing, and he turned to see that this elf, a broken bar Furrow, was trying to make an escape. He only needed one of them to be alive, but he'd rather keep Furrow from running since he was already out of his cloak. There was less of a chance of losing him in the night. Hoplite then lifted the fortis and fired again, the round punching into the elf's ankle and reducing it to an unrecognizable mass of bone-strewn flesh. Furrow howled with agony and fell face first to the dirt. His ankle made completely useless as it hung half removed from the elf's leg. Hoplite needed to finish this fight before Furrow bled out, or he'd need to capture a second killer. He still wanted his answers. Hoplite turned again as he heard footsteps thudding on the branches overhead, spying Lance staring down at him goggle-eyed. 3 hostiles behind the trees to your left. Color-shifting cloaks, Hoplite shouted as he darted toward those very trees. He didn't look to see what Lance did, instead opting to round the trees to see that the hostiles had seemingly vanished. The outlines of the cloaks were gone. A broken bar, meaning that they were hiding behind something currently in his view, for they couldn't have gone that far. Alternatively, a broken bar, they could be in the branches above. Hoplite looked up to see that, yes, there was a form in the trees, freezing as Hoplite spotted it. He raised his magnum and fired, the shot thudding into nothing but tree bark as the figure dissolved into mist. A crater had formed in the surface of the bark and Hoplite clenched his teeth in irritation. He had not hallucinated. There was someone climbing the tree just an instant ago. Broken bar, and now the tree had a giant hole in it from the bullet he fired. An uncomfortable weight settled in his chest, seeming to pull him down the more he dwelled on it. Hoplite shook his head and huffed, scanning the surrounding foliage for any more signs of the killers with fortis raised. Oh, how he yearned for his motion tracker. A broken bar still. His senses should prove more than adequate for dealing with these cutthroats. He then looked to the rigid corpse at his feet, and promptly ripped the cloak free, wrapping it haphazardly around himself. Hoplite looked down to see that same blur completely encased his body, made nearly invisible in the night. A broken bar save for the parts it could not cover. This cloak was not tailored for his size, and as a result, most of his legs and arms were still visible. That was fine, as Hoplite wanted to obfuscate his center mass from any more of those bolts. Not that such a primitive weapon would have been enough to kill him. A broken bar, probably not. Best not to take risks. He did not know just how dangerous those bolts would be to his biology. A single one had peeled the bark right off the tree in an instant. A broken bar. It was almost like something Darkwatch would use. Yet Hoplite knew that there was no 6th arm outpost on Ahkoolis. Hoplite narrowed his eyes as he finally spied a shape moving slowly through some shrubbery, but right as he raised his magnum, another shape fell down upon the assassin. Lance collided with the blur, knocking it to the ground in a rolling tangle of limbs. Off! A man's voice shouted, a blurry limb kicking into Lance's gut and sending her stumbling backward. Hoplite took aim again, but Lance darted forward into the line of sight with a cough, otherwise unfazed by the powerful blow she had just been dealt. Her face was a rictus of rage as she came upon the killer, whirling with twin daggers upon his blurry frame. Suddenly, he spied another blurry shape rushing through the forest toward him, a long blade of silver raised to deliver a killing blow. Hoplite casually shot the killer in the face, the corpse falling to the ground in a puff of mist. A broken bar, as if he had never been there. One of his assassins seemed to be in possession of a holographic projector. A broken bar, except if it had really been a hologram. Why did it react to the shot? Why did it puff into mist when he shot it? No, it couldn't be a hologram, but the intended use was the same. Whatever this mist hologram was, it was clearly being used to get Hoplite to waste his ammo. Perhaps the killer utilizing this strange tech was counting on Hoplite wasting every round before moving in for the kill. Indeed, another mist thing was already fast approaching a broken bar. There had to be a difference between the blur making up this hologram, and the blur of a real color-shifting cloak a broken bar. The question was, what was that difference? He followed the outline of the thing all the way down to its broken bar. Where were its feet? Hoplite then eyed a cluster of stray rocks near the base of a tree, all about the size of his palm and pocked with porous holes. He quickly moved over and snagged one up, immediately throwing it as hard as he could toward the being's head. The heavy rock phased through the mist creature, and it dissipated, the rock smashing into a tree and sending its fruits falling to the forest floor. No feet meant it was fake. He then eyed two more fast-approaching figures in the night, a broken bar, and he traced their outlines to see that one indeed did have feet. Hoplite then scooped up another rock, a bit of frugal inspiration taking hold of him as he reared back his arm to fling the stone toward the figure. The shape cursed as it saw Hoplite take aim, barely sidestepping the projectile as it whizzed right past his head. This assassin was fast to avoid that a broken bar, but not fast enough to dodge the second baseball-sized pebble that Hoplite had scooped up following the first. This one collided with the blur's chest, a sickening crunch reaching Hoplite's ears over the sound of clashing steel. The assassin fell to the ground in a coughing fit that only lasted seconds before he expired. That was 2 of 4 hostiles neutralized, 1 disabled. That meant that 2 were still left to deal with a broken bar, one of which was preoccupied with fighting Lance. Her daggers glinted green in the bright moonlight, sparks flashing between every collision between her blades and the assassin's sword. The man was clearly proficient in the art of using a blade, deftly parrying and dodging blows that would have instantly killed him. A broken bar, yet he was completely on the defensive, unable to attack due to Lance's furious assault. It was all he could do to avoid having his neck sliced open, it seemed. Hoplite then lifted another rock, and took aim for the thief's head before something thudded into him. He looked down to his shoulder, seeing that a crossbow bolt had sunk half an inch into his bare flesh. Blood the color of hot magma seeped from the fresh injury, and Hoplite scowled, his eyes tracing the impact zone to the top of a tree. How had he not heard that bolt coming? He'd been able to hear every single one prior to this. A near broken bar. It was not that he was distracted. He had been preparing for a shot to be taken at him and had been ready to react once he heard it coming. This time, however, a broken bar, it had gotten past him. Was something faulty with his sound enhancers? No, nothing was faulty. He could pick out the sounds of crickets and terrified toads over the sound of Lance's furious assault. A broken bar. How had the bolt been silenced then? He threw the rock at the outline, the head-sized pebble colliding with a crunch. The assassin immediately let out a pained shriek, a crossbow falling to the ground from a thick tree branch high above. Hoplite must have struck an arm then. He had been aiming for the head. A broken bar. A broken bar. A sudden dizziness came over Hoplite then, and he found that the world had begun spinning violently. He braced himself against a nearby tree, ripping out the bolt in his arm and retching bile onto the dirt. It had to be the poison that had killed that tree earlier. A broken bar. Boiling blood now flowed around the wound, the veins across his arm all popping as the limb flexed without Hoplite's control. Whatever this stuff was, it had to be strong to be affecting Hoplite in this way. Not even cyanide was capable of rendering him to this hot misery. A broken bar. He fell to his knees, coming to rest in the puddle of vomit he had just produced. It likely could not kill him. A broken bar. Hoplite knew that, but his body would be in a rictus of agony if he let his body process this on his own. He would be made useless for potentially minutes. And this was all assuming that the poison was incapable of just outright killing him. Hoplite could not allow himself to risk death, no matter his confidence in his body's own great ability to process poison. Hoplite did not like it, but there was only one choice available to him now: a broken bar. He activated his blood filtration system. With just a thought, Hoplite felt his blood vessels begin constricting painfully at first, his veins visibly sinking within his flesh to produce deep furrows. He felt faint, his vision darkening for a brief moment as all blood flow ceased. A few seconds of horrid vulnerability passed before the light finally returned to his eyes, the boiling pain in his veins having completely dissipated as the filter finished its work. Hoplite then spat a thick glob of vile-tasting spit onto the grass at his feet, the blades immediately turning grey on contact with the filtered poison. He looked up to the tree to see that the hostile had retreated in the few seconds Hoplite had been disabled a broken bar, but he hadn't gone far. Hold still, Furrow. The house of fiction is not easily built, and if you keep fidgeting, there is a hole in my ankle. Hoplite heard Furrow practically hiss. Hoplite then rounded the tree, grabbing up a rock and taking aim at the head of the escaped hostile. Oddly enough, his arm seemed to be just fine, based on how the blur standing over Furrow handled the mangled ankle with two open hands. Did this killer have the same capabilities Twindle did for healing? Had he healed his own wound as well? Before Hoplite hurled the rock, he saw a glow begin emanating from the killer's hands. Unlike Twindle's healing glow, this one was a light shade of leaf green. A broken bar. Curious, Hoplite held back his rock, wanting to see if there was something he'd be able to discern from the healing. If they really were nanobots, there would be a sort of a grain to the air surrounding it. Clouds of nanobots tended to fly outside of wounds, making the air appear incredibly dusty. When Twindle had utilized her healing, Hoplite had been too focused on the healing itself to make note of the air surrounding her hands. A broken bar. To his utter shock, there wasn't any grain in the air surrounding the glow. A broken bar. It was just clear. The green light seemed to travel from Furrow's ankle, all the way up to his shattered wrist. In a matter of seconds, the spattered ankle had reknit itself, and the squished wrist had ballooned out to its original shape. Furrow had been completely healed. Was the broken bar? Was there truly something to all this talk of magic? He grit his teeth in frustration before hurling the rock full force at the killer's head. Furrow screamed in horror as the rock impacted with the skull, the bald head caving in the temple of his fellow assassin and sending the body crashing to the earth as a twitching mass of dead flesh. Mooney, Furrow screamed as he shakily swiped away stray bits of flesh from his brow. Blood and brain matter spattered the dark-haired elf from head to toe, lower lip quivering as he hovered over the body. Hoplite shot forward, ready to crush Furrow's legs before he could attempt an escape. "Come back here and face me, fee killer." He heard Lance call out, "You will not escape the Watchers. The wrath of the Alam upon you, coward." It sounded as if Lance had sent her quarry fleeing. Whether she would give pursuit or not was unknown. But right now Furrow needed to be disabled. Hoplite leapt, intent on landing on Furrow's legs to shatter them, but unfortunately, the elf was already rolling back and away from him. Hoplite landed heavily, immediately lunging forward to grab and crush Furrow's kneecap. Hoplite was instead forced to dodge back, as Furrow lashed out with his black blade, barely missing Hoplite's throat by inches. No one but a Hoplite would have been able to avoid that blow. A broken bar. Furrow had to be augmented in some way for him to move that quickly, either a synaptic stimulator or a precog implant, though the latter was incredibly unlikely. Precogs weren't even out testing yet. There was no way there would be one on this planet, much less be installed on a local. Furrow launched forward again, his eyes ablaze with hot rage as he moved to deliver another slash, this one aimed at Hoplite's chest. He moved back again, barely dodging the blow as the blade sliced through the collar of the color-shifting cloak Hoplite had commandeered. A sharp thing indeed for it to have cut through the thick cloak as if it were only air. The cloak fell to the forest floor as Hoplite jumped back from one final blow, his cool golden eyes locking on to Furrow's enraged blues as the assassin lashed out, intent on cleaving through Hoplite's ribs. Hoplite batted away the blow, smacking the flat of the blade with the fortis and flinging the elf's arm upward. Furrow stumbled for the briefest of instants before he rolled with the momentum, coming to a kneel a few feet away from Hoplite. The assassin never got a chance to stand from the roll. Hoplite clicked on the fortis's safety, gripping it between his teeth firmly as he charged at the wide-eyed Furrow with reaching hands, fingers wrapping around the elf's lean shoulders and squeezing hard. Hoplite's stone-like fingernails bit into the flesh of the assassin's shoulders, drawing blood and eliciting a cry of agony from the elf. He then lifted Furrow up bodily, the killer letting out a pained howl as Hoplite stared murder into those blue eyes, the black beak blade falling to the dirt from Furrow's pained fingers. Furrow began hyperventilating, his eyes darting rapidly from place to place before finally settling on Hoplite's golden gaze. The interrogation would begin now, this time with no interruptions. "Identify," Hoplite ordered through the gun between his teeth. "For a Mahara." The elf screamed in agony, straining his neck back and forth, as Hoplite applied pressure. If he wanted to, Hoplite could squeeze the elf's shoulders hard enough to shatter the bone. His current grip strength would leave deep bruises, but he didn't want to risk sending the assassin into unconsciousness. "Why did you try to kill me?" Hoplite asked, his tone unchanging. He gasped. "We were paid to do it." The elf winced as blood dribbled down his bare arms and over Hoplite's squeezing fingers. "TCHR," Furrow groaned through clenched teeth. "A watcher." "Name," Hoplite commanded. "You caught him already?" he heard Lance say from behind him. He turned his head to see her and other watchers gathering around him and Furrow, some looking with a broken bar. "Yes," looking at the assassin with awe and sparing some strange looks for Hoplite. Was that fear or was it confusion? Both. It didn't matter. Why did Lance not go after the other assassin? Why were these watchers not doing so? "Didn't give Namis a broken bar," Furrow gasped out before Hoplite could ask Lance anything. "Came to me in mist form. I couldn't see his face, but he gave us those cloaks," he continued through clenched teeth. "Are you a watcher?" Hoplite asked flatly. "I ain't a watcher. Fella just hired me 'cause he heard me and my crew was the best. Didn't tell me why he wanted ya dead, but I didn't ask." Furrow groaned, shaking his head. "How long have you been after me?" Hoplite asked, applying a bit more pressure and feeling the bones creaking through Furrow's flesh. "3 broken bar days." "A broken bar," he said through heaving pained breaths. "Been a broken bar waiting for you to get out of that armor." "A broken bar." Hoplite's eyes narrowed. Not one watcher had seen Furrow. Perhaps they had, but none had apparently thought to question him. Furrow was an elf wearing a watcher's cloak. After a broken bar, for that matter, Hoplite himself could have seen Furrow a dozen times in the last couple of days and not thought anything was amiss. He would be keeping an even keener eye on the watchers from now on. Hoplite set him down on the ground without loosening his grip. "A broken bar," and promptly stomped on Furrow's right foot. The arch of the elf's foot was then flattened beneath the force of Hoplite's stomp, and the elf cried out in agony, falling to the ground when Hoplite released him. Hoplite then kicked away the black dagger before he began kneeling on Furrow's neck, looking to the watchers who all stared with concerned eyes, even Lance. "Rope," Hoplite ordered as he easily forced Furrow's hands across his back. A nearby watcher nodded after a moment of silence, wrapping the cursing Furrow's wrists together with an almost a broken bar reverent touch. He wouldn't be making any escape bound like that. And even if he found a way to escape those bindings, his crushed foot would ensure that he couldn't outrun a turtle. Hoplite stood, looking down at the glaring Furrow, that mask doing little to conceal the hate plastered across his face. "Not from around here and hired by someone who wanted Hoplite dead." A broken bar. It could only be assumed that this employer had taken a slight at his presence in the feud and hired this elf to kill him. The question was, what prompted this elf to hire an outsider to kill another outsider? Furrow had claimed to not be a watcher, and based on that accent he indeed wasn't a native to the feud. He met Furrow's glare, golden eyes meeting blue. "Has anyone else been hired to kill me?" Hoplite asked in a cold tone. Fear momentarily overtook the look in Furrow's eyes before immediately going back to that hot anger. "No one that'd be as good as me and my crew, so number." A couple of watchers dragged Furrow to his feet, the assassin putting all his weight on his unbroken foot as Hoplite stood. He then turned away from Furrow to approach Lance, who seemed to be focusing on just his face with a concerted effort. It seemed that elves were as uncomfortable with nudity as normal humans. Hoplite himself didn't care about his nudity outside of the vulnerability that accompanied it. It was merely the natural state of one's being. He didn't know why people put so much stock in it. He kept himself at the ready to deflect or catch any more bolts. Hoplite could not believe that only one set of killers had been hired to end his life, no matter how allegedly competent this one had been. Lance looked away from him for a moment to stare after Furrow as he was guided away by the watchers. Likely they had their own questions to ask, but Hoplite doubted that those questions would stray far from his own. "Furrow the Raven, a broken bar." "Unbelievable," she said almost to herself. "The Raven?" Hoplite asked, turning to look at the limping man. His handprints has made deep bruises on Pharaoh's shoulders, a pain he'd be feeling for a long while yet. Lance blinked at his voice and turned her head back up to look at him. "Yeah, I'm ashamed to say that he's a bit of a celebrity around here," she said with a frown. "He's a bit older than me, I think, in his late 200s. He's famous on this continent as our Broken Bar Well, an assassin. He's storied in Ahkoolis. I don't think he's ever failed a contract, at least not in Ahkoolis. Guess the Fjord isn't where he's at his best," she explained as Hoplite moved to walk back toward the river. She quickly followed, this time seeming to go out of her way to stay just ahead of him. "He does his work almost exclusively in Ahkoolis, used as a tool between the Block Lords. Not many elves make a home in Ahkoolis, so hearing about a well-known elf in the largest human city on Ahkoolis has made him something of a folk hero around here." She cleared her throat as dozens of watchers passed them by, none stopping to talk with either her or Hoplite as they presumably moved to see this raven for themselves. Others stopped by the still graying tree, tearing out the bolts still embedded in the rotting bark. Many of the watchers that surrounded the tree were openly weeping a broken bar, weeping for the fee that had been killed. "I guess a hero is kind of far broken bar wrong, but I suppose the respect he receives is similar to of a hero round here. Though with his involvement in killing a far broken bar," she continued, tone becoming sorrowful, "he'll be flayed, legend or not." "I can't believe you actually managed to catch him a broken bar. You're going to be somewhat of a celebrity yourself when word spreads." "What happened to the one you fought?" Hoplite asked. It didn't sound like he was neutralized. Lance audibly huffed as she fingered the hilt of one of her blades. "He ran from me a broken bar. I could have caught him, but it's my job to keep you in my watch." "Fear not, he'll be hunted to the edges of Ahkoolis now. A broken bar in one way or another. He was involved with the murder of a fee," she told him, her features hardening. "He'll be put down like a dog once the tree hunters catch him." Silence passed between the two of them as they reached the river, Lance turning her back to him as Hoplite descended back into the water, scrubbing away the dirt caking his feet and finishing up the cleanse. The orange blood on his shoulder had already dried by the time he stepped into the river, and the wound that had been inflicted was already completely healed. It had disappeared the instant the bolt had been removed. When he was finished, he crawled up out of the river and moved past Lance toward the direction of the pod. He didn't want to stay out of the armor longer than what was necessary. "So broken bar," Lance said. "You feeling okay?" she asked, tone concerned. "I don't like to speak unless necessary," Hoplite replied. She let out a relieved breath. "Oh, thank Troy. I thought you were angry with me." Hoplite frowned and actually turned back to her, looking her in the eyes. She seemed bemused as she looked into his eyes, though why he could not say. "Why would I be angry with you?" Hoplite asked. "I was assigned to watch you, Hoplite. That does mean keeping you from causing trouble, but it also means keeping you from harm." "I failed," she said with a deep frown. Hoplite furrowed his brow. The last few days had been spent constantly fighting fiends. She certainly hadn't been too concerned with protecting him then. Then again, perhaps when he was in his armor, she was confident that he could not be harmed. When Hoplite had emerged from his pod naked, she did seem to pay more attention to her surroundings, but he had simply chalked that up to nighttime caution. "I am unharmed." "You didn't fail," he said, turning back her head. "Well, a broken bar, I suppose that's true," she said after a moment. Hoplite didn't reply. "Those adventurers we met earlier are going to the Fiend Wall to help shore up the defenses," Lance said. "Do you want to head that way? We can probably catch up to them with how we've been going the last few days." Hoplite considered. They were out of fiends to kill out here, and unless the gap in this fiend wall was fixed, they would continue to pour in. With all pests, the best thing to do was to eliminate them at the source. In this case, the fiend wall. "We'll need to take supplies with us. You said before that the journey was 3 days, so we will need to pack for that," he told her. "When we reach the fiend wall, I'll eliminate enough to where the breach can be safely rebuilt," he continued, "and after that, we'll see who sent Pharaoh to kill me." He turned to look at her and she grinned, nodding her response. "Another 3 days of travel, a broken bar, or perhaps just one. Hoplite supposed that he could just sprint all the way there. That would still be yet another day spent out of contact with any sort of eighth arm personnel. Unless the breach was caused by a falling pod. The thought quickened his pace as he rushed for his shuttle. What if they were buried beneath the rubble? The supplies within couldn't last them forever. A broken bar. He had to hurry. Michael's eyes slowly opened as light began to seep through the cloth curtain drawn across his bunk. Was it 0600 already? Felt like he didn't get any sleep at all last night. A broken bar, just like every night since the day Michael got on this dang old ship. The Sparrow was a fine vessel, but he was a mariner. Broken bar, and he'd never been on a ship this long without experiencing any action. He had grown used to fighting the final kind both in space and planet side, but those had been frequent, one right after the other. A broken bar. This constant waiting was driving him crazy. He almost always felt a tense sort of broken bar wrongness nowadays. He felt wrong with all this standing around he was doing. When was he actually gonna be deployed against the enemy again? It wasn't natural for Michael, no, for any Marine to be cooped up for this long. A broken bar, not unless they were in cryo. Captain Still had insisted that the entire crew stay unfrozen during this strategic withdrawal, however, just in case any boarding parties managed to breach the Sparrow. Michael definitely understood. Thawing safely took a long time if you weren't a hoplite. If the eighth arm was frozen when those mosquitoes hit a broken bar, Michael shuddered at the thought. There had been encounters between the final kind and the Sparrow, of course. Broken bar, but the ship jockeys that piloted this high-tech bucket of bolts were too good at dealing with them. Either the final kind ships would get melted to slag, or the Sparrow would escape before any kind of on-ground firefights could take place. The last alien Michael shot had been a pug, point blank right between its stupid bug eyes. That had been the last shot he had fired outside of the practice range, and fake hollow bullets and fake hollow aliens simply did not sate his urge to fight. "Hey Mikey, I hear ya moving down there. How long ya think we gonna be doing all this running?" Nate asked from the bunk above Michael's own. He breathed a sigh, turning in his blankets as he scratched at the beard he had let grow on his face. Michael supposed that he should be grateful that he was capable of growing such magnificent facial hair at only 19 years of age. Most fellas on board the Sparrow just went clean shaven cause they couldn't grow 'em right. "Not sure, man," Michael replied after a moment. "I'm getting antsy." Thought for broken bar. "How long are we supposed to be doing this? When are we gonna link back up with the fleet?" He heard good old nasty Nate let out a huff, whether in agreement or annoyance. Michael was unsure. "Yeah, ship jockeys are doing too good a job at keeping those freaks off our tail." A broken bar. "But man, I don't know if we ever gonna see the fleet again," Nate said solemnly. "Come on man, don't be doing that." Michael chided lightly. "The fleet's out there somewhere. You go thinking like that it'll just bring ya down." "Yeah, ha broken bar," Nate replied after a moment of silence. Normally the conductors would have had them up and running about by now. A broken bar, but they had gotten just a tad bit lazy in the mornings recently. Maybe they were feeling it too. A broken bar. The gloom that had infected the crew, Michael knew that it had gotten into him. A broken bar. He took a deep breath to steady his nerves. All Michael had to do was keep from being alone and he'd be fine. A broken bar, and with how cramped the Sparrow was, that was relatively easy. A broken bar. He just wished that he would stop thinking about taking a gun from the armory. A broken bar. Sneaking into a bathroom, and then Michael shook himself, gritting his teeth and sitting up in his bed. He needed to stay occupied or those macabre thoughts would hold more sway. It was dangerous to be alone, but that's what nasty Nate was here for. "Guess it's time to get up. How about we hit the gym and I beat your ass in the ring?" "What was the number again?" Michael asked with a forced grin, sitting up and pulling back his curtain. Light temporarily blinded his vision as Nate replied, 60 you to 58 me, but that's cause I let you win a couple of times. Felt bad for ya." Michael laughed as he came out fully into the light, seeing a dozen other Marines in a long chamber doing the same. The barracks on board the Sparrow were quite comfy, with dozens of rows of double-stacked heated bunks. Michael had never had a heated bunk before, much less a privacy curtain for his bunk. A broken bar. A risky thing to give a Marine. Privacy could be utilized in a broken bar less professional manners than what was intended. After all, There were male and female mariners a broken bar all in the same barracks without any segregation. Michael had no doubt that the privilege of curtains hadn't been abused for such a thing yet, especially with how lazy the conductors had gotten lately. A broken bar yet a broken bar. No one really seemed to be in the mood for that kind of thing. A broken bar. Not even Michael was all that interested. His thoughts had been constantly drifting back to craving the smell of gunpowder after blowing out a pug's brain. A broken bar, or worse, his own brain. Michael simply hadn't been in the headspace for that kind of thing. No one else seemed to be either, based on the drawn-down miserable faces surrounding him. The Marines in the barracks were all around Michael's height or shorter. Marines tended to scale on the larger side and usually were more rambunctious than this in the mornings. A broken bar, yet most looked glum, their eyes shadowed by a dreary fog. Again, Michael related a broken bar he felt it too most days, but it was the worst for him during the nighttime hours. Alone in his bunk, with only his grim thoughts for company. Nate then slipped from his bunk, landing cleanly next to Michael before rolling his shoulders with audible pops. Like Michael, Nate was possessed of broad shoulders, indicative of the countless hours that had been spent at the gym. With the overly long stay on board the Sparrow, many Marines had to find something to do while they waited for anything to happen. Luckily for Michael and Nate, the Sparrow had been outfitted with an awesome gymnasium. A broken bar, one that was now constantly packed to full with dozens of soldiers at all hours of the day, save for when there was extra cleaning that needed to be done. Michael hated cleaning duty. There was only so many times one could mop the same patch of gunmetal gray hallway without going crazy. The gym thought for broken bar. The gym was awesome. It helped keep his mind occupied. And he was getting absolutely jacked. He and Nate were already pretty large before the evacuation, even for Marines, but with nothing to do but exercise all day, they'd practically outgrown their uniforms. Michael felt like he could arm wrestle a Yugara and almost win. Nate then patted Michael on the back, drawing him from musing any further on his gains. Michael turned to the man. Nate's short dark hair and even darker skin a stark contrast to the bright white t-shirt and boxers he wore. "Let's get out to our jammies before one of the conductors come around here and get us to do something stupid." "You better know I don't wanna be stuck mopping," Nate told him, his face and tone becoming deadly serious, his dark eyes honing in on Michael's blues. Michael then huffed through his nose. "Well, hurry up then, Grimmer," Michael yelled, shoving Nate away as he began opening the drawer beneath his bunk. "I'll be done by time you've grandkids at that rate." Nate muttered something under his breath as he opened his own drawer, and as Michael was pulling his shirt on, something whipped him right in the balls. He spat and fell to his knees, blue eyes bulging with pain and rage. When he finished pulling the shirt down, Nate was standing over him, laughing. Other Marines paused in their misery to peek over at them, some snickering as they dressed themselves. "It's Tuesday, thought I might tap your brothers for ya," Nate told him, practically wheezing with laughter. "Don't a broken bar Riviera broken bar call them brothers again," Michael wheezed before rising to his feet. Michael then promptly delivered a precise jab to his comrade's own gonads, dropping Nate to his knees with a sputtering cough. "It's a way to wake up, huh?" Michael huffed, face growing red as he slowly stood, making sure to protect his broken bar sensitive assets by turning away from Nate. "I'ma beat your ass, Mike," Nate replied with a short glare, but hey, broken bar looked like it cheered folks up round here. Michael paused, turning to see that, as Nate had claimed, much of the glumness had lifted from his fellow Marine's eyes. Michael supposed it was hard to be depressed and despairing when you saw two guys nutshot one another. "Hopefully this won't be a common trend from now on." A broken bar. Michael hated Tapper Tuesdays. After that it was all sorted and their clothes donned, Michael and Nathan made way for the gym through the twisting hallways of gray metal. At first, Michael had needed a map to find his way around the Sparrow, but 6 months on board had given him more than enough time to become familiar with its design. As the two passed into the gym, they were surprised to see that it was relatively clear. A broken bar. Only about 12 other people were using any of the equipment, a stark difference from the normal 200 or so. Michael had grown used to long lines for certain exercise machines, so this was a broken bar. Pleasant, happy times. Nate said don't gotta share the bench today. A broken bar unless you hit in chest too? He asked with a quirked brow. Thought I was gonna show ya your place in the ring first, Michael asked, quirking his brow back in the same manner. We'll do it after. I know that you'll need me to be tired to stand a chance, Nate replied with a smirk. Michael rolled his eyes like I wouldn't be getting tired either, Dinglad. You don't work as hard as me, it's always lift and talk with you bud, lift and talk. I style broken bar. Right then, a short woman passed by them, likely a diver and wearing clothing that was a broken bar, not exactly appropriate, what with how short those shorts were. Focused. Nate finished after approximately 10 seconds of being focused on something that was most definitely not lifting. Well, he was called a Nasty Nate for a reason. Michael didn't blame him, he had been focused on her too. Sure, he wasn't as in the mood for chasing girls as Nasty Nate was nowadays. A broken bar, but who knew, maybe that could help distract him until it was finally time to fight again. For Michael, such distractions could save his life. Yeah. Michael replied. Then how about less talk, and more work? Yard Dumber. Final kind cruiser inbound. A voice that sounded like the ensign shouted, Dragon class cruiser inbound. Prepare for combat. Michael's eyes goggled at the intercom for a full second before he turned to Nate, who ran a hand across a suddenly sweaty brow, dark eyes bulging. We gotta get to the armory, Nate shouted, grabbing Michael and shoving him back the way they had come. Dragon class, Michael shouted, cursing as they pounded feet on metal toward the armory. Damn. Michael repeated through clenched teeth. We gonna fight now, man, Nate shouted as they sprinted through the halls, seemingly every member of the 8th arm beginning to converge in the cramped halls as they all headed for the same place. We gonna fight now, he repeated, slapping himself as they continued to run. Michael almost got knocked over a time or two by wide-eyed men, fear and excitement clear on their faces. It seemed everyone was antsy to begin fighting again. A broken bar. Would they be able to get away again without the mosquitoes making contact? It was a dragon class after all. Maybe there was no escape. Well, if there was no escape broken bar, then at least Michael wouldn't have to think about being alone with a gun anymore. It was better to die fighting, right? A flurry of motion and further orders from the intercom made the armory a whirlwind of noise and limbs. The all-encompassing cacophonous chorus of metal plates clanking, auto-assemblers whirring, and guns being loaded made it almost impossible for Michael to hear his own thoughts. His hands trembled lightly as he began donning his combat plate, but he felt no shame for it. He could see that he was not the only one who felt nervous. A broken bar. Men and women both were shaking, some even hyperventilating at the news of the dragon's arrival. By the time he slipped on his black tungsteel helmet, the armory had suddenly gone silent. Michael's head shot up as a legend passed right by his locker, a massive naked man made of nothing but scars and pale muscle. The gargantuan super soldier strode right up to a locked door at the end of the armory, leaning down to scan his retinas. That was the Hoplite 37, out of cryo and ready to crush ass and masticate chew gum. If they were waking him up for thieves a broken bar, it meant that mosquitoes were definitely inbound. Ya didn't wake up a hoplite unless ya needed em to fight. Michael took a deep breath as the thick blast doors shut behind 37, the previous dark mood of the armory all but evaporated by the waves of awe they all collectively felt. Would Michael get to fight side by side with 37? That had been a dream of his ever since he had decided to become a Marioneer broken bar, and now that dream was potentially going to become reality. Would Hoplite be enough to turn the tide of the coming battle? Michael shook his head. It was time to focus. He needed to fight better than he ever had in his life. If Michael fought poorly in front of 37, then he might actually die, both metaphorically and quite literally. He then felt something begin tugging at his shoulder, and he turned to see Nate staring at him with a smile. Come on, we gotta get to the hull halls before the uglies do, he urged as he began physically pulling Michael along. Marines, exo troops, and divers all began forming squads with available conductors. The conductors all wore tungsteel battle plate, like any Marine did, but their armor was far more ornate. The dark armor was covered in a long plasma-resistant coat, just as black as the tungsteel it covered. The conductors' A's were concealed behind thick glowing red glass, Their helmets specialized for delivering orders silently to the troops under their command, as well as marking objectives for their squads to accomplish. Their masks bore twin gas filters on either side of the mouth, making them appear like officers from the old world wars, before the fourth and fifth one. As soon as Michael and Nate linked their helmets with the conductor, the tall menacing man immediately began shouting orders to the newly formed train, his voice completely unheard by outsiders but coming in clear through the earphones installed on Michael's helmet. The conductor then urged the various soldiers linked to him towards a specific point in one of the hull halls, a likely point for a boarding party to hit. Michael briefly wondered what it was like to live like a conductor or a broken bar, to have his perception of time slowed to a snail's pace. He had heard that conductors all had a bionic installed in their brain that would slow down time from their perspective, allowing them to make complex tactical decisions in milliseconds. It also served to keep them alive in actual combat. After all, it was easier to avoid a barrage of plasma fire if you could see it coming. That was an edge the 8th Arm had over the final kind in infantry engagements. Plasma bolts were slow compared to good old bullets. Michael had avoided plasma bolts himself. It was a lot like dodging a baseball, assuming it was just one bolt you were ducking. It was a lot harder when there were dozens of plasma's guns sending tidal waves of green at ya. After all, dodging one baseball was easier broken bar, but to dodge hundreds of baseballs flying at you at the same time? Not possible. Conductors though, maybe they could be able to do just that. When they finally arrived at the destination the conductor had marked on their HUDs, Michael felt himself beginning to get shaky again. It had been so long since he'd fought anything a broken bar, so long since he'd fired a real gun. He could almost smell the gunpowder, almost see the alien blood that would soon paint the walls. And soon, that was exactly what happened. A mosquito impacted, punching through the Sparrow's hull cleanly with a needle-tip puncture. 6 rotating sharp blades of metal whirred and spun together as a drill at the needle tip, coming to a stop quickly after the mosquito successfully breached the hull. The squad pulled back, aiming their rifles at the tip as the blades hissed, splaying out like a flower to latch onto the walls of the hallway and revealing a hidden sleek black metal door. When those doors finally opened, it began depositing the first aliens Michael had seen in months, a broken bar, and of course, they were pugs. Michael knew that they'd be the first in after the narrow needle tips door opened. Pugs were always the first to die, fire at will. Michael heard the conductor say over the comms, "Remember your designations." Michael was 7. He could read it on his HUD in the upper left corner after the conductor assigned it to him upon linking a broken bar. Pretty hard to forget when it was in his face, but conductors were notoriously cautious. Michael gave a toothy grin as he and the other troops stationed around the breach opened fire, the bullets shredding through the plastic armor and gray flesh with ease as the warbling wails of the pugs echoed down the tube. Oh, how he had missed that sound! A broken bar, gunpowder in his nostrils and gray blood painting the walls and floor filled him with a sense of satisfaction. A broken bar, it almost did, anyway. He killed more, gunning down pugs as they poured through the mosquito tube like lemmings. They hadn't opened fire yet. Pugs never did when they were all crammed together like that. 7. Grenade in the mosquito tube. Michael heard the conductor order over his comms, "Squad, pull back to the left and right of the tube and flank it at an angle to avoid crossfire." Without a second thought, Michael grabbed a frag at his belt, pulling out the pin with his teeth and hucking it down the hallway in a pitch that would have made ancient baseball stars weep with envy. Immediately everyone ducked away from the tube, the conductor staring intently for half a second before he issued a new order. "Fire on sight, controlled bursts, pug pod." That was fine. A pug pod was a good way to shake the rust off. They could work up to the bigger aliens later. The squad of 7 Marines all knelt to either side of the pod, taking systematic shots every time a pug showed its big-eyed head. The conductor made entire pug heads and torsos disappear in clouds of gray mist with his heavy magnum, a black metal brace attached to his elbow helping to absorb the shock of the oversized pistol. By Jin, the barrel was as long as Michael's fore rear armor broken bar. It was no wonder why the brace was a necessity. It was almost as large as the legendary Fortis Magnum that Hoplites utilized. A true beauty. Nate seemed to be reveling in putting these things down as much as Michael did, maybe more based on that Nick-raised laugh he let out. 5. Cease laughing, the conductor ordered. Suddenly Nate's face became stony. That previous expression of mad joy completely evaporated in an instant. It didn't take long for the mosquito to completely empty out. Its contents turned to ground lead-laden mush. Well, that was one mosquito down a broken bar. How many more to go? The answer came once another long sharp beam stabbed through the metal wall at an angle toward the floor, impaling a Marine next to Michael to the ground. Blood spattered Michael's beard and coated his visor, and he cursed, scrambling away from his impaled comrade. The needle tip had easily punched through the soldier's battle plate, essentially erasing the Marine's entire torso with an explosion of metal shards and entrails. The drill continued puncturing past the mutilated corpse, the thicker beam crushing the arms, legs and head with it as it passed deeper into the sparrow's bowels. Soon, the body was completely gone with the beam as it continued to sink deeper into the depths. Deep impact mosquitoes. A broken bar that wasn't good. A broken bar. He wiped the blood off his visor, coughing as he backed away from the still sinking beam of alien metal. Calm. Next objective, the conductor ordered, marking their HUDs right as another needle tip punched through the hull, right where he was standing. In a display of inhuman reflexes, the conductor sidestepped sure death, the needle tip driving deeper into the sparrow's depths past the floor. Then another came, and another, the sound of screeching metal drowning out the conductor's orders and sending Michael into a panic. He picked a direction and ran, uncaring that he was not following the conductor's orders. It looked as if the other Marines were doing the same. Nate wasn't with him. Thought for broken bar. Maybe he had stuck with the conductor. Michael would need to regroup with them after he got out of this death hallway. A couple of Marines had pulled ahead of him in the hall, the sound of puncturing metal seeming to chase them as they went. They had dropped their rifles in their panic. Thankfully Michael hadn't done the same. A broken bar. It wouldn't be easy to fight off all these freaks with just his sidearm. He turned his head for an instant, seeing that the hall behind him had been almost completely blocked off by dozens of thick metal beams. By Jin, how many mosquitoes had the dragon sent? There must have been hundreds of. A needle tip then punched through ahead of him, pinning one of the other two Marines to the wall and shredding the poor fellow's insides. It then pulled back, the dead Marine still stuck to the drill tip before it split, wrenching the body apart and crushing the gory pieces between its moving parts and the wall before finally latching to the hull. Michael's breathing quickened, his head light and eyes wide as he rolled in front of the shallow impact mosquito. He came up kneeling in a puddle of blood before the mutilated corpse of his comrade, aiming at the door with his trigger, already pulled to the wall. He had to make a stand here. If he kept running through the hole blindly he'd be drilled to pieces. Michael clenched his teeth, checking his flanks to see that there were other shallow impacts as well, their doors already beginning to open. By Jin, Michael was all alone against the odds. He could almost feel the tungsteel armor being melted to his flesh by hot plasma. He was gonna die. He was gonna. Air filled his lungs as he slowly breathed in, reining in his terror as he took the time to observe his surroundings. There were still a few seconds before the doors open at a broken bar, and there was actually a door right behind him. Relief flooded him, but Michael knew that door wouldn't be able to stop a raging Yugoro. A broken bar. It would soak in a few plasma bolts. Thought for broken bar. But where did it lead? He had been to this part of the ship before. Where did it go? Shafts, airways, a way out. He reined himself in again, keeping cool as he backed toward the door, grabbing another grenade from his belt. Teeth gripping the pin in preparation, he pressed the button to the door, the metal sliding open and allowing him to back into the open room. Red lights flooded through behind him, underlighting his face as he continued to back away from the white light of the hall. As soon as the mosquito's door opened, Michael pulled the pin and threw the grenade. A massive hairy ape-like hand caught the grenade, a towering four-armed Yugoro glaring down at him from the open needle tip before it threw the grenade right back at Michael's feet. Without thinking, Michael kicked it back toward the Yugoro, backpedaling and pressing the button to seal the door. An explosion rocked the chamber Michael stood in, and he scrambled away to one of the nearest vents. Michael had no idea where the vents themselves would lead, but he could not stay here, that was for sure. Hopefully Nate was all right. But with all this opposition, a broken bar. Michael shook his head, gripping the vent's steel grate and pulling with all his might. The sound of metal being torn echoed loudly in his ears, and he turned his head to see that same Yuga peering in at him, its ugly gorilla face contorted in a sneer. Oh, of course it survived the grenade. Its hyper-dense bones must have absorbed the blast while its armor reflected the shrapnel. Just great. Michael quickly brought his gun to bear as the Yuga aimed a sleek white plasma rifle through the gap it had created in the door. Both rifles fired, the bullet impacting with the Yuga's skull and knocking its snarling head back into the hallway. At the same time, the plasma bolt passed right by Michael, the plasma impacting with the vent's grate and melting it down to slag. Well, at least now he didn't have to rip it off or broken bar, but now he had to crawl over molten metal. A roar pierced Michael's ears, and he fled into the vent, uncaring of the white melted steel that burned through his gloves. Scrambling over it as quickly as he could, Michael began pounding elbows to metal as the raging Yuga tore into the room, the sound of metal being crushed alongside the furious roars helping to urge him forward into the darkness. Hopefully, it was way too hoppin' mad to realize that Michael had escaped into the vent a broken bar. If it had, this metal tube would become molten slag real soon. Based on the echoing roar that now followed him a broken bar, it was likely that the Yuga had figured it out. There was nowhere to turn to, now a broken bar but down. The vent ended in a shaft that went down, but how far Michael couldn't say. Without pausing to think, Michael gripped the edge of the vent bit of the unknown, pulling himself into its murky abyss and praying that gravity would be kind to him today. There had been no time to turn himself around to fall feet first. Unfortunately a broken bar, but he could at least slow his fall by splaying out his limbs. The metal pads of his elbows dug into the vent as he fell, sparks lighting up the blackness for a few seconds before he could see another light at the end of the tunnel. The top of his helmet impacted with the steel grate, the sound of snapping metal the last thing he heard before the darkness of unconsciousness claimed him. "Hey, you up, man?" Michael heard a voice say from overhead. He blinked, white light being the only thing he could see for a long while before four faces came into view. "We're gonna land soon, man. Gotta get ya strapped into your seat," an older Marine told him, hefting Michael up with the aid of the other three soldiers. Michael then became aware of the motion beneath his feet, and he realized where he was. An escape pod, fit with plenty of rations and water to last long enough for rescuing a broken bar, a rescue that would never come. He blinked again as they strapped him in, pulling the impact bars over his shoulders as Michael shook his head. "Wait a mean a broken bar ya said?" "We were gonna land?" Michael asked slowly, mind still foggy. "Land where?" "What happened?" Michael paused to take a deep breath. "To the Sparrow." The three Marines standing around him then began shaking their heads. "We lost mana broken bar. We found ya knocked out near the pods. Figured ya didn't wanna get left behind." Another Marine replied, pinching his brow with a sigh. "We did a jump somehow or something. There's a planet we can get down to, hoping he can link back up with command once we hit planet side." Why weren't ya strapped in yet?" Michael asked groggily. "Why wasn't I?" "We'd show ya beauty broken bar. We're about to hit the atmosphere," another man replied, sitting down in a seat next to Michael's and drawing his own bars down across his shoulders. "The planet we're gonna be hitting looks like a friggin' eyeball." "What?" Michael asked again, squinting. "No really," the older Marine replied, sitting in his own seat across from Michael's. "It looks exactly like a giant space eyeball." Michael blinked again, his head still foggy. "Are you a broken bar? Just gimme a moment, man." Michael told them, "I hit my head real hard." "Told ya he fell out of that vent," the older Marine said to the others. "Don't know why ya were crawling around in there, but I get it. When things get few bar ya can end up in weird places." Michael simply nodded, his head sagging forward while his eyes became heavy. It was then that he became aware of the pounding of his skull, like nails being driven into his forehead. "A broken bar." The Marines continued speaking, but Michael couldn't make out their words, his mind focused on managing his suffering. Just as the agony was just starting to become bearable, they hit the atmosphere, the entire pod jerking violently and sending Michael's skull crashing into one of the shoulder bars. The agony returned in full force, and he groaned, hands reaching up to press into his forehead. "It's gonna get worse on land," and one Marine said. Michael didn't reply a broken bar. He was still confused and in too much pain to think properly. A good thing maybe. Thinking about losing the sparrow might be a bad idea in his current state. A few minutes of blissful peace passed until the pilot began speaking from the intercom. His voice panicked. "I got no steering," he shouted. "Someone's outside the pod." Michael's head shot up at that, the pain overwhelmed by further confusion. Was he dreaming, or had the pilot actually said that? No one could just be clinging to an escape pod like some kind of dingleberry, especially when they were breaking through the atmosphere. Broken bar, unless a broken bar, well, maybe Hoplite 37 could. He was a living legend after all. But the pilot didn't say 37. He just said someone. The sound of tearing metal then reached his ears and Michael's breath caught. The other Marines all began staring at one another, eyes wide with fear and confusion as the tearing continued. "I think he's trying to get in," the pilot screamed. "Oh Jin, stay seated. We're on a collision course with some kind of structure." Michael then sat up in his seat, making sure his tongue was set firmly behind his teeth. The horrible sound of tearing metal finally ceased, and the pilot shouted again, "Brace!" Then again a broken bar. The darkness claimed Michael, his head whipping forward and back before sweet oblivion took him. It was cold down here, besides the stink of rotting flesh and waste nearby. That was pretty much all he knew. The doors to the escape shuttle weren't opening and he was stuck in here with a bunch of corpses of fellas he didn't really know. The flashlight on his helmet had gone dead and he was stuck in pure blackness and cold. And the stink of rot. Michael retched, hunching over in his seat and spitting out absolutely nothing from his guts. He hadn't ate or drank very much since the crash. He wanted to ration whatever he could. After all, he needed to keep himself alive for the rescue team. If only he could stop from barfing it all up. A broken bar. Rescue was a-comin', that much was for sure. The first thing he'd done upon regaining consciousness was activating the emergency beacon. That had been a while ago. Thought for broken bar, but surely the 8th arm wouldn't just leave a train of Marines to die buried beneath some rubble, would they? They had heard the signal before the pod went dark. Right. The pilot had said to brace for collision with some kind of structure, and they all had a broken bar. But Michael had been the only one to survive, albeit heavily bruised and with a constant debilitating headache to show for it. There had been one other guy out of the 6 of them that had been breathing, but he died within a couple of hours of the crash. Maybe if Michael could have gotten him some help he would have lived a broken bar, but he couldn't blame himself. After all, he wasn't a medic. Michael sat up in his seat, wiping foaming spittle from his lips as he did so. He didn't want to die like these. A broken bar. He would not die like this. He'd killed so many aliens that it'd be some kind of cosmic joke for him to just die here in the dark, alone. For his death, he'd be fighting 4 Ugaras barehanded at once. Maybe then his death would be acceptable. He shook his head. Hyping himself up wasn't working to distract him from the crushing dread he felt. Trapped in the dark, alone with nothing but his thoughts as company. This was his worst nightmare. A broken bar, and that wasn't counting the corpses rotting in here along with his psyche. No one to talk to, alone with his despairing thoughts. A true nightmare scenario for him. Talking to people had always helped distract him from the hopelessness of this life. So he always sought company to keep from being alone. A broken bar so he wouldn't be broken bar. So he wouldn't be alone with his gun. He took a deep shaky breath and heaved again, coming up with nothing. He couldn't afford to think about that now. Help was coming. A broken bar it had to be. Nasty Nate would show up any second now with 37. A broken bar. He just needed to deal with being alone for a bit longer. He could bear with it. He'd gone through worse, hadn't he? How long had he been alone in here now? In the dark. The sheer loneliness and isolation of the shuttle was terrible. Of course, the stink was another factor that added to the misery. A broken bar piling the bodies into the cockpit had only slowed the reek from spreading, and that was only made worse when he had to inevitably use the non-functioning lavatory. The shuttle had crashed at an angle with the nose of the pod tilted downward, so his waste had all ended up piling down there with the rotting corpses. As soon as the toilet filled up, he had been using his helmet at first, pouring the contents into the tilted toilet until eventually it had begun leaking out, seeping down the pod in a line of sewage. The damn thing wouldn't flush without power. And even if it could, the backsplash of the toilet flushing would spit most of it back out anyway. Back out onto his dead comrades below. The guilt of imposing such a dishonor on fellow Marines sickened him, though not nearly as much as the smell. He'd get him buried good and proper as soon as he got the hell out of here. Only problem was that he couldn't. The pod door was sealed shut and the power had gone out a while ago. Michael couldn't remember when it had, but it did, which meant life support was out now too. Michael hadn't run out of oxygen yet, thankfully. That was due to him twisting the valve on the emergency tank next to the cockpit, but that thing couldn't last forever. He had to try something to get out of here or he'd end up like one of the bodies in the black abyss below. Question was, what had he not tried? There were guns aplenty in the shuttle, good amount of food and water too, but there wasn't anything like a welder's torch that he could cut the metal with a broken bar. The emergency lever to open the door manually was a no-go as well. Damn thing wouldn't budge. There were the guns, a broken bar, but they couldn't bust through that door, and the glass down below was stronger than any caliber the squad had packed for a VARC. Still strong enough to put a hole through my skull. A broken bar. Michael took a deep, steadying breath. He wouldn't give in. Our broken bar, not yet. There was still plenty of water to live off of. He just needed to keep it down until help showed up. He'd been vomiting constantly from the stench of rot, so he mainly had been drinking the water and barely touching the food as a result. Michael tried at the emergency latch again to no avail, tugging at it with all his strength before he lost his grip on the handle and fell back into the rotting abyss. A wet plop greeted his ears and he felt the filth creep between his armor plates and soak into the flesh of his back. The half-sealed cockpit door was the only thing separating him from the packed-together corpses of his fellow soldiers. A few seconds passed of him just laying there, hopeless, cold, and afraid before he began weeping, the hot tears carving a trail through the dried blood staining his cheeks. What would he do even if he got the door open? More than likely that would just get him killed. Rubble would pour down on him and crush him to death. Was his only option really to just wait? A broken bar? No. He didn't have to wait. He didn't have to endure this agonizing isolation any longer. All it took was one bullet to not deal with it anymore. How many hours had it been? Or had it been days? He couldn't tell. A broken bar time didn't matter to him when he was all alone in the darkness. He waited, not moving from his place atop the cracked cockpit door. He couldn't know for sure, but he was certain that the bodies were staring at him, right at the back of his head. Urine shifted off the door and spilled into the cockpit below, further defiling the corpses of proud tenant soldiers with Michael's waste. A day? Maybe two? No, a broken bar. It had been a week. A month even. How much longer would it be? How much longer? He took his pistol from its holster with a quivering hand and pressed the barrel of the gun to the roof of his mouth. The great Michael Harrison could only be killed by himself. Hopefully that'd be etched into his gravestone. A broken bar, as if he'd even have a gravestone after they lost the war with those damn aliens. This place would be his grave. That was all there was to it. No more bars to drink at. A broken bar. No more hanging out with nasty Nate or picking up hot officer chicks. This was it. Hopefully, Nate would understand why Michael did this. If he had even gotten off the Sparrow that was. He put his finger to the trigger and squeezed. Click. No, a broken bar. It must have gotten jammed somehow. Michael's eyes widened, and he dropped the pistol, weeping at the realization of what he had just tried to do. It hadn't taken that long for him to give up after all. He really was as weak as Grandad always said. May the old bastard rot in heaven. Please. Michael rasped, someone get me the hell out of here. He screamed. A moment of silence passed before he continued silently, please. A broken bar. He wept. Before I try again. A broken bar. Hoplite took in the gargantuan structure ahead of him. The wall loomed tall over the land, casting a wide shadow across the valley just below it. The deep grey stone wall was incredibly worn, as if it had seen several thousands of years pass. Hoplite took a deep breath as he emerged out of the fjord, still staring intently at the fiend wall with Lance following close at his side. She stumbled slightly in her normally graceful stride, her face a ghostly pale hue. Most of this trip had been made carrying her with him, something she had grumbled about at first, claiming that it'd be too long of a trip and that I would puke all over that shiny armor of yours if you try to run that far in a day. She had come around once. He had explained his reasoning, but before that Hoplite had been willing to leave her behind if she wouldn't comply. Time was of the essence for whatever was in that shuttle. If there indeed was a shuttle to even find, the breach could have possibly been caused by something else, but Hoplite doubted it. He had wanted to get to the Fiend Wall as quickly as he could. After all, if his suspicions were correct, then it had been an escape shuttle that had crashed here. It was almost hard to believe that such a massive structure could have sustained such damage. A broken bar. It was truly an impressive construction, though while the sections of the wall that were whole seemed so grand and imposing, the massive V-shaped breach in the center erased that sense of invincibility. His eyes traced the outline of the breach to its bottom, spotting several shapes moving about between hundreds of tents behind the wall. A circle of other shapes, soldiers if Hoplite guessed correctly, surrounded the mound of rubble at the foot of the shattered section of the wall. Bumping his chin, his front view camera zoomed in, losing no clarity as he observed the people below. It was mostly humans amidst the hustle and bustle of the camp, many going between tents and carrying all manner of things. Everything from trays of food and bedrolls to bandages and burlap sacks. The tent city stretched far across the valley and many bore the image of the top side of a bloody red tongue. Those must be the tongues of Zod he had heard about from Lance on the way here. A warrior society hell-bent on impressing their god through great feats of bravery and combative prowess. Their god being the head of the Amite pillar, Zod, the king of blood. An orc god, but the head of one of the three pillars that made up the pantheon of this world's main religion. All drivel of course, but it was drivel that would matter during his time stranded here. He possibly could have gleaned more information on the tongues if he hadn't run straight past the party of mutants to get here. The pale man, Kidka, had said he was a member of this society after all. He surely would have known more than Lance about the subject. Indeed, if Hoplite hadn't prioritized reaching the site as quickly as possible, then he may have stopped to question them further. He did have some things to ask about some of the other broken bar anomalies the party of misfits had performed when they had all fought side by side, but that could be for a later time. Besides, they would have likely just told Hoplite that it was a magic, just as Lance had. It was surprising to see them again so soon despite the fact that they were all headed to the same objective via Broken Bar, but it had been strange to see that they had not deviated an inch from heading directly to the east of his pod. They had been shocked at seeing his speed, all save for Theopolu, who had merely yawned at Hoplite's passing. Turning his attention back to the breach, Hoplite found himself staring at the innards of the wall itself. Several open square chambers revealed themselves along the rims of the breach, with dozens of men armed with bows firing periodic volleys at these strange purplish humanoid creatures that climbed over the hill of rubble below them. Intricate spirals were etched into the dark purple flesh of the scrambling creatures like brands, and their twisted forms both repulsed and intrigued him. Several of these infected humanoids bore mortal wounds that would have left most men dead, or at the very least disabled, yet these mutants continued to climb, uncaring of their conditions. These had to have been the anormal fiends that Lance had told him about, the unkillable ones. He watched as a fiend, a skinny wisp of a man with patchy white hair, was shot in the throat and then in the chest by arrows. That last shot would have gone straight through its heart, and indeed the creature fell tumbling down the rubble hill, no doubt shattering several bones on its descent. Dead, no chance of anyone surviving those arrows, not to mention that fall. Hoplite's jaw opened in shock as the man began to crawl on one unbroken arm as it reached the bottom, teeth gnashing before a broad heavily armored man crushed its skull with a mace. Even then the arm still thrashed about wildly, seeking flesh to rend. That simply couldn't be Broken Bar, but there it was, right before him, still flailing about even as others came in to join in the bashing. Soon the wretched body was nothing but a convulsing bloody mess of shattered bones. There had to be a couple hundred men stationed at the bottom of that 20-foot-high rocky mound, and each was busying themselves with mashing up fiends that made it up over the breach. The defense was really quite clever, he realized, forcing the fiends to climb high over that rubble mound to reach the other side of the wall, only to be peppered with arrows before being finished off by whoever guarded the bottom of the rubble. Hoplite focused in on the archers then, surprised to see that those square patterns in the wall were actually sections of various rooms. There were some that looked to be living chambers, complete with beds and sections of copper piping within the walls. Did they have indoor plumbing within the wall? Would it be heated as well? The presence of copper may have meant that these fiend dwellers had access to electricity. A broken bar, but Hoplite would not get his hopes up. There weren't any buildings on this side of the valley. A broken bar. Did these people live within the wall itself? How could they build such a gargantuan structure this way without it crashing down on itself? Perhaps the wall was always here, a result of tectonic plates and chance. The rough-hewn stone of the wall almost looked as if it were formed naturally. A broken bar, yet on closer inspection, Hoplite could see intricate engravings set into the face of the rock. Zooming in further, he could make a few of them out. A broken bar, most of them depicted a single man with a shield, a spear held against a swirling spiral that menaced over the comparatively tiny warrior. The spiral was twisted and contorted in a way that made Hoplite almost sick to his stomach. Looking instead at the tiny man, Hoplite could see that the engraved fellow was apparently screaming, likely in horror at the twisted thing before him. These engravings repeated in similar variations all across the surface of the fiend wall, even the rounded top which seemed to have no point of access. A broken bar. How did the engravers get up there to make these macabre art pieces? Hoplite shook his head, clenching his jaw as he looked back to the huge mound of rubble below. He shouldn't be focusing on engraved artwork. A broken bar, no matter how sickeningly fascinating it was. Based on the distribution of stone in the mound, the majority of debris must have fallen on the opposite side of the valley leading into the fiendwood itself. The shuttle must have hit the fiend wall from the west then, meaning that the pod had to be on the other side. A broken bar with all the fiends. Hoplite looked away from the breach, further firming his jaw as he turned his head to Lance, who still looked somewhat ill. She was hunched over on her knees, eyes red and tips of her ears a bright crimson. "Just a broken bar, 1 second," she said, heaving. "I didn't." A broken bar. "Oh, by the pillars, a broken bar. I didn't think that we could really get here in just one dire broken bar. We don't have time." She glared up into his helmet. "You try being manhandled by a big metal gorilla for an entire day and see how fine you feel after the fact." She spat, ending in a long trailing cough. Hoplite blinked. "I am not a gorilla," Hoplite replied after a second. "I'm not." Lance shook her head and hunched back over. "Look, just go down there and see if you can find what you're looking for." A broken bar. "I need to sit down for a few minutes." A broken bar. "The world is all wishy-washy." A broken bar. She then curled in on herself and fell to the grass, breathing heavily. Hoplite unslung his canteen, handing her the metal container. "You should drink this while I'm gone. I'll be back." He laid it down next to her clammy hands before marching down the hill towards the campsite. She would either come find him when she was done with her sickness or he'd come back for her later. First things first though, he needed to find whoever was in charge and see if they had already recovered the shuttle. If they hadn't, he'd begin searching on the opposite end of the wall. Hoplite had no fear of contracting this curse. His suit was airtight and would not allow any pathogen through its filters, so searching through the rubble shouldn't pose too much danger. After all, even if fiends couldn't be killed, they still couldn't breach his armor. The adamantium plating could withstand an incredible amount of punishment, far more than what beating fists and gnashing teeth were capable of. As he approached the camp, several dozen of what had to be tongues of Zod moved to meet him. The motley crew of warriors had all been seated around the perimeter of the camp, holding a loose imitation of a watch. Hoplite thought of it as a watch, as much as it could be called one. They were a rowdy and rambunctious lot, pushing one another while seated and trading insults that had put any drill sergeant to shame. They all stood from around chairs or from the grass itself. A sheen of sweat beaded at their brows and a few stared worriedly at Hoplite. Others though, they stared at Hoplite with a sort of far broken bar hunger in their eyes, though for what he could not say for certain. Those ones did not look away when he cocked his helmet toward them. Instead, they jutted out their jaws and tilted their heads back as they glared, seemingly in challenge. There were other gaggles of different mutated branches, but the majority of these tongues did seem to be human. Some mutations were more severe than others, such as the man that looked like a humanoid crow, complete with a beak and black feathers, or the massive one that had the head of a bull and the legs of one to match. Then there were the less aggressive mutations, like the big green-skinned men with jutting tusks from their jaws. Those had to be orcs for certain, some of them with arms big enough to rival that of a paladin. And then there was our broken bar. Hoplite almost squinted. Did that woman have normal ears besides the feline ones, or would there be smooth knobs where the human ears would go? No matter. A big orc rubbed his bare scalp as he approached Hoplite. He could see that he was a full head taller than this orc, though if that mattered to the orc, he did not show it. "Hello," the orc said. "How's it? Who is in charge here?" Hoplite asked in a level tone, keeping his shotgun lowered. "That'd be the mayor Oda Fiendwall." You want fight, yeah?" the orc asked, quirking an eyebrow and pointing a thumb back toward the rubble wall. "Use our broken bar watch Ahkoolis, right?" "Yes," Hoplite replied in his standard monotone, trying to keep his growing impatience from leaking into his voice. "Where is the mayor?" "Pulling a double at the rocks, can't miss him." "Biggest muscle fat you ever seen," the orc told him, gesturing with a pointed thumb in the direction of the breach. Hoplite nodded and moved past the orc, the other tongues leaving a path for him to move through. Hoplite was sure he had seen a muscle fat earlier during his camera sweep crushing the skull of that fiend. It was time to meet the mayor. As Hoplite approached the breach through the encircling campsite, he drew stares from seemingly everyone he passed. None moved to intercept him or take any aggressive action, but all eyes seemed to be on him. Children pointed and tugged mothers' skirts to draw their attention to Hoplite, staring in both amazement and shock. He heard Ahkoolis more than a few times, uttered in tones low enough that most people wouldn't have heard it, and even more where they didn't try to whisper at all. Hoplite didn't try to correct them. The locals of the Fiendwall were mostly humans, it seemed, with the occasional dwarf or orc wearing the same simple brown garb going about their business. These Fiendwallers wore outfits or sturdy brown cotton, the men often wearing shirts with no sleeves, while the women all wore trousers beneath divided skirts. They were all almost uniform in dress, but these people couldn't be more different otherwise. Humans of all races, heights, hair and eye color made up the majority, not counting the orcs and dwarves that seemed to have fewer differences between one another. Aside from the knots in the dwarves' beards and the shade of green on the orcs, the human men seemed to be partial to how they wore their facial hair. A thick mustache atop their lips, lightly curled at the ends, while the women wore their hair in several dozen long braids when length allowed it. As this society wasn't homogeneous, Hoplite could only conclude that the majority of these people had been sent here. For what reason, he did not know. He passed right on by the staring Fiendwallers as he went, quickly closing on the breach as he marched dead ahead, shifting his path whenever someone moved into it. Hoplite had to do that a lot, it seemed. Several Fiendwallers who heard him coming would turn with a smoldering glare initially, only to gasp and stumble away or freeze in place at the sight of him. Hoplite remembered years ago that he had wanted people to stop staring at him after the infusions, but he had accepted long ago that all eyes would be on him. He just had to deal with it. Hoplite continued to move between the rows of tents, continuing his beeline for the massive gap in the Fiendwall that loomed ahead of him. Now that he was closer, the cyclopean size of the wall seemed all the more imposing as it cast a long shadow over the camp. The sun sat right between that gap, its light breaking the long shadow on this side of the monolithic construction and casting smaller shadows between the bits of rubble strewn below. There he saw the battle line holding the fiends back, dozens of monstrous creatures tumbling down the rubble hill in almost a rhythmic sequence, being riddled with arrows before being beaten and hacked apart at the foot of the gap. More tongues of Zod, for that was what they surely were based on their wildly different uniforms and unorthodox means of fighting, were always the first to descend on the fallen fiends. Other men stood far behind them wielding large tower shields and spears, holding a linked shield wall around the foot of the rubble hill. The formation was likely for keeping in any fiends that may survive the initial fall. That didn't seem to be a common occurrence, based on the brutal efficiency of the tongues that fell upon the fallen fiends like feral hounds. Unlike the tongues, the shield-wielding soldiers all were dressed in uniform grey plate armor, with a single bright sky blue feather adorning the tops of their bucket helms. The symbol of a large square adorned the chests and shields, with an intricate spiral etched within the center of the square. He had seen flags on the way here that depicted the same symbol, Perhaps that was the standard for those who lived in the Fiend Wall. He then saw who must have been the mayor over the knight's shoulders, wearing the same plate armor but fighting alongside the tongues as opposed to joining the shield wall. He was a tall man, and Hoplite could tell that while he was well padded with fat, there was also strong muscle beneath it all. Wide shoulders and thick forearms carried his attacks as he brought blow upon blow down upon the skulls of the fiends that fell at his feet. The mayor wiped away a sheen of sweat from his brow, the sunlight reflecting off his bald head and gleaming grey plate mail. Hoplite stopped behind the shield wall before he tapped the shoulder of one man. The knight's head turned, and he gasped, eyes widening behind the thin visor of his helmet. Hoplite loomed over him, his own bulky shadow dwarfing the defender's by several feet. He made sure not to take any action that the defender would have seen as a threat, as that wasn't Hoplite's intent. Many other defenders and even a few tongues turned to look at what their compatriot had screamed about, only to spot Hoplite. None turned their shields from the wall, but all turned their heads to keep wide eyes on Hoplite. "I'm here to fight," Hoplite told the man. "Let me pass." The man sputtered acquiescence in an almost unintelligible tone as he let Hoplite through, the other defenders whispering to one another as he passed within full view of the shield wall. There were around 500 men making up the shield wall, some occasionally being replaced by another wearing the same dull grey armor, likely taking shifts, as he had heard earlier. As Hoplite approached the mayor, he adjusted the sheath of his combat knife, the strap around his shoulder having come a bit loose on the trip through the camp. Normally he had it simply wrapped around his waist for easy access, but Hoplite had needed extra room for the extra tactical pouches he had brought along. Each pouch was filled with extra ammo and several grenades, all of which he'd need for the horde lurking beyond the wall. Hoplite wanted to take out the fiends as fast as he possibly could, so he had packed a surplus for just that task. The mayor brought another heavy blow down upon the skull of a gasping fiend, turning its head to tainted mush. Despite the obviously fatal blow, however, the body still thrashed violently, clawed hands swiping for flesh. Like the other fiends, this one bore deep spirals that were etched into its purplish flesh, black as if they had been seared into the skin by a branding iron. The mayor stepped away from the mostly disabled creature with a spit and a curse, taking deep breaths as his jowls jiggled. He turned to Hoplite and gasped, the little whirls at the end of his long brown mustache almost seeming to curl up on themselves. The blue feather was sticking out of his collar, having likely been placed there because the mayor eschewed a helmet. Hoplite could hear the sounds of pained moans coming from over the hill of rubble, new fiends replacing the ones fallen as soon as they were dispatched. My, the mayor said in a deep rumbling accented tone, "Please tell me, Sir Golem, that you do be here to help clean this up." He then hunched over, hands on his knees as he huffed and puffed. "I no be as young or as skinny as I used to be, but I do gotta keep the fiend wall running, and that do mean helping clean out the filth. We do be working in shifts right now until the fiends over the hill are taken care of. Can't work on cleaning out the rubble if you have a chance at catching the curse, see?" He then stood back up and offered a wide hand to Hoplite. "I'm Garly. I do be the mayor of the Fiend Wall. Could I have your name, friend?" Hoplite stared at the proffered hand a moment before slowly taking it in his own. He wasn't used to such pleasantries from anybody, not even from his superiors. No one wanted to touch a Hoplite unless they had to, at least a broken bar. His own people seemed to be that way. He applied pressure carefully, not wanting to accidentally crush Garly's hand in his own. "I'm Hoplite 37. Hoplite seemed to be successful in sparing the bones of the mayor's hand, and Garly laughed as they shook 3 times up and down before breaking the contact. "So there's 37 of ye, or is there more? Are they coming to help you?" Garly asked him. "Did the mage that did bind you set you to come to the defense, or are you an ancient one?" "I'm not a golem," Hoplite said, "and no, I'm the only one that's available." Garly played with the twirl at the end of his mustache and looked Hoplite up and down with a critical eye. "Not a golem?" he asked, seemingly perplexed. "So Broken Bar, how do you see out of that helmet?" "There's no hole, friend." "Yeah, Broken Bar have cameras," Hoplite said slowly. "A what? Camera? Who is that supposed to be, or do that be some kind of house magic what lets you see all around ye?" Garly asked, putting a hand on his double chin. Hoplite internally sighed as he nearly groaned out, "Yes, it's magic." Hoplite simply didn't want to go into the details on how his cameras operated. It would take too much time. Gali clapped and nodded his head. I knew it so. "Well, it'd be about the end of me shift, Sir Hoplite. Please go about your business with the fiends any way you see fit," he finished, stepping past Hoplite and toward the shield wall. "Before you go," Hoplite started, placing a hand on Gali's shoulder. "Why did this part of the wall collapse?" Gali frowned, and looked up at the sky with a pained expression. "Divine judgment for some ill, we did, no doubt. I do take it ye have heard of what some folks are calling the Starfall?" he asked. Hoplite didn't reply as he waited for Gali to speak. "One of those very stars shot through this section here. Broken bar. I'd be only a few rooms over from where it struck, but many of our defenders on patrol did confirm it," Gali said, his voice draining of its earlier liveliness. "A broken bar. I do not know to which god we had angered, but I think that we deserved this kind of punishment," he said with a slow shake of his head. "But it is what it is. We fiend-wallers don't go moping about until we get killed." "No sir, we be made of tougher stuff than that." Gali laughed heartily, his melancholy seemingly vanishing in an instant. "Plus with all the panic with the fiends, we at least have the time to panic about the monster next to the moon. I do hear that other places with less to worry about have gone ill in the mind from terror. None of it here, safe to say. We all be too busy to be scared." Hoplite then immediately made way for the hill of rubble. "You are broken bar. Goodbye then and good luck," Gali said slowly, brow furrowing at Hoplite's retreating back. Gali then turned to leave through the parted shield wall, those wide shoulders hanging low with fatigue. Now that Hoplite knew for sure that an escape pod had crashed through the wall, there was only one thing to do: neutralize the fiends. Tongues of Sod greeted him as he passed, looking up from beating fiends to nod approvingly at him. As he drew closer to the hill, the large chunks of grey rock became more prevalent, deeply embedded in the dirt from where they had fallen. There were smaller chunks as well, laid about here and there in the long grass. Occasionally he spotted jutting limbs and chunks of viscera between and under the chunks of rubble. They didn't belong to fiends. Likely these would be cleaned up and given proper burials once the looming threat was taken care of. The rubble, oddly enough, didn't bear any of the engravings he had spotted earlier. Why was the broken section of the wall bare of the carvings? Far off to his left and right bonfires raged, with heavily armored men throwing in the remains of brutalized fiends that had made it over the rubble. Surely they would end them. With nothing but bones they still couldn't possibly function. A broken bar, right? This planet was beginning to get to him. He was beginning to wonder. A broken bar. He was beginning to wonder if maybe magic could be a genuine possibility. The more he thought of it, the more it, disturbingly, made sense. The people he'd met with anomalous capabilities, the gargantuan plant life, the fear of the trees, and the impossible durability of these fiends. No, he would not be drawn into such fancies. Magic was just an easy explanation to science. There were reasons, perfectly logical reasons for why such things were possible here on Ahkoolis. Whatever those reasons were, however, Hoplite was ignorant of them. He would refer to anomalous occurrences henceforth as a magic when speaking with the locals, and only to the locals. If he started spouting drivel about a magic to other Ternans, reindoctrination would be an absolute certainty. He would not go through that ever again. As he reached the foot of the hill, a fiend came tumbling down to land right in front of him, pained hollow eyes staring into his helmet. It babbled through a half-broken jaw, swiping a gnarled hand in his direction before Hoplite crushed its skull with a soft stomp. He then magnetized his shotgun to his back before heaving the swiping thing up in a single hand. His armored fingers sunk deep into its neck, with spurts of near-black blood seeping between them. Still somehow it fought on, even with its skull crushed and neck broken. Its blows reflected off the phalanx suit without leaving even a scratch. Hoplite then slammed the body into a nearby chunk of rubble, painting the rock and leaving it sliding to the ground in a pulp of skin and jutting bone. Disturbingly, a broken bar. The thing still attempted to move, a broken bar almost seeming to undulate in Hoplite's general direction. The body should not have been able to function. Stay focused. Hoplite then began his ascent, climbing the treacherous hill as tongues of Zod shouted after him from below. He heard the words "A dangerous" and "A too heavy" repeated, but Hoplite paid them no mind. He knew on sight what chunks in the hill would be strong enough to support his weight, and he expertly maneuvered his way up. To onlookers, it would appear as if he had decided to zigzag up, as opposed to simply climbing straight up the obstacle. There were tongues on the hill with him as well. Feral-looking men and women armed with everything from intricate well-made swords to wooden clubs that looked like they had just been picked up from the forest floor. Their armor varied just as much, wearing everything from gleaming plate mail to fur pelts that barely covered their bodies. The tongues made a game of striking the fiends as they fell down, calling out points gained and bets won near constantly, tones filled with mirth. Hoplite ignored them as he climbed, occasionally receiving dirty looks when he ignored offers to partake in the game. He wasn't here for fun, he had a goal that needed to be accomplished and he couldn't spend time on worthless activities such as this. Despite disinterest in the contest, he accidentally did become part of the tongue's little sport as he had to constantly bat away fiends that fell toward him. By time Hoplite reached the peak of the rubble hill, his hands were dripping black with blood from batting away the near-constant downpour of twisted bodies. Upon cresting the mound a broken bar, Hoplite was nearly stunned by what he saw just below him. A wide moaning sea of purple swiping limbs stretched almost as far back as his camera could see, a tainted violet landscape sucking in all the sunlight to make it appear as if night had fallen. Black dead trees broke the waves of fiends between them, large spirals engraved into the darkened bark. Even plant life could be infected with this disease. How had it not spread past this wall? It infected animals, people, and plant life. A broken bar. It should have taken the whole planet over a long while ago. Broken bar. Hoplite unslung his shotgun as the wave seemed to shift forward at the sight of him, all eager to tear his armor away and rip him to shreds. An archer in one of the exposed rooms above screamed in terror at seeing the wave move, gesturing at Hoplite to get back down over the edge of the peak and out of sight. Instead, he took a step forward, toward the milling mass. There were several thousands of them, but Hoplite was confident nothing they could do would be able to hurt him. He didn't know where the shuttle had crashed, but if it had shot through the wall, it'd likely be beneath the rubble on this side. Hoplite couldn't search with so many hostiles around, but he would reduce the number to a broken bar manageable amount. There were a few hundred scrambling up the hill to reach him, many falling back down and taking even more down with them. The wailing cries of agony drowned out every other sound, even his own breathing. With a bump of his chin, the sound became a dull buzz instead as his helmet adjusted the overwhelming cacophony of pained screams. He took aim and fired off his first slug, the blast tearing chunks out of corrupted flesh and stone alike and painting both with a coat of red. He took a step down, seeing a bisected fiend clamp its malformed mouth around his ankle as two others lunged for him. Hoplite put the shotgun point blank into the face of the closest one and pulled the trigger, its head disappearing in a cloud of mist as he smashed the back of his fist into the skull of the other fiend with a sickening crunch of bone. That one's head was caved in beneath the force of his fist, and he could feel the flesh of the neck tearing away as it was knocked free to the other side of the fiend wall. He saw on his rear camera as the head bounced down the rubble, only to be sent flying higher by a heavy club. An orc hollered and cheered as the head went flying into one of the bonfires far below. Even Hoplite had to admit that it was an incredible shot, but he turned his attention back to the battle. He crushed the skull of the fiend clutching his ankle with a quick stomp, and grabbed the throat of one that had awkwardly climbed up behind him. The thing's mouth and eyes were set wrong, with one half elevated high above the other. Hoplite evened things out by making the putrid face disappear with a headbutt, casting the living remains aside like trash the instant the deed was done. Slowly but surely, he descended the hill, blasting and kicking his way to the halfway point down the rubble. Here he stood for an entire hour as the waves came upon him, all trying and failing to pull him down. Hundreds were blasted apart by the Magnus and hundreds more were pulped by just his fists. All those he neutralized rolled to the foot of the hill in a growing stew of organs and blood that stained the loose debris and tainted landscape in a deep shade of dark crimson. Every single one he killed though continued to move, or at least attempted to move. No matter how much damage he inflicted upon them, some that he had dispatched earlier eventually made it back up to him, only to be struck down again. None returned a third time. When he ran out of ammo for all his guns, he magnetized them to his back, drawing his Sectis knife and using it in tandem with his fists to tear apart their wretched bodies. As soon as he found a moment where he wasn't beset upon, he lobbed one of his grenades into the swarm, the explosion reducing some to near nothingness and cratering the corrupted earth beneath their feet. When he ran out of explosives, he returned to his crushing fists and sharp knife, the edge of Sectis unmarred by the heavy work Hoplite put it through. He saw others appear, not fiends, on his rear camera. Tongues of Zod reached the peak of the hill, no doubt wondering about the gunfire and explosions of Broken Bar or just the simple lack of entertainment since Hoplite's descent. No fiend had tried to move past Hoplite, all intending on him alone rather than making it over the hill to easier targets. "He's Tarkin LDA fun," the bald orc he had met earlier shouted, hefting a large axe and bellowing, "Let's show 'em how a tongue can lick." With that, he let out a wild holler, the other tongues descending with the orc without a care for the danger. Indeed, they seemed to make a race of it as they moved to outpace one another, usually in the most dangerous way possible. Hundreds of tongues came down, men and dwarves, elves and orcs, all berserking warriors trying their best to impress Zod, god of might. With them taking up positions along the hill, they all worked to strike down the fiends, with many tongues themselves eventually succumbing to the purple wave of spiraling death. Despite that, they continued to fight alongside Hoplite, even as he continued to descend further down the hill in hopes that they wouldn't follow after him. Why risk themselves like this? It was a pointless question, he knew. Their faith in their battle god was what drove them on. Still, Hoplite could easily neutralize this threat by himself, given enough time. It just seemed to him that they were pointlessly throwing their lives away. Broken Bar, well, if this was how they wanted to spend those lives, who was he to stop them? Despite the thought, he found himself often going out of his way to save any nearby tongues that were in danger. Grateful grins and annoyingly cocky smirks were given with every life he saved. But despite being saved from near death, the tongues continued to strike on fearlessly. They fought on like this until finally there was a lull in the combat. Dozens of tongues lay dead, either by suicide to avoid being afflicted by the curse or by simply falling down the hill. There were still fiends about, hundreds of them milling toward the tongues' survivors, who rushed to meet them without even a blink of fright. Now, Hoplite could begin searching for the pod in relative peace. Broken Bar, Broken Bar. The bald orc from earlier was being swarmed by fiends and was about to be overtaken. He stood with his back to a chunk of rubble, flat corrupted earth beneath his feet as he lashed out with his mace with a speed as if it were made of plastic rather than metal. The orc was getting tired, thought for Broken Bar, and he was going to be overtaken. Hoplite barreled into the horde that surrounded the orc, crushing or sending fiends flying when he collided. With blade and fist, Hoplite slashed and smashed, bringing the swarm to a disabled mass of twitching limbs. The orcs breathed heavily, wiping sweat from his brow as he swung his mace up over his shoulder. "Thank ya," the orc said with a grin before running off to engage another swarm that was moving toward another group of tongues over air. "You ugly wrinkly grapes." Hoplite stared after the orc for a brief instant as the green man charged a Broken Bar before following right after him. It was just that it would be easier for him to find the shuttle with people around to help. Neutralizing the remaining fiends would be a simple matter, though he found it hard to deny the odd feeling rising up within him whenever he saved another tongue from death. A Broken Bar. It was an oddly warm feeling that spread through his back whenever he saw a pair of those grateful eyes he had saved from certain death. He had felt this before, usually after a prolonged combat mission out of cryo. He could not put a name to the feeling, but he appreciated it nonetheless.